Opening scene, Qingyun Mountain, in Qingzhou. Right now there's this strapping young lad, full of beans, lugging a huge bag towards the foot of the mountain. That's me, Chen Feng, a transmigrator, you see. After going through all sorts of hell, I finally made it to this immortal sect. Today's the day I absolutely gotta start cultivating. Cultivating, huh? Thinking back to 3 years ago, when my soul jumped into the body of some poor dude who just kicked the bucket in the great Qian dynasty. Some scholar dude named Su Chongwen. So, I rode that wave in the Qian dynasty. All thanks to those ancient poems I memorized during 9 years of compulsory education. People called me crazy, but hey, I just laughed at them for not getting it. Just when I thought I was gonna hit the peak of life by shamelessly plagiarizing. Life's like a river, you know? Looking back, it feels like a dream. Then, something totally unexpected happened. I thought it was just some regular ancient world, but nope, son of a biscuit. It was actually a cultivation world. So, being the smart cookie I am, I ditched the whole scholar thing and went all in on immortality. But after hitting up more than 50 immortal ascension gatherings, not a single sect wanted this handsome face. They all said I was some good-for-nothing with zero spiritual root, the worst kind of weakling. Those heart-shattering words almost made me give up on this whole cultivation gig. But luckily, just when I was about to throw in the towel, the sect leader of Qingyun Mountain showed up. This old dude was like a shining beacon, holding a copy of the Complete Guide to Cultivation, grinning at me and saying, "Young man, I see you've got great potential. How about joining my Qingyun Sword Sect and becoming a sword cultivator?" Back to the present. Looking at that otherworldly aura of the sect leader, that immortal-like presence, and then taking in the elegant, ethereal vibe of this immortal mountain, that's the feeling. This has got to be some super hardcore hidden sect. After walking for a bit, I finally reached the entrance of the Qingyun Sword Sect. Qingyun Sword Sect. Just listen to that name. It's totally the name of a top-tier sect from those old-school Xiang Cixia novels. Chen Feng stepped into the sect, looking all around, and saw that the place was incredibly bare. He thought to himself, no wonder they're a sword cultivator sect. All they care about is swords, not things outside of cultivation like clothes, housing, or transport. This Qingyun Sword Sect is definitely not simple. Even though they've hidden it well, it can't escape the eyes of a transmigrator like me, Chen Feng. The old sect leader went inside and sat down on a red cushion. He put on a serious face and said, "Chen Feng, now that you've joined my Qingyun Sword Sect, there are a few things I need to make clear to you first." He puffed out his chest a bit. "I am the 9th sect leader of the Qingyun Sword Sect, Taoist Taijian." Hearing what the old man said, Chen Feng felt a little nervous. He clasped his hands together and said, "Sect leader, please speak." The old man's expression turned solemn. "You must remember, cultivation is hard. As hard as ascending to the heavens. The path of cultivation looks like a bright future. But in reality, it's full of thorns and endless dangers." Hearing his words, Chen Feng's eyes flashed with determination as he replied, "Disciple understands. The path of cultivation is inherently a solitary one. Since I've chosen this path, I will definitely focus and not let my mind wander, lest I stray onto the wrong path." It's good that you have this understanding, but this penniless Taoist must emphasize once more, before you become an official disciple, the sect will not provide you with a monthly allowance. You could tell the old guy was broke as hell. Chen Feng patted his chest and said loudly, "The sect teaching me cultivation is already a great favor. How could I possibly be so shameless as to ask for money? One shouldn't only think about what the sect can give them, but also what they can contribute to the sect." After saying that, Chen Feng thought to himself, even I have to admire myself for this amazing interview answer. Besides, I'll be cultivating soon. What's there to be afraid of not having money? Hearing this, the old man let out a breath and nodded, stroking his beard. Right, that's exactly the principle. Then, he waved his hand and said, "You must be tired after traveling all day. Go and rest first. Tomorrow, we'll officially start your cultivation." Chen Feng clasped his hands in response. "Yes, sect leader." Chen Feng was overjoyed inside. "Finally, I can start cultivating." Sometime later, in the Qingyun Sword Sect's dining hall, the old sect leader gathered 7 disciples, and, stroking his beard, said, "You've probably all heard about it. The upper-grade sect of Qingju has sent a document saying they need to eliminate some low-grade sects in the lower realms of Qingju cultivation, and the minimum standard for a qualified sect is a third-grade sect with 8 disciples. Right now, we only have 7 disciples. And the newly joined little junior brother is the key to whether we can meet the standard or not." There, the old man emphasized. "Therefore, in order to preserve the orthodox Tao of our Qingyun Sword Sect, no matter what, we must keep this new disciple in the sect." Then, he gently comforted everyone. "Don't worry, that little junior brother of yours was picked up by me. He was originally a mortal and has no background whatsoever. Moreover, all the major sects didn't want him. His aptitude is low, which means that apart from us, he has no other choice. We just need to teach him a few basic things, trick him into enduring this cleanup, and our mission will be accomplished." As soon as the old man finished speaking, the 7 disciples replied in unison, "We understand. But immediately after,
The second senior brother of Qingyun Sword Sect, Zhao Yikai, said worriedly. But Shifu, none of us have really learned any real skills. Won't this suddenly appearing little junior brother discover that?
the old man said softly. Second child, you don't need to worry. This master has already made plans. We'll have Ling Jingwu teach him swordsmanship. Swordsmanship is the most arduous path among all cultivation paths, and it's also the most flashy. A regular person definitely won't see any flaws. Hearing what the old man said, Ling Jingwu, the eldest senior brother of Qingyun Sword Sect, couldn't help but be startled. Huh? Shifu, me? Can I really do it with my mediocre skills? The old man then held up 2 fingers and smiled slyly. You definitely can. This master has already calculated it. The 7 of you will take turns teaching him. 2 months will be more than a year's worth of time. That's enough.
Then, the old man emphasized one last time, remember clearly, you must maintain a sense of mystery. Don't actively seek him out. The future of the sect rests entirely on you all.
Dismissed.
The next day, behind Qingyun Sword Sect Mountain, my name is Ling Jingwu, the eldest senior brother of Qingyun Sword Sect, and also the only sword cultivator in the entire sect.
Sounds impressive, right?
But honestly, the skills of our entire sect are trash.
Now I have to teach the newly joined little junior brother swordsmanship.
I'm totally lost, to be honest. This is the first time I'm teaching someone else. Before, I was always the one being taught. This should be able to scare the little junior brother. Back in the day, I participated in the Qingyun sword competition and ranked among the top 500 strongest.
Just then, Chen Feng walked over and saw Ling Jingwu's lofty appearance. His eyes instantly lit up, his face full of admiration. Awesome! This look, this demeanor, it's exactly like all my fantasies about a sword immortal.
Then, he clasped his hands together and said respectfully,
Junior brother greets senior martial brother. Ling Jingwu immediately put on an extremely mysterious air, looking down at the little junior brother from above. Senior brother is following Shifu's orders to teach you swordsmanship. I have left behind a peerless sword mark here. You must comprehend it carefully. He thought to himself with a dark face. This sword mark. One just randomly scribbled. Only a ghost could possibly comprehend it. Saying it like that was probably a bit of an exaggeration, huh? Bet it scared you, junior brother.
All right, peerless sword scar, Chen Feng muttered, observing for a good while. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Instantly, the silhouette of a mysterious sword cultivator appeared in his mind. Non-stop, this figure unleashed incredibly powerful sword moves right before his eyes.
Chen Feng couldn't help but be stunned, blurting out excitedly, Senior brother, I get it, I've grasped it.
Ling Jingwu chuckled to himself. Senior brother knows this stuff is tough for you. No worries, you'll get used to it. Chen Feng immediately retorted, No, senior brother, I really did grasp the sword move. I saw it. Ling Jingwu froze for a solid 5 seconds, thinking to himself, no way this dude's for real, right? This thing can actually be. Thinking this, his face turned as dark as the bottom of a wok. Impossible, I don't believe it. Seeing senior brother's disbelief, Chen Feng said anxiously, Senior brother, how about junior brother shows you around? Deep down, he was internally screaming, if I don't prove myself, they'll call me a scammer and kick me out of the sect for sure.
Ling Jingwu sneered inwardly. Who knew this junior brother was such a boaster? What could you even possibly grasp from this? Does he think I've never practiced swords before? Then he instructed Chen Feng, junior brother. Senior brother knows you're eager to learn, but the path of the sword requires talent. You can't rush things, or you'll definitely go down the wrong path. Chen Feng replied earnestly. Senior brother's teachings are absolutely right. This is my first time cultivating. 0 experience, I'm just trying things out, but just now, junior brother really did get something. Definitely not trying to trick you, senior brother. Ling Jingwu gave a cold laugh. Oh, you really got something, huh? HMPH? Then let me show you the flashiness of the sword Dao. Then, putting on a profound air, he asked, Junior brother, do you even know what the sword Dao is? Hearing his question, Chen Feng was hyped. Here it comes. One of the classic scenes. A peerless master imparting secret techniques by asking a question. This question looks simple, but it's actually super deep. Whether my sword cultivator life can take off depends on my answer. With a firm Dao heart, only then can you think clearly. So the mind is the origin of everything, Chen Feng confidently answered. Senior brother, having a sword in your heart, that is the sword Dao, my answer should be okay, right? Ling Jingwu was shocked. This answer is even better than my answer back in the day. His answer back then was, if you can swing a sword, you can step onto the sword Dao, but I can't show even a hint of surprise. Gotta play it cool, he then declared flatly. Wrong, Chen Feng was a bit confused. Seriously? Wrong, looks like my skills are still lacking. Let me try again, senior brother. Then I think, everything in heaven and earth is sword Dao. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Ling Jingwu went silent. He thought to himself, everything in heaven and earth is sword Dao. Isn't that saying everything in heaven and earth can become a sword for me? Wind is a sword, rain is a sword, everything can be a sword, everything can kill enemies. Damn, that's actually kind of terrifying. Even though he's bullshitting pretty well, I still gotta. He turned around, shook his head.
Still wrong. Your sword Dazio talent is indeed not that great.
Hearing Ling Jingwu's words,
Chen Feng felt like his heart was shattering. As expected, my talent really is trash, being a transmigrator, and yet nobody's got my back. Then, he glanced sideways. Looking at this question again, it really is too hard for junior brother, senior brother. How about we change the question, Chen Feng said anxiously. Please enlighten me, senior brother. What do you think is the highest level of sword Dao?
Chen Feng pondered deeply. Even though in my past life I read tons of web novels, the descriptions of sword Dao in them are all just bragging. We've never actually witnessed truly powerful sword techniques. Senior brother asking this question, his intention definitely isn't ordinary. I can only think in a broader direction. Thinking it over, Chen Feng answered softly. Senior brother, junior brother thinks the highest level of sword Dao is one thought eternal. He spoke softly because even he wasn't sure himself. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Ling Jingwu's inner world seemed to collapse. This one thought eternal. Everything is within this one thought eternal. How powerful is that? This, I can't even dare to imagine it. He turned his body away, his Dago heart wavering. This junior brother's realm is extraordinary. I'm almost about to lose my act here.
Chen Feng asked worriedly. Senior brother, is there something not quite right? Is it wrong again?
Ling Jingwu narrowed his eyes,
sighed deeply, and then judged. Junior brother, the path of cultivation is about being steady and grounded. You're letting your wild fantasies run away with you a bit.
In the sword god's eyes, senior brother,
I'm just a newbie disciple. Ordinary, nothing special. Saying such outlandish words really is a bit intimidating. But hey, who doesn't want to become a powerful man? Those words didn't make him give up, but instead made him even more determined. Even though senior brother says that, junior brother still wants to give it a try.
Ling Jingwu came down and softly spoke. Little junior brother, you've got spirit. Right then, he handed over the sword and said, no need to practice anymore, just go for it. Talking so big, I want to see if you've really grasped some sword move. Chen Feng clasped his hands in respect and replied, yes, senior martial brother.
Then, he took the sword and sighed slightly. In his heart, he was a bit nervous. The moment has come. I gotta show off and impress senior martial brother.
Seeing Chen Feng pick up the sword,
Ling Jingwu quickly backed away, avoiding accidental injury.
Chen Feng started wielding the sword.
Whack, whack, swoosh, swoosh, clang, clang. Ling Jingwu watched Chen Feng's movements, thinking, though his moves are weird, they're not hard to follow. Suddenly, his eyes widened. This is
spring.
This is a phenomenon. Spring thunder. Chen Feng looked around blankly. Why is there thunder? Whatever, keep practicing.
Summer. Another phenomenon. Summer thunder.
Chen Feng was getting a bit suspicious. Is this some kind of sword move effect? Sword moves with phenomena. Autumn thunder. The atmosphere's getting different now. What kind of OP sword art is this?
Senior martial brother is definitely a sword immortal. Just one sword mark and he could figure out something like this. So awesome. Just wondering how many levels I've grasped.
Ling Jingwu's face turned awful. He couldn't believe his eyes. The phenomenon of Eastern Thunder Sword moved from the Four Thunder Phenomena Sword. He actually grasped all of them. Chen Feng sweated and nervously asked, senior martial brother, why does your face look so bad? Surely I didn't practice it wrong, right? The Four Thunder Phenomena Sword Art is a sword art created by Taoist Four Thunder Sword from Qingyun. Observing the four seasons thunder phenomena, it's a top 10 sword art of Qingyun, divided into 4 sword moves: spring, summer, autumn, and winter thunder. Based on the number of sword moves grasped, it's divided into 4 realm stages: grasping 12 moves, entry level, grasping 24 moves, grasping 48 moves,
proficient, mastery, perfection,
grasping 96 moves, peak of perfection. After that, one will comprehend sword intent and sword will. After each set of sword moves is completed, there will be thunder. If there's spiritual kill, lightning can be drawn to kill enemies. If there's no spiritual kill, thunder can be drawn to enhance sword power. Ling Jingwu's face was full of despair. Thunder, thunder, thunder. He started to doubt life. To have phenomena of thunder for these 4 types of sword moves, at least each type must reach the perfection stage. Ling Jingwu, I toiled and cultivated diligently for 10 years, only grasped 18 moves of spring thunder, just reaching the entry level of spring thunder sword art, and my greatest dream in life was to cultivate the 4 thunder sword art to mastery. Unexpectedly, little junior brother just used a bit of time and completed my lifelong dream. He's just like a swordplay freak. Thinking of this, cracking sounds burst out, like hearing the sound of dreams shattering, not just mastery, but perfection in all 4 types of sword moves. No way, no way, no way. It hurts here, it really hurts. Looking at Ling Jingwu's state, Chen Feng's eyes and mouth widened in shock. Senior martial brother's expression, is he having a heartache? Could it be that my performance just now didn't meet his standards, and my talent is so bad that it made him angry? But I still don't want to give up, even if there's only a glimmer of hope. Isn't it just a bit of a lack in talent? Diligence can make up for shortcomings. If senior martial brother can do it, then I definitely can too.
Then, Chen Feng walked in front of Ling Jingwu,
waving his hand and calling, Senior martial brother. He finally came back to his senses and quickly coughed a few times. Cough, cough. Just thinking about some stuff. What did you want to ask? Chen Feng anxiously asked. Senior martial brother. Was my performance just now really bad? Seriously. Saying you're the top dog in Qingyun is basically an insult. And now you're asking me if it's that bad? Can I say it's bad? Can I say it's bad? Can I say it's bad? But if I'm honest, the sect definitely won't keep junior brother.
Thinking this, he was low-key panicking inside. Suddenly, old sect leader's face flashed in his mind. Jingwu, the future of the sect is in your hands. Ling Jingwu clenched his fist and thought to himself, if junior brother leaves, the sect will not only be hopeless for advancement, but also lose a peerless genius. Then I'd be the biggest sinner of the sect. Thinking about the big picture, the bright future of the sect, there's no way I can let junior brother slip away. Chen Feng looked at Ling Jingwu's face and thought, senior martial brother's expression is changing like crazy, looking all hesitant and indecisive. Is he afraid of hurting my feelings by telling the truth?
He felt a little guilty inside. But isn't this too selfish of me? Chen Feng, radiating optimism, laughed and said, senior martial brother, just spill it. Whatever the result, your junior brother can take it. Even though my talent is trash, I'll definitely stay true to the Tao and focus on sword practice. You can count on me. Chen Feng looked at Ling Jingwu's serious face, a little surprised. His eyes started watering up, and he thought to himself, judging by this look, it must be super serious. Don't tell me I'm about to get kicked out of the sect? It wasn't easy to join, and I've barely warmed my seat. Am I really that tragic? Oh, whatever. Just keep him here first and we'll talk later.
Sorry. He'd never felt so pathetic in his life. Pushing his patheticness aside for now, he squinted and judged. It's average. Hearing Ling Jingwu's answer, Chen Feng froze for like 5 seconds. Average basically means terrible. Senior martial brother is thinking of my feelings, afraid I'd be crushed. Senior martial brother is so warm-hearted. Chen Feng's cheeks flushed red. He squinted and smiled gratefully. Thank you, senior martial brother. Junior brother understands now. It's just that my talent is too trash. Too trash. These words were like daggers to Ling Jingwu's heart. Damn it, if you're trash, what am I then?
Junior brother, don't overthink it. Senior martial brother won't give up on you. You keep pondering the sword mark. I'll come again in a few days. This is too big. Gotta report to the sect leader ASAP.
With that, he turned and left. Chen Feng behind him, held his sword in salute, bowed and said, Junior brother obeys your teaching, senior martial brother, take care. He just looked up and Ling Jingwu was already gone. Huh? Did I scare senior martial brother away? He sighed, comforting himself. It's okay, Chen Feng. As long as I'm not kicked out of the sect, so what if it's a bit harder to get on the path? Effort can overcome everything. Keep at it. Just then,
he looked back at the sword mark on the ground. This tiny sword mark actually hides such a powerful sword move. Senior martial brother is such a badass. Just looking back at the sword mark for a moment, his pupils suddenly lit up. A sword technique. Some kind of enlightenment flashed in his mind. Chen Feng's eyes widened in shock. Seems like I've comprehended something new again from Senior Martial Brother's sword move. Senior Martial Brother's sword mark is just too OP.
Scene changed to midnight. Chen Feng was totally engrossed in his enlightenment, and without realizing it, it was already midnight.
He finally went back and flopped straight onto his bed. Ugh, so tired. Completely exhausted. Chen Feng had barely laid down before he was out like a light. In his dream, scenes of him being kicked out of the sect and harsh words appeared.
The sect leader hereby declares that this hopeless, talentless fool is officially expelled from the sect as of today.
Rotten wood cannot be carved. I don't care anymore. I quit teaching. Kid, your talent is just too trash. I'm out of ideas. You're a disgrace to the sect. Get lost. Don't you dare say you're our junior brother. So embarrassing. This old lady is a genius of hep. How could I have such a useless junior brother like you?
The scenes flashed by, until Chen Feng suddenly woke up with a start, sweat pouring down his face.
He sat up, slapped his forehead, and sighed. Phew, it was just a dream, but it felt way too real. His expression was a bit downcast as he looked out the window, muttering, transmigrating to a strange world. I've slowly adapted in 3 years, but transmigrating into such a useless guy, talk about tragic. And the worst part is, no golden finger. At this moment, I have a few lines of poetry about the moon. Should I recite them or not?
Yo, check it, crescent moon up there, a bit of ache down here, folks come in, good and bad, skilled and, well, less skilled. Moon's all about waxing and waning, bright and dim. You look up at that crescent, you bow your head, feeling all sorts of feels, joy and sorrow. Kid finishes reading, shakes his head. Nah, that's off. Hidden Sects ain't all about being loners, just teaching the noobs, right? If you're already awesome, what's there to teach? You're just awesome, duh. Teacher who can make a good student better? Meh, maybe not that amazing. But a teacher who can turn a scrub into a star student? Now that's legit. Kid pauses. Then, wait, nah, Hidden Sects ain't looking at talent, it's grit and willpower they're after. Everyone in those sects are total powerhouses. Me? Probably won't reach that level in this lifetime. So gotta hustle, and hustle some more.
Hard work beats talent, baby. Light bulb moment, kid jumps up, hyped, gotta work even harder tomorrow. Then, scratch that, gotta start hitting the chicken-inspired moves now. Mentally injecting himself with chicken blood level motivation, Chen Feng's eyes are burning with determination. No golden finger cheat for me, he thinks. But with my own sweat and tears, I'll totally make it on this cultivation path. Rewind time a bit. Before Chen Feng got all chicken blood pumped, late that night, Ling Jingwu bursts back in, yelling his lungs out. Sect Master! Sect Master! Sect Master! Huge drama alert. Major drama. Old Sect Master, chilling with some papers, jumps a mile high. Jingwu, what in the world? What's with all the panic? Then he squints. All grandpa mode, lecturing. You're the top senior bro of the sect, gotta keep it cool, keep your style on point, you hear? Especially now we got a junior marshal brother. Set a good example. Show some class. Even if Mount Tai's collapsing, you gotta keep a straight face. Ling Jingwu, still panting, manages to gasp. No, Sect Master, for real. Huge drama went down. Old Sect Master's eyes narrow, suspicious. Don't tell me your junior marshal brother sniffed out the sect's big secret already. Ling Jingwu waves his hands frantically. No, not that. Hearing that, the old guy lets out a sigh of relief. Phew! If it ain't that kind of drama, why you freaking out? Rushing around like a headless chicken, totally unimmortal-like. Ling Jingwu ignores the lecture, darts to the door, peeks left, peeks right, checks for eavesdroppers, then slams the door shut. Door locked, he rushes back, whispers in old Sect Master's ear. Sect Master, junior marshal brother's talent, it's kinda freaky. Old guy strokes his beard, plays it cool, freaky, like super bad. Jingwu, talent's talent, but you know our sect's situation, right? Ling Jingwu's eyes bug out, jaw drops. No way, Sect Master. Junior marshal brother's talent is off the charts godly. Godly. Old Sect Master freezes. Blank stare for 5 seconds. Godly talent, no freaking way. Nah, can't be, don't believe it, this kid's gotta be messing with me. His eyes gleamed, flashing a set of not-so-friendly teeth. Messing with me, huh? Jingwu, you lie? You'll be cursed with poverty for life, you hear me? Ling Jingwu flails, hands going like windmills. Sect Master, I swear on my cultivation, no lies here. Junior marshal brother's sword Dao talent? Calling him a monster is an understatement. You know I'm practicing the fourth under sword manifestation, right? Old Sect Master waves a hand dismissively. Spent over 2 million gold taels buying that sword manual. Think I wouldn't know. Thought you could actually master it. Bring glory to the sect, but whatever. Let's not crush your spirit anymore. Hearing the jab, Ling Jingwu almost bursts into tears. I'm useless. I'm a failure. Boo-hoo. Then, he straightens up. Serious again. I just drew a random sword stroke for junior marshal brother, thinking to maybe intimidate him a bit, but guess how much he grasped? Old Sect Master's startled. Could he have grasped the entry level? Sect Master, guess bigger, like pure mastery, even bigger. Then Ling Jingwu, you want to be poor ghost for life? I still can't believe it myself. Feels like a dream. He puts a finger to his lips, face all dreamy and vague. Sect Master, you might not believe this, but junior marshal brother's sword practice, fourth under sword manifestation, grand completion level, just needs a bit of time. Plus, feels like he's already getting a grip on sword intent. Hearing that, old Sect Master's eyes pop, jaw hits the floor, he roars. Way. No way. Then, stroking his beard, he bursts into a huge grin. Qingyun Sword Sect, we got a dragon. But unlike the overjoyed Sect Master, Ling Jingwu's still worried. Sect Master, aren't you worried? Junior marshal brother's such a top-tier seed, our little sect can't hold him back. Old Sect Master chuckles, waves it off. Jingwu, you don't get it. This junior marshal brother of yours has hit up over 50 advancement gatherings, and no sect wanted him. We took him in. He's probably grateful as heck already, chill. Then, besides, no sect's gonna believe he's a sword genius now. Even if he busts out the fourth under sword manifestation right in front of him, a talent like that, think he wouldn't get haters. Especially those geniuses from the other sects, they'd probably love to eat him alive. He'd get chewed up and spat out in any other sect. My whole cultivator life I've been studying fate and karma. Him coming to Qingyun Sword Sect, pure destiny. We just gotta pour all our sect resources into him, seriously guide him in cultivation, and we can face our conscience. Mid-speech, Ling Jingwu cuts in. But Sect Master, can our sect even afford that? Old guy goes silent, turns his back, says, Jingwu, I ain't greedy. When our sect levels up to rank 3, then we'll tell him the truth. Stay or go, his call then, no forcing it. Disciple understands. Old guy glances back, says, of course, one more thing. You guys gotta keep up the high expert vibe. 1, to keep him here. 2, to push his cultivation potential. Ling Jingwu nods. Yes, Shifu, but that's gonna be kinda tough. Next day, noon. Behind Qingyun Sword Sect Mountain, Chen Feng has been studying since midnight. Until now. His comprehension speed is getting faster and faster, and Chen Feng's eyes look like a panda's right now. Even though he doesn't know what sword art this is, it seems super powerful. Let's test its might first, and then decide. Chen Feng then unleashed sword strikes. The moment he performed the newly learned sword art, BOM, thunder rumbled in the sky. Ling Jingwu, behind him, was scared out of his wits and just bolted, desperately dodging the lightning bolts crashing down. He ran out of range. He clutched his chest, panting. This four thunder sword phenomenon is indeed terrifyingly powerful. Guess I've broadened my horizons while still alive. But why, WHY, is junior brother, who's already such a monster, still studying so desperately? It hurts, it really hurts, and it's a heartache.
A moment later, the dark clouds and thunder also dissipated.
Ling Jingwu finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Phew, then he called out, "Junior brother." Facing Chen Feng, the pressure was so immense he couldn't even force a smile.
Chen Feng heard Ling Jingwu's sudden call from behind, and he froze in panic. Why is senior martial brother here? Is he going to kick me out or something? Chen Feng immediately imagined his dream from last night. Rotten wood can't be carved. This venerable one doesn't care anymore, not teaching anymore. If it really is like that, it's not a big deal. He's too polite to just start hitting people. As long as I'm humble and polite, he'll hesitate, and once he hesitates, I'll have a chance to negotiate right then and there.
Chen Feng regained his composure, turned around, and cupped his hands in salute. Greetings, senior martial brother. Back when Chen Feng entered the literary world, everyone praised him, and he saluted everyone he met, showing the humility of a big shot so clearly, earning a lot of praise. Ling Jingwu, maintaining his graceful image on the surface, said, "Junior brother, no need for so much formality. You and I are fellow disciples, no need for these old-fashioned rules." He said that to his face, but in his heart he was screaming, being a genius is already enough. And he's still so humble and polite. Is he even letting others live?
So, clutching his chest from the heart pain again, he asked, "Junior brother, how many sword moves have you grasped again today?" Chen Feng was a bit stunned, thinking to himself, why isn't this like I thought? No wait, is this actually a subtle way to kick me out? I have to think of a way to respond. Then Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, put on a pitiful expression and said, "Junior brother is foolish. I've only grasped 72 sword moves from the 4 types of sword arts, one after another. Senior brother, please rest assured, I will definitely study diligently, forgetting to eat and sleep, and keep striving to continue cultivating," he thought. Seriously, who would have the heart to kick out someone who is working so hard and trying to improve? Ling Jingwu was silent. So jealous. Even more tragic is having to swallow vinegar in a jar, sour vinegar in a jar, making me sour to death. He had to grit his teeth and say, against his will, "Still a bit short, junior brother. Don't blame senior martial brother, I'm also very helpless." Whimper, whimper. Chen Feng was silent, clenching his fist, asking senior martial brother, "Please tell me what sword art this is. How many moves does junior brother need to grasp to be considered passing?" He thought to himself, I have to seize the opportunity, clarify the test criteria to understand the goal, and avoid wasting effort. One of the standards of a strong man is a clear goal.
Ling Jingwu then started to ramble on and on. "Junior brother, listen carefully.
This sword art is called 4 thunder sword phenomenon. It's divided into 4 types of thunder sword techniques: spring, summer, autumn, winter. Each type has 46 moves, for a total of 384 sword moves. The sword art has 4 levels: initial understanding, pure mastery, great accomplishment, perfection, and then peak and extreme.
But being interrupted while speaking so smoothly made Chen Feng confused.
"Senior martial brother, please continue. I was originally about to grasp it all, but these terms are telling me this isn't simple at all."
He turned back and continued. "But grasping the sword moves is just the beginning. You must condense sword intent and sword will, fusing them into one with essence, chi and spirit, reaching the level of sword and person becoming one. Only then can you be called a true sword Dao expert, do you understand?" Chen Feng slapped one hand into the other.
"So that's how it is. Looks like I need to focus on sword will and sword intent. Senior martial brother is indeed a sword immortal." His words contained such profound meaning, he thought, I'm really curious, what realm has he reached?
Chen Feng then asked curiously, "Senior martial brother, what realm are you in now?" Hearing Chen Feng's question, Ling Jingwu froze.
"If I say I'm only at the initial understanding of the spring thunder phenomenon, would you believe it? No way. If I tell the truth, junior brother will definitely run away. I can only activate that mode."
He then took a deep breath and bragged, "Your senior brother is untalented. Only recently entering the first level of the legendary Supreme Sword Dabio a few years ago. Limitless sword intent, that is."
Limitless sword intent. Chen Feng was like a deer in headlights, his head filled with question marks. Condensing even a single strand of sword intent is already super hard. Is limitless sword intent even a concept? Despite his guilt-ridden boasting, he remained calm and natural, as if nothing was wrong. Yeah, on the sword Daoyo path, after reaching the peak, the supreme realm will appear, and this realm is divided into 3 levels. Limitless sword intent is the first level among them. This time, Jingwu wasn't lying. Limitless sword intent is indeed the threshold of the supreme sword Dabakeo, but everyone in the world knows, the only person who has entered this realm is the world's #1 expert, the invincible sword saint.
Hearing this, Chen Feng's eyes were full of anticipation. In his heart, he told himself, "Sounds awesome. Study. I must study even if it's hard. As long as I work hard enough. Plus, with senior martial brother's guidance, who knows, I might even step into this realm." At this moment, Chen Feng was absolutely determined. He looked straight at Ling Jingwu and declared loudly, "Senior brother, junior brother gets it now. Relax, I'll definitely train like crazy. I'll reach boundless sword intent before I kick the bucket." Ling Jingwu stared at Chen Feng's tall and imposing figure, trembling in fear.
He felt like he and his junior brother were on completely different levels now. The gap was so huge that he was almost speechless. No, that's not right. My junior brother is a genius. As his introductory Shifu, I should be happy for him. Yes, that's it. I should smile. Waha, sniffle, gotta smile. Then
he calmed himself down, nodded slightly, and said, Junior brother has such great ambition, your senior brother will definitely support you. In the next few days, keep focusing on comprehending the sword scar. Senior brother will stay by your side to make sure you don't go astray. Seeing that he'd managed to bluff his way through, Chen Feng's face lit up with excitement and gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. Junior brother will definitely live up to your expectations. Senior brother is helping me so much. If I ever become successful in the future, I will never forget your kindness. Early the next morning, outside Qingyun Daoren's bedroom, familiar shouts echoed. Not good, sect master. Something big happened. The old sect master jolted awake and frantically started tidying up his mess with practiced, heartbreakingly efficient movements. Qingyun Daoren, still hyped up and having only slept for 2 hours, instinctively reacted to the familiar call by bolting upright. Then he froze. Qingyun Sword Sect's third senior brother, Zheng Shushu, was there, holding a piece of paper. He pushed the door open and yelled, Sect master, it's not debt collectors at the door, it's something else. The old man, having already cleaned up, was now sitting by the window with his legs crossed, scolding. Shushu, it's not that I'm lecturing you, but can you ever be a little calmer? Learn from your senior brother. Look at him, then look at yourself. Zheng Shushu didn't say much and just handed the paper to the old sect master. Sect master, this is the latest notice from the sect management office in Qingzhou. Take a look before you say anything. The old man was a bit surprised. Oh, what notice? Are they going to shut us down and relocate? He picked it up and started reading, his face turning green with rage. This is outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. Seriously, this is just too much. Because spiritual qi in Qingzhou was abundant, the land fertile, and the population dense, countless new sects had sprung up to prevent sects from joining, just to make up numbers and cheat the system. The Qingzhou Sect Management Office decided to conduct a strict investigation of unqualified sects in Qingzhou. The content is as follows. 2 months after the notice is issued, each sect in Qingzhou must submit 10 low-grade spirit stones to prove their legitimacy. By the deadline, sects that fail to submit spirit stones will have their sect opening qualifications revoked and be disbanded. Those who refuse to comply will be suppressed by force. Note: this resolution has been unanimously approved by the 3 major sects and the Great Qian dynasty in Qingzhou. The old man trembled with anger, roaring, This is blatant bullying of the weak. Where's the justice? Giving away 10 low-grade spirit stones for nothing is even worse than debt collectors at the door. Besides, Qingyun Sword Sect hasn't seen a spirit stone in ages. Where are we supposed to find them? The sect is already dirt poor, and now it's like adding hail to snow.
Zheng Shushu asked worriedly. Sect master, what should we do now? The old man narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. Tell everyone to gather in the main hall. Your Shifu wants to hold a sect meeting.
Yes, sect master, you don't be too sad. There are always more solutions than problems. We believe in you. The old man waved his hand dismissively. Get lost, yes?
Zheng Shushu turned to leave. The old sect master added, Oh right, don't let the new junior brother know about this. Zheng Shushu turned back, grinning. No way. Scare away our junior brother, got it. Looking at his third disciple's scatterbrained figure, the old man was speechless, but still felt a bit of comfort.
An incense stick later, in the main hall of Qingyun Sword Sect, all 7 disciples were present. At this moment, one disciple asked, puzzled, Shifu, why are your eyes red? Red my ass? It's just bloodshot from staying up all night. Immediately, the old man switched to serious mode. Your Shifu will keep it brief. The biggest crisis in Qingyun Sword Sect's history has arrived. The currency in this world is calculated as follows. 1 copper coin can be exchanged for a pancake. 100 copper coins equal 1 tael of silver. 100 taels of silver equal 1 tael of gold, and M taels of gold equal 1 low-grade spirit stone. The sect master held up the notice for his disciples to see. Take a look at this first. One disciple finished reading it and slammed the table, jumping up in anger and shouting, M low-grade spirit stones! Is the sect management office going crazy from poverty? The eldest senior brother asked cautiously. Shifu, sect master, how many spirit stones do we have left in the sect? The sect master remained outwardly calm, but sweat was already beading on his forehead. 30. The second senior brother went ballistic on the spot. 30 spirit stones, haha. I knew it. I knew the sect had some hidden assets all these years. Although losing 10 low-grade spirit stones is a pain, let's just consider it a misfortune tax. But the sect master shook his head, making Ling Jingwu feel something was off. A disciple tentatively probed, could it be 30 taels of gold? Ling Jingwu stroked his chin, considering,
Although it's a bit less, if we work harder, we might be able to earn enough in 2 months. The sect master finally opened his eyes, thick-skinned as ever, and raised one finger to the sky. Waiting, he finally said. 30 copper coins. Silence descended upon Sword Sect. The disciples' faces darkened instantly, and they fell silent.
The second senior brother sighed heavily. Hold on, sect master. Even though our sect is poor, surely our treasury isn't just 30 copper coins after all these years, right?
The sect master frowned at him. Zhao Yakai, are you suggesting that your Shifu has been pocketing sect funds for personal use? Zhao Yakai lowered his head. Forgive me, disciple wouldn't dare.
The eldest senior brother looked at his Shifu helplessly.
Sect master, no matter how poor the sect is, it shouldn't be this destitute. Please tell us the truth. Only then did the sect leader chuckle smugly.
You know, your Shifu went down the mountain once and stumbled upon this brand new game, a cultivation retirement insurance, saying if you put silver in every month, it'd generate profit. Your Shifu thought about it and was like, are there still good things like this in the world? Isn't this just making money without breaking a sweat? So I went ahead and bought insurance with all our silver. The disciples' eyes widened. Insurance? What in the world is insurance? Then they all panicked. Shifu, then quickly go withdraw it. Yeah, whether it's profitable or not, withdraw it to solve the urgent matter at hand first. The old guy looked gloomy. Got caught in the same old scam that every old person falls for. I also thought about withdrawing it, but after I deposited the money for 2 months, I couldn't find the person anymore, leaving the disciples speechless.
Ling Jingwu massaged his temples. Sect leader, you are truly...
Then he couldn't bear to finish the sentence. Zhao Yakai anxiously asked,
Sect leader, how much money did you deposit?
The sect leader had an innocent face, eyes sparkling as he blinked.
Not much, not little. About 200 taels of gold.
200 taels of gold, someone yelled out.
Then silence descended. Even the people in the meeting were dumbfounded. When did we have so much money, Shifu? Are you secretly rich? And you've been hiding it from us for so many years, sect leader. Have you been pretending to be poor all these years?
The old guy's face became even more troubled upon hearing this. Twiddling his fingers together, weakly said, 20,000 taels of gold. That was because I borrowed it. The disciples went from one shock to another, just hating they couldn't beat their Shifu up. Everyone was crying and lamenting their fate. The great senior brother even wanted to rebel. It's still not too late to cause chaos in the sect now.
The sect leader sighed. This matter is Shifu's debt? Today I called you all here hoping we could brainstorm and find a solution. If we really can't, it's just that your Shifu is planning to go all in, make a trip to the snowy mountain range.
The great senior brother worriedly said, The snowy mountain range is a place with many Yao beasts. Only wanted criminals go there. How can we let you go to such a dangerous place? The sect leader waved his hand. Forget it, you guys go back and think of a solution first. Jingwu, you stay behind. Shifu has something to discuss with you.
Everyone left, one after another, leaving only the sect leader and the great senior brother in the room.
The sect leader calmly stroked his white beard. Jingwu, in the next few days, Shifu will go down the mountain to see if I can borrow some spirit stones. Take good care of Chen Feng's matter. Don't let any slip-ups happen.
Understood, Ling Jingwu said worriedly. Disciple understands. But 200 taels of gold really is a bit much. The sect leader pondered. There will be a way, you don't need to worry. Our sect finally has a dragon emerging. Even if Shifu has to suffer a bit, it's nothing. The urgent matter now is to stabilize your little junior brother's cultivation. Don't let him learn things haphazardly. He hurriedly stood up straight. In his heart, it's good that you have a plan. With disciple here in the sect, you don't need to worry.
5 days later, behind Qingyun Sword Sect, Chen Feng was practicing with a wooden sword. Even though it was a wooden sword, it couldn't suppress the immense power within him.
Ling Jingwu sat on a rock, propping his chin up, watching Chen Feng. He sighed in frustration. Shifu has been down the mountain for 3 days now. Don't know if he has borrowed spirit stones yet.
Looking at little junior brother's posture, perhaps he has comprehended all of the 4 thunderclap variations already.
Chen Feng finished practicing, excitedly waving to the great senior brother above. Great senior brother, junior brother has comprehended 384 sword moves. As for sword intent and sword momentum, junior brother has actually grasped them all. Just not sure if it's right. Can you take a look for me? On the surface, the great senior brother pretended to be calm. All right. But in his heart, he was already crying a river. Could you maybe not say it out loud? Seriously, waha.
Chen Feng seriously fell silent.
Taking a breath, his eyes suddenly snapped open, glaring around, his body radiating a dazzling green Ling Qi, incredibly powerful. Ling Jingwu's eyes flashed. This is sword intent. Looking further at Chen Feng,
he swung a sword strike, cutting across the sky. Amidst the lightning bolts competing to strike down, deafening explosions rang out. Ling Jingwu was terrified, sweat pouring like rain, comprehended both sword intent and sword momentum. Comprehended both. Ling Jingwu's eyeballs almost popped out, his face filled with envy for this heaven-defying talent. In just a few short days, little junior brother has comprehended the 4 thunderclap variations to the peak realm, and even perfectly grasped sword momentum and sword intent that I've painstakingly practiced for 10 years without any achievement.
Am I really suited for sword cultivation? Chen Feng looked at the great senior brother's face, as black as the bottom of a pot on the high rock, secretly thinking, great senior brother's expression is a bit complicated. Could it be that my comprehension is wrong?
He embarrassedly lowered his head and said, great senior brother, junior brother's aptitude is dull, and it's also my first time being exposed to sword Dao, just fumbling around. If it's wrong, please forgive me. Great senior brother's heart for teaching is witnessed by heaven and earth. I have no intention of cheating or using tricks. Please point out my shortcomings. Junior brother will definitely work harder.
Ling Jingwu's face became even worse, seriously jealous. Clearly little junior brother is very strong but pretends to be very weak, while I'm clearly as weak as a chicken. Yet I have to act like I'm very strong. Now even if my face is thicker I can't handle it. But remembering his duty, Ling Jingwu tensed up more than a bodybuilder, seriously said to Chen Feng, your shortcoming is being too impatient. You've been practicing continuously for several days without rest. Now you go back and rest for a while. We cultivators must know how to balance practice and rest. Haste makes waste. Gotta understand, right? Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Senior brother's advice is spot on. Just got too eager, he thought to himself. Phew, just gotta not get kicked out, that's the main thing.
Thinking about it, yeah. He'd been cultivating like crazy since joining the sect, totally forgetting to eat and sleep. Time for a proper chill session. Maybe loosening up will even spark some new insights. He obediently sat down and told the eldest senior brother, you're totally enlightened. After chilling out, this scenery is actually pretty awesome. Ling Jingwu, perched on a high rock, tilted his head back to enjoy the view. Nature's gift, man. Chen Feng stretched and just casually dropped a poem. The sunny days embrace the four wilds. By the water's edge, boundless scenery is fresh and new. Knowing it's the east wind's face, thousands of reds and purples, still all spring.
Eldest senior brother was kinda taken aback and asked, junior brother, little junior brother, sect leader mentioned you were a bookworm before coming to the mountains. He answered, yep, senior brother, guess you could say I'm half a bookworm. Ling Jingwu was confused. Half a bookworm.
Chen Feng felt a bit awkward about his life choices, genius kid heading to the capital for exams, then bails halfway and becomes a cultivator. Kinda embarrassing, he replied, a bit sheepish. Still haven't passed the imperial exams, so I'm only half a bookworm, technically. Eldest senior brother, Mr. Cultured himself, seemed to find a kindred spirit.
Ah, I see. He was secretly stoked. Maybe he's just not getting my deep scholar vibes. Didn't pass the exams, huh? Maybe he's not that cultured after all.
Phew, lucky me. Finally found something little junior brother isn't amazing at. Makes me feel a bit less like he's in a whole different league.
Ling Jingwu asked Chen Feng, little junior brother, you know anything about danking arts, painting skills?
Chen Feng chuckled,
wiping his finger across his nose. Know a little something.
Outwardly calm, Ling Jingwu made his request. Then helped senior brother paint a picture. Inside he was already jumping for joy. Once little junior brother takes off, I'll have bragging rights for days. Doesn't even have to be good, just gotta be a painting by Qingzhao's top sword cultivator. Bet tons of people will be jealous.
Chen Feng was happy to oblige. Sure thing, senior brother. Wait a sec while I grab the brushes and ink, he thought to himself.
No idea why eldest senior brother suddenly wants a painting, but this is my chance to boost that favorability. Gotta paint him something awesome, make him super happy.
Moments later, paper, brushes, and ink were neatly arranged. Chen Feng excitedly said, all right, senior brother, strike your favorite pose. Eldest senior brother immediately stood up.
Ling Jingwu stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, looking super serious. Chen Feng started painting, strokes gradually appearing on the paper. An hour later, Chen Feng happily waved to his senior brother, all done. Ling Jingwu was still frozen on the high rock, totally numb, body stiff, legs shaky, almost tipping over. Huff, huff, finally done. He'd thought little junior brother would just whip something up real quick. Never expected to hold this pose for a whole hour. My legs are gonna kill me. Little junior brother takes everything so seriously. Looking at the painting, the person was definitely handsome, but the face was kinda blurry. Did it myself, Chen Feng mused. Guess everything else is just average compared to cultivation, huh? In my cultivation journey, cultivation level hasn't jumped much, but everything else is improving. Even my painting skills got a boost. While Chen Feng was busy patting himself on the back, Ling Jingwu had a complicated expression. Emotions all over the place. Only downside is, it didn't quite capture my dashing good looks. But this aura is seriously epic, feels like a peerless sword immortal. Still, he forced himself to compliment, not bad. Chen Feng happily replied, glad senior brother likes it. Eldest senior brother nodded, pretending to be pleased. You've worked hard, junior brother. But inside he was crying, huff huff huff, never thought little junior brother is even amazing at painting, huff, huff huff huff. Chen Feng quickly took out a jade seal and stamped it in the corner of the painting, the red ink revealing the characters, Qingyun Hermit. Chen Feng beamed, handing it to Ling Jingwu. Here you go, senior brother. Ling Jingwu calmly reached out to take the painting, voice trembling slightly. Got it. Chen Feng was over the moon. First time seeing eldest senior brother smile since joining the sect. Favorability points acquired. He won't kick me out so easily now. Suddenly, a voice drifted from afar. Jingwu, get back here, Chen Feng.
was startled. Sect leader's voice. Hidden sects are seriously mysterious. Hadn't seen him since joining ages ago. Eldest senior brother, hands still behind his back, leisurely walked off. Little junior brother, you keep chillin' and keep up the insights. Senior brother's gotta run. Chen Feng respectfully bowed. Take care, senior brother.
Qingwu returned, saw his Shifu standing in the middle of the room, and immediately asked, Shifu, you're finally back. Did you manage to borrow the silver? Shifu wasn't too serious, chuckled and patted his shoulder. Silver? Nah, didn't get any. But Shifu's got a brilliant idea. Ling Jingwu was dumbfounded. Brilliant idea, what is it? Shifu grinned. Jingwu, on my trip down the mountain, didn't borrow any silver, but I passed by a pawn shop. Made me think, maybe our sect's ancestors left behind some good stuff. How about we pawn something? Might not get 200 taels of gold, but gotta recoup at least a little, right? Jingwu was sweating bullets. Pawn shop? Is that really okay? What if it's some important sect heirloom you're selling off for pocket change? Shifu turned serious again. Okay or not, gotta be okay. If this really doesn't work, Shifu might just have to pay your martial aunt a visit. Ling Jingwu, face full of doubt, double checks. Master, you have a junior martial sister. Is she, like, super rich? Shifu strokes his long beard. With your junior martial sister's background, the folks down the mountain gave her a classy nickname. Ling Jingwu is totally lost, eyes wide open. Classy nickname? What kind of nickname is that? Shifu waves his hands around, picturing mountains of gold on a woman with a devilish grin. People call her Sugar Mommy. Just hearing that, Ling Jingwu excitedly tugs on Shifu's sleeve. Then what are we pawning for? Let's go find her now, Sugar Mommy, huh? She must have tons of cash. Shifu refuses. Just shakes his head and sighs. You don't get it, my junior martial sister's kinda weird. Ling Jingwu is confused. Weird how? Weirder than not having money. Shifu gets a bit anxious, thinking about his demon-like junior sister dripping in gold. No, her weirdness is the ancient kind she's into, male eye candy. Ling Jingwu flips into actor mode, the king of drama, starts showing off his charm. Pveft, women dig handsome guys, I ain't exactly against it. Shifu is stubborn. Not that kind of male eye candy. Anyway, unless we're totally desperate, I wouldn't go looking for her. Let's pawn stuff first. Saying that, he leaves, leaving Ling Jingwu full of questions. Into male eye candy but not handsome guys. What kind of male eye candy is there? Are there even types of male eye candy? Behind the mountain, Chen Feng is sitting cross-legged, resting, but still calculating. I feel like I've grasped sword intent and sword stance, but it's also like I understand nothing. This path of cultivation is seriously tough. But with my dull talent, I probably won't cause any big commotion, right? Decided, he raises 2 fingers, muttering, let's try this out. Then he points 2 fingers sideways, creating a gust of wind, thinking to himself, let's see if my cultivation has any real combat power after all this time. A sword made of spiritual ki, radiating golden light, shoots straight towards the mountain peak. A huge explosion rings out. The top of the big mountain looks like it's on fire. Chen Feng stares blankly at the mountain with a massive hole. Seems like that's not right, kinda feels like. A handheld cannon. Then he gets a bit happy. Heh, turns out I really did stumble into a hidden sect. Even someone like me can cultivate to this level. Gotta work harder in the future, like Senior Martial Brother said, and cultivate at Qingyun Sword Sect. At Enlightenment Sword Cliff, deep in the forest, there's a martial arts stage, with a few figures vaguely visible. A handsome and spirited young man is holding a sword, creating gusts of wind around him. That's Xu Huang, from Qingyun Sword Sect. The disciples below can't hide their admiration. Whoa. Senior Martial Brother Xu Huang is indeed the famous swordplay genius of Qingzhou. In just 1 year, through the first sword mark, he perfectly grasped the Spring Thunder phenomenon, one of the 4 thunder phenomena swords. Taoist 4 Thunder once said, even for a swordplay genius, mastering one sword technique to perfection would take 10 years. But Senior Martial Brother Xu Huang only took a year to perfectly grasp the Spring Thunder phenomenon. The kind-looking old man, Elder Ming Jian of Qingyun Sword Sect, happily strokes his beard. Worthy of being my good disciple, only 1 month to grasp the sword intent of Senior 4 Thunder. The sect leader's favor in asking Senior 4 Thunder to carve this sword mark wasn't wasted, but Elder Chen Yu of Qingyun Sword Sect looks unhappy. Just perfected 1 move of the Spring Thunder phenomenon, is being happy a bit too early. In Qingzhou territory with 10,000 sects, hidden talents are everywhere. Elder Ming Jian glances at Elder Chen Yu, then slowly says, Elder Chen Yu is right. Qingzhou territory might really be full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Every sect, who knows, might have a peerless swordplay genius who can casually glance at a sword mark and comprehend it to a high level in just 10 days or so. Elder Ming Jian can't help but mock, tisk tisk tisk, that Li Tu definitely isn't qualified to be Qingzhou's #1 swordplay genius. But Elder Chen Yu's disciple seems like he's not even worthy to compare to my Li Tu. These words make Elder Chen Yu jump up in anger. You! Another elder steps forward to stop Elder Chen Yu from attacking Elder Ming Jian. Senior brothers, no need to compete. Whoever's disciple has high talent, it's all good for our Qingyun Sword Sect. The Qingyun Sword tournament is about to be held. According to the sect leader's orders, no matter what, we must fight for the top 10.
Elder Ming Jian is surprised. Oh, why is the sect leader so insistent this year? In previous years, it was always a don't ask, don't care attitude. Elder Chen Yu continues. Exactly. And even specially invited Taoist Four Thunder back to carve sword marks. Kinda weird, huh? That elder smiles and answers. This time, whoever gets into the top 10 will be rewarded with a true Mystic Sword Talisman Tower token. Are you all clear? The two elders simultaneously slap their hands together, eyes wide and mouths open, unable to hide their shock. True Mystic Sword Talisman Tower token. The True Mystic Sword Tower is open again. This elder calmly replies. That's right, the True Mystic Sword Tower is activated again, this time giving out 360 talisman tokens. Qingzhou just happens to be allocated 10 tokens.
Talking about this towering pagoda. The True Mystic Sword Tower is an ancient treasure passed down from a destroyed ancient kingdom tens of thousands of years ago. Rumor has it there's sword immortal inheritance inside. As long as it's a disciple of the Sword Davio lineage, once they enter the True Mystic Sword Tower, they'll gain something. The Sword Tower has 9,981 levels. Each level is guarded. The higher you go, the richer the rewards. This elder continues. You too should start training your disciples well now. If disciples from small sects snatch them away, wouldn't we become a laughingstock? After all, our Qingyun Sword Sect is Xingzhao's great Dao Sword Sect. The two childish elders speak at the same time. This year, my disciple will definitely get into the top 10 in Xingzhao, Blackwater City, the town closest to the foot of Qingyun Mountain. People are crowding around a notice board. Sect leader calls his top disciple, Ling Jingwu. What's written on this notice? Ling Jingwu focuses his hawk eyes to read. It says, in 3 months, Black Cloud Ancient City will host the Qingzhou Sword Dao tournament. Oh, the rewards this year are much higher than when I participated. Shifu, your eyes are practically glowing with greed. Spill it. What kind of loot are we talking about? As Ling Jingwu kept reading, he could almost see the treasures in his mind. Shifu, for the top 500, it's a sword Dao robe. Looks cool, but totally useless otherwise. Top 100 gets 100 spirit stones to split. Top 50, 500 spirit stones to share. Shifu's eyes went wide like saucers, looking surprised. Top 500 is kinda meh, but top 100 gets you 100 spirit stones, huh? Ling Jingwu rubbed his chin and kept going, wait, there's more. Top 10 gets a high-grade Dharma artifact flying sword. Top 3 gets a spirit chi flying sword. And the Qingzhou Sword Dao champion, a top-grade spirit chi flying sword. Shifu, money grubber that he is, was ecstatic. Dharma artifact flying sword, spirit chi flying sword, where do we sign up? Let's roll. But his star disciple immediately rained on his parade, hitting him with a bucket of ice water. You need to cough up 10 low-grade spirit stones just to register though. Being the bottom-of-the-barrel pauper that he was, Shifu was painfully aware. He did an about-face and noped right out of there. Ling Jingwu trailed after Shifu, lugging his patched-up bag. Shifu, he started. Actually, I think we stand a good chance this year. Last time I only made it to the top 500, but this year...
Then, he dropped a bombshell that hit Shifu like a bolt from the blue.
We actually have a genuine sword Dao genius now, and that's Junior Brother. But Shifu just shook his head. Nah, not going there. We'll revisit this later. Let's focus on the main business for now. Tall poppy syndrome, you know. Ling Jingwu followed Shifu, lost in thought. Ever since Junior Brother showed up, things felt a little off between Shifu and me. At the Kim pawn shop, Ling Jingwu stood by, feeling awkward, as Shifu was being treated like a VIP. Who would have thought? Upper immortal VIPs actually come here to pawn stuff. He couldn't help but reconsider his initial impression, just for a sec, naturally. The assistant, with his dark lips and a wink, and then he loudly pretended to announce, Shopkeeper! Upper immortals at the door! Secretly, he thought. These guys look important. They must be loaded. Easy money. The pot-bellied shopkeeper with a goatee ambled over to welcome them. To what do we owe the pleasure? Upper immortals. Pawning, perhaps. Secretly, he was over the moon. Immortals are here to pawn stuff. This is gonna be huge. Never thought I'd live to see this. Maybe last night's pummeling from the wife was good luck in disguise. Last night, the shopkeeper's wife was on a rampage. Eyes red, snarling like a wild animal, hands reaching out like she wanted to throttle him. You gambled again, didn't you? You dare to leave me penniless. You want to bet I'll turn you into mincemeat right now? The shopkeeper, scared stiff, was curled up in the corner, a trembling blob of blubber. He sulked, feeling put upon. If I land a big fish today, I can gamble till I drop later. You think you'll still give me grief then? Shifu nonchalantly said, snapping the shopkeeper out of his daydream. Pawn? He flashed a business smile, rubbing his palms together. Pawn, you say? Excellent. May I ask what treasures the esteemed upper immortals wish to part with? Ling Jingwu plopped a gigantic, patched-up sack on the floor with a loud thwack. Shifu casually waved at the sack. This junk, quote us a price, we're regulars. The shopkeeper enthusiastically started to open the sack. With a sack that size, it's got to be overflowing with treasures. He said to the master and disciple, of course, upper immortals, please, take a load off. Tea for our esteemed guests. The assistant quickly bowed and gestured them to a seat.
Right this way, please. But Shifu stayed put. Don't bother with the tea. That just confirmed the shopkeeper's suspicions. So cagey. That sack must be full of priceless artifacts. He was itching to get that sack open. Alright, upper immortals, just a The shopkeeper was gobsmacked by what he saw in the sack. A load of rubbish, plain and simple. And it reeked. Bits of paper, dull blades, shattered crockery. A real mixed bag of junk. His face darkened, his mouth started to twitch. What is this rubbish? Broken dishes too? This is a pawn shop, not a recycling center. He glanced up at the two guys trying to pawn stuff. Their faces were expressionless, just calm and cool. The shopkeeper began to doubt his own senses. Why are they so chill? Could there be a hidden meaning to this junk? The shopkeeper abruptly stood, cleared his throat with a few coughs, and tried to regain his bearings. Hang on a sec, I'll get our appraiser to take a look, he thought. Maybe I'm being blind, but the appraiser, he's got eagle eyes, he'll sort this out. The appraiser was a gaunt, bony guy with a mop of tangled hair, a monocle clamped to his eye, and a magnifying glass in hand, ready to inspect. The shopkeeper wrung his hands. Have a gander at this pile, would you? He turned to scowl at the shopkeeper, his eyes like daggers. You want me to examine this heap of junk? What's the point? The shopkeeper was at a loss. If it's just rubbish, maybe they've got the real goods hidden away. He sighed, then turned to the pair of them. Upper immortals, are you sure there's no mistake here? Shifu rubbed his brow, his face looking like it was just asking for a slap. Nah, no mix-up, this is the stuff, give us a price, we'll be back for more. The shopkeeper was seeing red. A load of garbage you want to pawn? You out of your mind? Quote you a price? We'll be back? You think I'm a garbage collector? Ling Jingwu's expression turned grim, and a wave of killing intent rolled off him. His voice was icy and menacing. Why don't you just buy this junk off us? The puny shopkeeper felt a little intimidated by these two guys. Even though their stuff was total crap, they looked kinda tough. If he didn't buy this trash, he was afraid they'd silence him for good. He imagined himself getting skewered by a sword, while these two walked off with fat wallets. He made up his mind. Screw it, better lose a bit than lose everything. Just buy their junk, the shopkeeper said. Buy it. Let's see how much the Immortal Master's stuff is worth. The employee, seeing this, was also freaked out. Buy it. Really gonna buy it? The shopkeeper, limp as a wet noodle. Just buy it. The employee silently admired the shopkeeper's inner struggle. The employee started picking up each item, listing them off, face all scrunched up at the stink of this trash. Low-grade Yao beast hide, 7 silver towels, busted flying sword hammer, 10 silver towels, Dharma artifact shard, 9 silver towels, a piece of Quenda, foot wipe. He glanced at the Shifu. Dude, Immortal, you're seriously trying to sell a foot rag? Shifu's face went red with shame, quickly snatching back the foot rag and stuffing it up his sleeve, trying to play it cool. Ahem, rushed when packing. This is a mistake. Mistake. Shifu looked at his senior disciple, beaming with pride. This disciple of mine really pulls his weight. If not for Ling Jingwu's presence today, I doubt we could have sold this junk at all. The employee, finally done wrestling with the pile of junk, said to the shopkeeper, who was lost in thought. Shopkeeper, all tallied up. It's 1 gold tael and 315 silver taels. The shopkeeper cautiously approached the master and disciple, cupping his hands respectfully. Esteemed sirs, 1 gold tael, 315 silver taels, a fair price if you wish to sell. Shifu's face turned gloomy, outwardly threatening but pretending to bargain. He reached out and grabbed the shopkeeper's hand. Rounded up to 2 gold taels. Cold sweat beaded on the shopkeeper's forehead. Isn't that rounding up a bit too much? Nope, Shifu, face as thick as a city wall, glared at the shopkeeper. 1 gold tael and 350 silver taels, and we'll call it even, friends. The shopkeeper's eyes nearly popped out of his sockets, but he only dared to think to himself, friends with these broke-ass dudes? No thanks, I'm a big-shot shopkeeper, raking in dozens of gold taels an hour. Suddenly, he noticed a piece of paper sticking out of Ling Jingwu's robes. Huh? A piece of Xuan paper. That's Xuan paper. The shopkeeper chuckled nervously, gently pulling his hand out of Shifu's grip, and said with forced politeness, Esteemed immortals, the value of your goods here isn't even worth the Xuan paper in that painting scroll. You guys can afford Xuan paper from Yangxia. Why are you nickel and diming over every silver tael? Shifu was dumbfounded. This piece of paper can be sold for money too, the shopkeeper exclaimed. Huh, you guys didn't know. This is Xuan paper from Yangxia. 1 foot goes for 1 gold tael. This painting is roughly 8 feet long, so that's gotta be at least 8 gold taels. Shifu grumbled, pointing an accusing finger at his senior disciple Ling Jingwu. You had this kind of money and you hid it from your Shifu. Ling Jingwu was equally stunned. This painting, it was a gift from our junior brother. He just gave it to me casually. I thought it was just some junk. The shopkeeper was taken aback. Wait a sec, Xuan paper that's been painted on, Ling Jingwu said anxiously. Yeah, painted into a painting. Does it still have value? He thought to himself, junior brother hasn't even joined the Sword Sect yet, but saving the Qingyun Sword Sect is more important right now. The shopkeeper spread his hands regretfully. If it's been painted on, then it's practically worthless. In this day and age, paintings by just anyone are a dime a dozen. Only scholar paintings are worth anything. Shifu and Ling Jingwu exchanged a knowing look.
Crap, isn't our junior brother exactly that kind of anyone? The shopkeeper, his face now devoid of hope, said to Ling Jingwu, esteemed immortal, want me to still take a look? Even though the paper's been sullied, maybe there's still some use, might still have some value. Ling Jingwu handed him the painting. Then go ahead and take a look, he prayed silently. Please let junior brother have only painted a little bit. The shopkeeper unfurled the painting, saying as he did so, if you look closely at this painting, it's actually an old man. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. This is... The employee, seeing his reaction, got anxious. What is it, shopkeeper? Is there poison on the painting? Shifu grabbed Ling Jingwu's arm. Their faces instantly darkened, ready to bolt. Shifu whispered urgently. Crap, your junior brother probably drew something weird on the painting again. Let's get out Shisita here. Ling Jingwu agreed immediately. Shifu's right. The shopkeeper's eyes suddenly flashed with a dangerous glint.
The shopkeeper swiftly grabbed Ling Jingwu's hand, startling him.
Damn, that was fast. My hand, after all these years of cultivation, isn't even that quick.
The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. This is actually a piece by Qingyun Layman. Ling Jingwu was totally confused. Qingyun Layman. Shifu was equally clueless. Who's that? Is he a big deal? The shopkeeper pointed to the corner of the painting. This is the seal of Qingyun Layman. You two don't recognize it. Qingyun Layman is the #1 genius in the entire Daqian dynasty. An image of their junior brother looking super cool flashed in their minds.
Ling Jingwu suddenly remembered Chen Feng stamping the jade seal onto the painting, and how he'd casually said he knew a little bit about painting.
Dude was totally freaking amazed. Didn't this kid say he only knew a tiny bit?
Shop dude was instantly like, yo, get the famous appraiser, STT. The lackey was all yes sir, and zoomed off like a rocket. Master and disciple were left blinking like, WTFs with this mortal realm drama.
Lackey brings back this grandpa. Boss got the famous appraiser here. Master squints at the skinny old dude with the monocle, feeling a bit deja vu. Wait a sec, isn't this the same old geezer who just called my stuff trash? Appraiser dude grabs the paper, all suspicious. Yeah, your stuff was totally trash before. Then he does a double take. Huh.
This old fart's sniffing the paper like a truffle pig.
Eyes closed, totally in the zone. Ink's still wet, he mumbles. Smells like fresh ink. But this brushwork, this vibe.
Shop dude's face is pure hype now. Drool City, he's like, this is it, Xingli and Hermit's work for real, and it's a fresh piece, no doubt. Shop dude rubs his hands together. Appraiser, could it be? Is Qingli and Hermit in Whitefruit City? Appraiser dude's still glued to the painting. Dunno about that, but Qingli and Hermit's a free spirit, loves to wander, maybe just doodled this for kicks and gave it away. Behind them, Master and Ling Jingwu are plotting away like cartoon villains. They're totally digging this painting their junior bro made. Ling Jingwu whispers, gotta haggle for a killer price, right? Master throws up 5 fingers, minimum this much. Disciples grinning, flashing a thumbs up, yup, got it. Both thinking the same thing, hee hee hee, 5 tails of gold, here we come. Shop dude turns back, and bam, Master and disciple are back to being serious statues. Shop dude bows respectfully. Esteemed immortals, Qinglian Hermit's art is priceless. What price are you thinking?
Master, face like stone, throws up 5 fingers again. I want this number. Thinking to himself. 5 tails of gold, easy peasy, right? If he tries to lowball me, 5 tails is the absolute bottom line.
Shop dude's face just wrinkles up like a prune. Master's freaking out inside. He's frowning. Crap, should I offer a discount now? Shop dude scratches his head, all awkward. Well, this painting's crazy similar to the real deal, but we only got one appraiser here right now, so can't be 100% sure yet. Then he bows again. If it's 5,000 tails and confirmed legit, then we can talk business.
If it's 5,000 tails and confirmed legit, then we can talk business. Master and disciple are thunderstruck. Like a million lightning bolts just fried their brains.
Shop dude drops another bomb. 500 tails, even if it's a copy, just to be nice. Just wait here, honored immortals. Master and disciple are even more gobsmacked, eyes bugging out. 500 tails for a fake, they're screaming inside.
Master finally plays it cool, pats shop dude's shoulder. Ahem, think you got the wrong idea, buddy. Shop dude's confused. Esteemed immortal, please enlighten me.
Master's face is ice cold, strikes a wise master vibe, and throws out a full hand of 5 fingers. I said, 50,000 taels of gold. Shop dudes in the pawn shop almost popped out of their sockets.
Ling Jingwu's shook, whispers to Master. Shifu, isn't that kinda? Master, playing it cool, acting all nonchalant, starts spouting wisdom. Fortune favors the bold. When you got guts, even barren land can bloom. Ling Jingwu sighs. Pretty sure Master's butchered the idiom. Shouldn't it be, fortune favors the bold, even a sow can climb a tree? But shop dude's bowing happily. Must be the real deal then. Only Qinglian Hermit's original stuff gets this kind of price tag. Master's eyes bugging out. Seriously, I was just throwing a number out there. But shop dude gets serious. But even if it's original, 50,000 taels is way too much for us. Gotta make a profit, you know? Plus, this is a portrait.
Ling Jingwu suddenly goes full drama king, diva aura and all. What's wrong with portraits? You saying sword immortal me ain't handsome enough. Thinking, is my sword immortal hotness not worth anything? Shop dudes remembering the crowds fighting to see Qinglian Hermit's paintings. Yeah, Those landscape and poem pieces are bank. Collectors go nuts. But portraits, shop dude muses sadly. Portraits of demons, maybe. But who hangs up a random person's portrait at home?
Ling Jingwu facepalms and laughs awkwardly. You know what? You kinda got a point. Thinking, hanging my portrait. Sounds like I'm already dead. No way, no way. Master's still all about the cash. So how much this portrait worth?
Shop dude gives the lowdown. Faceless. Maybe 20,000 taels. But with a face, max 10,000.
Master death glaring at Ling Jingwu. This is your fault. Lost us tens of thousands of taels. Grr, wanna rip your face off. Ling Jingwu, sensing a homicidal vibe from Master, suddenly feels ice cold.
Shop dude grins like a Cheshire cat.
So, deal. Master snaps. Deal. Get the appraiser back here. We ain't moving till we get paid. Shop dude's practically sparkling with joy, like he's struck gold. Alright, we've got 3 grand appraiser masters here, all ready for this painting that's as precious as gold from that recluse Qinglian. The shopkeeper introduced them. These are the renowned appraiser masters of our Blackwater City. These 3 have never been wrong before.
Ling Jingwu looked at the 3 people and said to his Shifu, Shifu, I think you shouldn't be too greedy. Even 5,000 taels is our Qingyun Sword Sect's income for 2 years. Shifu's hair stood on end when he heard this. I have my own plans. The more we can squeeze out of this, the better.
After a long and tedious wait, the 3 appraiser masters had practically stared holes into the painting. Finally, they delivered their verdict. The appraisal results are in. It is indeed a painting by the recluse Qinglian. However, this painting depicts an unknown person. I'm afraid not many wealthy and influential people will be willing to collect a painting of a stranger.
Whatever. The unknown person is Ling Jingwu, who's frozen in shock. Shifu, however, didn't seem to care much about his prized disciple. Unknown doesn't matter. What price do you think is appropriate? The 3 appraisers exchanged glances,
understanding each other implicitly, and then said in unison, 5,000 taels of gold is already a high price.
Shifu's eyes widened. 5,000 taels. Then he turned to look at the unknown person beside him, who was so shocked he practically turned invisible, and cursed under his breath. Damn it, you wretched disciple. You ruined my get-rich-quick scheme. The shopkeeper cupped his hands in a polite smile. Immortal master, if you agree to sell it for 5,000 taels, I'll pay you right now. You know yourself that this painting is of an unknown person. Shifu shook his head. No way. But before he could finish, Ling Jingwu butted in. 5,000 taels, no bargaining. Agreed, we'll sell. The shopkeeper firmly grasped Ling Jingwu's hand.
Decisively. Demel. Shifu's face beside him darkened.
He cursed, wretched disciple. Then Shifu Taomai smiled and placed his hand on the shopkeeper's hand. Boss, doing business is all about good fortune. How about a little extra? 6,666 taels. The shopkeeper looked awkward, his expression not too good. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. 6,666 is fine, I guess. TCH, this old guy sure knows how to talk. While Ling Jingwu was signing the paperwork with the shop assistant, Shifu was holding the money, his face beaming like a flower. Hurry up, let's go. Just casually sign a few words, that'll do.
As the 2 of them left, the shopkeeper behind them kept waving his hand. If you 2 ever have another painting by Qinglian, remember to come back. Our shop is always open to you. Reasonable prices, no cheating the old or the young. When the 2 figures were as small as dogs in the distance, the shopkeeper turned around, a cunning look on his face, and sneered. Sorry, but I'm going to make double the profit from this painting. On the crowded street, Ling Jingwu asked curiously, Shifu, why did you suddenly get so tense?
Shifu cautiously looked left and right. Poor people walking on the street naturally won't feel tense, but now this old master is a rich man. I've got 6,666 taels now. Ling Jingwu said, Don't forget that all that money of yours is thanks to little junior brother's efforts. Where are we going next? Shifu said with a serious face.
Where do we need to think about going? To spend money, of course. Ling Jingwu imagined his old Shifu being surrounded by many slender young beauties. So Shifu is also a man of deep emotion.
He also didn't forget to imagine a delicate and beautiful younger sister for himself.
Not bad, right?
Who knew Shifu would actually lead him to the Biyuan Pavilion?
We're here, he said in surprise. Biyuan Pavilion, Shifu. Are you sure you want to go in here? He leaned in and whispered to Shifu. This place is the ultimate money pit. We should still go to places like the Dihong Courtyard or the Spring Love Pavilion. Shifu flew into a rage when he heard this and roared. How can you, as a cultivator, be so obsessed with carnal desires?
Ling Jingwu wanted to dig a hole and bury himself. Oh crap,
Shifu whispered. Forget it. Shifu continued. This place contains the secret cultivation methods we need. That's what we really need. A beauty in a short, Qiangsam stepped forward to introduce the place. All the precious books and top-notch Dharma artifacts collected in Blackwater City, our Biyuan Pavilion has them all. She asked, I see that you 2 immortal seniors look a bit unfamiliar. Is this your first time visiting Biyuan Pavilion?
Ling Jingwu looked at the prices of the items displayed around him and couldn't help but tremble.
It's not useless, but is this a place our 3rd grade sect can afford to frequent? Just looking at the price tags made him start to shake, Shifu said grandly.
The sword art secret manual this old master wants is first grade.
Ling Jingwu was also extremely surprised to see that his Shifu could be so calm. Is this the power that money brings?
Seeing that they seemed to be big spenders, the beauty enthusiastically invited them. No problem, please come up to the second floor, where we have honored guests. Serve tea. Quickly, serve good tea. In her heart she was grinning from ear to ear. The god of wealth has arrived. My commission this month will be huge.
But then Shifu's old face said something indecent. This old master only needs the introductory section, making the beauty freeze completely, standing motionless on the spot, her attitude changing faster than flipping a pancake.
Serving tea is fine. No need for good tea.
Ling Jingwu behind him felt it was incredibly subtle, so real it was astonishing. She slammed down 2 cups of tea as if they were unwanted stepchildren,
making a cold clinking sound, but still tried to invite them professionally. Please have some tea, you two immortal seniors. Ling Jingwu and Shifu sat there like they were repaying a debt, obediently not daring to say a word. She brought out 3 small green and red scrolls, smiled, and said, Immortal seniors, here are 3 first-grade sword manual scrolls, divided into the introductory section. The 3 Yuan Stellar Yang sword art, the Great River sword art, and the Big Dipper sword art.
Old Shifu leisurely took a sip of his tea and drawled, Name your price, acting all cool and whatnot. He couldn't help but think smugly, now that yours truly is loaded, it's just 3 scrolls, no biggie. Man, being rich is the best.
Ling Jingwu, standing next to him, couldn't help but marvel, man, Shifu's something else. Get a little cash and suddenly he's radiating a whole different vibe.
But then the beauty dropped a line that felt like a straight-up insult to broke dudes like them, making both master and disciple choke on their tea and do a spit take.
These 3 beginner-level first-grade sword manual scrolls will set you back 5,000 taels of gold. Hearing that, Ling Jingwu's Shifu's brain just short-circuited. He frantically wiped a string of drool. 5,000 taels of gold for 1 beginner scroll. Ling Jingwu's mouth watered, but he quickly gulped it down. Even the top-tier 4th Thunder Divine Elephant Sword technique isn't this pricey, is it? Seeing their reaction, the beauty plastered on a fake smile and explained, Well, the 4th Thunder Divine Elephant Sword is pretty common knowledge in Qingzhou these days. Not really a secret manual anymore. Plus, she continued, these 3 sword manuals are infused with our Secret Origin Pavilion's special mojo, so you'll get double the comprehension speed. She gritted her teeth, thinking, Crap, thought I finally landed a big fish, but nope, just 5,000 taels. She internally whined, feeling sorry for herself. Ugh, even though I make 10,000 a month, still feels like I'm just scraping by. Wah wah wah. Shifu's face went pale, stubbornly asking her, See, can't you give us a discount? She blushed slightly, and said awkwardly, Our pavilion's having an anniversary sale, so there's a 10% discount, making it 4,500 taels of gold. She thought to herself, Whatever, they're clearly broke. No need to squeeze blood from a stone. Shifu was still as deflated as a punctured balloon. 4,000 taels is still kinda steep. But Ling Jingwu chimed in to persuade him. But Shifu, we're buying this for junior brother? Getting him some manuals is totally worth it, right? The old fox glanced at him sideways. How do you know it's for him? Ling Jingwu put on a knowing look. In our sect, who else has the talent besides junior brother? Everyone else is just like me, average talent. Wouldn't even get a second look at a big sect. Shifu patted his shoulder, comforting him like a slap in the face. Don't say that. Even though, Jingwu, your talent is kind of trash and your temperament's just... Okay, you're still my best senior disciple. His face twitched. Shifu, even though you say that, I'm not exactly thrilled. Shifu retracted his hand
and sat upright, taking a sip of tea. But I'm right, gotta fleece the pig for its wool. Use pigs for pig stuff, Ling Jingwu slumped. Fleece the pig for its wool, huh?
Shifu's eyes lit up, asking the beauty, Out of these 3, which sword manual is the most powerful? She was startled, a little flustered. Which one's the strongest? I'm not a cultivator, how would I know, she thought. But looking at the old geezer's eyes, she figured if she didn't give an answer, he probably wouldn't buy anything. She stared intently at the 3 manuals in front of her. I think I remember the manual manager saying something earlier. She recalled a plump lady with a face mask who was organizing stuff and casually mentioned to her, This one's a simplified version of the super-duper ocean-quelling swordplay. These days, cultivators are getting sneakier, selling a simplified version as a first-grade sword manual, making more money than us merchants.
The masked lady sneezed, looking scary as heck. She picked her nose, tossed the manual in her hand aside, and grumbled, Seriously, who's dumb enough to buy this simplified version?
Wait a minute,
a cunning look flashed across her face. Isn't there one right here? She said to Shifu, Immortal Master. Among these 3 sword manuals, the most powerful is the Great River swordplay. Its sword intent is like a vast river, incredibly mighty. If your disciple here has exceptional talent, who knows, he might even grasp swordplay techniques even higher than the ocean-quelling swordplay.
She watched Shifu practically glow with greed and chuckled inwardly. Hook, line, and sinker. Great River sword intent my butt, I just made that up on the spot. Gotta have those sales skills, you know. Shifu's eyes were blazing. Ocean-quelling swordplay, that's one of the 3 great sword arts of the great Qian dynasty. This ocean swordplay manual, this is the one. She watched the old man cackling. holding the manual up to the sky like it was some treasure, and smirked slyly. Sorry, not sorry. Even though we're both broke, this commission is totally mine today. Ling Jingwu, carrying a huge sack of random junk behind him, walked along and said to Shifu, who was still acting like he'd struck gold. Shifu, calm down a bit. Buying a sword manual is one thing, but all these qi refining pills and qi nourishing pills and even 2 cold steel swords. Shifu blushed and said to him, It's fine. Don't we still have 600 taels left? We can still spend freely.
Ling Jingwu's nostrils flared, and he chuckled creepily. Spend freely. In his head, of course, he was picturing busty beauties serving him drinks.
Shifu, oblivious to his disciple's inner thoughts, said, Exactly. Your 2nd, 3rd, and 4th junior brothers are about to take the exams for Alchemist, Formation Master, and Talisman Master. We gotta buy them some manuals too. And besides, Ling Jingwu was startled. Besides what?
Shifu continued. We can't just directly give the ocean-quelling swordplay manual to your junior brother to practice. You have to practice it first and then teach him. That way he'll think we're mysterious and profound, and will never leave the sect.
Ling Jingwu was completely stunned by his Shifu's words. He opened his eyes wide and said, Shifu, for you to think this far ahead, you truly have foresight. But disciple has a question. He continued, With my talent, I'm afraid it'll take me years to comprehend it. Can junior brother even wait that long? Shifu calmly replied. That's why we need to get him other stuff to keep him settled. Let's go, your Shifu knows what to do. In the middle of the bustling street, a loud voice rang out. God-tier cultivation manuals, 2 taels of gold per caddy, sold by weight. The delivery guy was a bald dude. Shifu and Ling Jingwu walked towards him. The sect's bargain saint was about to start haggling again. 2 taels of gold per caddy. Is that really your best price? Ling Jingwu rolled his eyes. Shifu's methods are always like this, but these cultivation manuals are all written by blind storytellers in the Jianghu. They're totally uncultivatable. They're only good as novels, not as cultivation guides. Eagerly, the bald guy held up a book with a big-breasted beauty on the cover. No way, that price is too low. Look. That night, Senior Sister Knocked on My Door is the best-selling book in the Jianghu. Ling Jingwu glanced at the cover, speechless. Imagining a pink-haired girl in skimpy clothing looking at him shyly, he blushed and thought, It's not even good as a novel. At best, it's just erotica. He saw Shifu faking a friendly smile while patting the bald guy's shoulder. Both of them were pretending to be polite, but their hands were fiercely battling for the book. Ahem, this brother is great. We'll do 10 taels of gold for 10 caddies. That's settled then. Consider this book a little welcome gift.
Finally, the bald guy won. He held the book far away. Shifu lamented, Immortal master, 5 caddies at most, 10 caddies, and I'll be at a loss.
Seeing this, the old fox put his hands behind his back and turned to leave.
Fine, we'll ask elsewhere then.
The bald guy shuddered. Ling Jingwu, walking beside Shifu, who was still glancing at the bald guy, asked, Shifu, are we really not buying it? 10 taels of gold for 5 caddies is quite a lot already.
Shifu calmly said.
Don't rush, I'll count to 3.
Ling Jingwu's eyes widened. What good will counting to 3 do?
Shifu continued counting. 2. Then they heard the bald guy shout, Sold, sold, sold. 10 taels of gold for 10 caddies. I'll sell. Ling Jingwu admired Shifu's face, which was twisted with glee.
The old fox dashed to the cellar at the speed of light, snatched the book from his hand, stuffed it into his own clothes, and decided for him. We'll pick 10 caddies ourselves. Let's go. Consider the book in your hand a freebie. The bald guy helplessly said, Okay. I ran into an infamous old geezer like you first thing in the morning. Ling Jingwu looked back at him with sympathy. Even though Shifu was unreliable, he was skilled at bargaining. Just like when we saw our parents haggling over prices when we were kids.
Shifu, his face flushed, read the big-boobed beauty book and waved at him. Ling Jingwu, you choose which ones to carry. I'll do some observing.
Ling Jingwu went to the stall and picked up a few books. Twisk, Super Divine Dragon 13 Palms, Invincible Yang God Manifestation, Invincible Diamond Body Refining Art. Great. These names are so exaggerated. The bald guy rubbed his hands and chuckled. Good names make for good reading. Esteemed customer, this Invincible Diamond Body Refining Art is a good book.
Ling Jingwu picked up the book and looked at him.
This thing's been sitting here for so long, I bet no one ever buys it.
The bald guy scratched his head, blushing.
Hee, you can get a bigger discount on this one. Poor guy.
Hearing about the discount, Ling Jingwu immediately decided to buy it. With the shopping done, the 2 Shifu and disciple went home. Shifu still clutched the 18+ rated book tightly. To think that Senior Sister used the old tree entwining roots move and already made me surrender. Ling Jingwu, walking behind him, blushed. Shifu, it's fine to read the book, but it's not right to read it out loud. Shifu, his face red, turned around and asked, What's wrong with that? Shifu spoke without any decorum. This Shifu is already so old, is it wrong to have a hobby? Hearing this, Ling Jingwu helplessly said, Okay. In his heart he was annoyed. You're old, so why can't you be a bit more respectable? Suddenly, Shifu called him back.
Ling Jingwu, there's something I want you to do. The old geezer spoke, but his eyes were still glued to the book, and his hands were still flipping through the pages.
Ling Jingwu asked, What is it? He thought to himself. I can't do anything about the affair in Wu Yan.
Shifu closed the book and dropped 2 words. Draw pictures.
Ling Jingwu bit his lip,
looking troubled. Shifu, are you still doing that? I'm afraid junior brother will get suspicious.
Shifu put his hands behind his back, adopted a dignified stance, and walked ahead, shaking his head as he said, Jingwu, let me ask you, what does our Qingyun Sword Sect lack the most if it wants to develop?
Ling Jingwu frowned. What do we lack? Let me think. Then he shamelessly imagined a beautiful, buxom female cultivator, answering him warmly. Shifu, an outstanding female sectmaster.
Shifu angrily rolled up the book and smacked him on the head. Talking nonsense. Have I done anything to offend you? Ling Jingwu, hurt by the blow, asked. Ouch. Then what do you say we lack?
Shifu said 1 word. Money. The old man continued to explain, putting everyone in the sect on one scale along with Chen Feng. The one thing a sect lacks most is resources, and money can buy a lot of resources. We're a low-level sect, and our annual income is no more than 2 taels of gold, while Chen Feng can earn as much as our sect's income for hundreds of years just by doodling.
Your junior brother might be the one heaven has bestowed upon our Qingyun Sword Sect to rise. His eyes gleamed. Ling Jingwu, I have a premonition that our Qingyun Sword Sect will rise in your generation.
In his imagination, Shifu looked cool, but in reality, he looked like a madman dancing around. Ling Jingwu stared at his Shifu in disbelief. Passersby, unaware of the truth, looked at Shifu with judgmental eyes.
Ling Jingwu relented and bowed his head.
Disciple understands. I will definitely try my best to get those paintings from junior brother.
Shifu nonchalantly said, He stroked his beard and thought, a child of destiny who brings resources with him. Where else can you find a disciple like that? Chen Feng, oh Chen Feng, the future of our Qingyun Sword Sect depends on you. The old man suddenly turned around to Ling Jingwu and said, Oh yeah, one more thing, he said seriously.
To temper Chen Feng's character and let him know that there's always someone better, I've decided to let him participate in the Azure Province Sword Dao Meet.
Ling Jingwu's face turned pale. He thought about the image of Chen Feng wielding a sword and jumping around unsteadily on one foot, and said, Shifu, are you sure you haven't lost it? Although junior brother is super talented, he's just started out, has no practical combat experience, and his foundation isn't stable. He'll definitely be laughed at if he goes there. Shifu's face was serious. He pointed straight at Ling Jingwu. Do you remember what you were like back then?
As if he realized something, Ling Jingwu turned back and said to Shifu, You mean he's... He vaguely looked up, recalling the self-drawn diagram in his head of his own achievements back then. Jaw-dropping, he said to Shifu, Junior brother is just like me, bursting with luck, and barely making it into the top 500. The old Shifu stroked his beard, seriously saying, According to Shifu's calculations, your junior brother's luck might even be stronger than yours. If nothing unexpected happens, he might even make it into the top 100.
Ling Jingwu happily thought about Chen Feng gloriously standing on the pile of gold that the top 100 get. That would break Qingyun Sword Sect's record since its founding.
The author, bored, added a note. Oh yeah, since the founding of Qingyun Sword Sect, no one has ever made it into the top 300 in the Azure Province Sword Dao Meet.
Time flew by like a dog running in a field.
Late at night, behind Qingyun Cliff,
the youth Chen Feng was still diligently training, his whole body radiating a powerful purple aura. He sat cultivating, calculating his aura. I've just comprehended the spring thundersword intent. Now is the time to comprehend the summer thundersword intent.
Bursts of thunder continuously struck fiercely in the sky. Chen Feng frowned, focusing on sensing.
The spring thundersword intent was continuous and never ending, while the summer thundersword intent was fierce and terrifying.
The lightning bolts softened a little, but hidden behind the dark clouds was a terrifying power. The autumn thundersword intent was silent and unnoticeable, and the winter thundersword intent had hidden killing intent.
Understanding the above, Chen Feng's eyes suddenly opened.
Around him were streams of purple lightning full of spiritual power. Still in that cross-legged position, he smiled lightly. I've got it. Chen Feng reached down and picked up a small wooden stick. Using the wooden stick as a sword, he began to test the level he had reached. Although it was just a thin wooden stick, it could create streams of spiritual power around it. From the hands of the person holding it, Chen Feng bent one leg into a crane stance.
Holding the wooden stick, he waved it in the air, creating bolts of lightning around the head of the stick that looked extremely mighty.
A decisive slash downwards. Autumn thundersword intent. The huge rock that he was aiming at suddenly shattered.
Stone fragments flew everywhere. Ling Jingwu, without knowing when, had appeared right next to that rock. He was terrified by this blow from Chen Feng. Closing his eyes tightly, waiting for death, Ling Jingwu's soul was shaken. He trembled and looked over at the shattered rock, his cool, masculine image about to be thrown into the chicken coop. The senior marshal brother almost burst into tears because of the brush with death. Seeing Ling Jingwu, he quickly ran over and bowed his head. Sorry, senior marshal brother, I didn't see you come over.
It's okay. Ling Jingwu, who hadn't recovered yet, was still completely motionless. But in Chen Feng's eyes, he looked like he was angry. A little worried. Senior marshal brother isn't answering me. He looked up at his senior marshal brother's expression. So cold. He bowed his head again. Is senior marshal brother angry at me for bumping into him? I won't be expelled from the sect because of this, will I? contrary to his worries. Ling Jingwu was screaming 10,000 times in his heart, "Oh my god." He comprehended the Autumn Thundersword intent in one afternoon. I haven't even touched the Spring Thundersword intent yet.
The atmosphere remained silent. Chen Feng was still bowing his head. Ling Jingwu was still standing proudly. In the end, he couldn't stand it anymore, secretly gritting his teeth. Little junior brother can't stay silent. I have to break this situation. If he finds out I was scared stiff, he'll definitely run away.
He spoke up, calling. Little junior brother Chen Feng immediately tensed up and shouted, "Yes." Ling Jingwu handed him a small bag. "This is Qi Enhancement Pill. Eating it can replenish Qi and nourish the spirit, making your energy abundant." 5 days. He also asked blankly. "Qi Enhancement Pill. After eating it, I don't need to eat or rest for 5 days." Ling Jingwu calmly nodded. "That's right, take it," he thought to himself. This thing isn't considered too expensive. Anyway, it's all bought from selling his paintings.
He raised both hands to receive it, feeling extremely grateful in his heart. Senior Martial Brother isn't angry that I bumped into him, and he's even giving me this treasure. This thing is definitely a priceless treasure in the city. He took out a sword that looked very powerful and said to Chen Feng, "This is what the sect leader told me to give you. The name of this sword is Han Tai. Use it from now on."
Chen Feng happily took the sword and admired it, a grin spreading across his face. A good cold iron sword, he thought. Although he vaguely remembered hearing the name before, the sword felt icy cold in his hand, clearly not something ordinary. Ling Jingwu watched him gleefully examining the market-grade sword that their Shifu bought, and was surprised. This sword seemed to be worth only 2 taels of silver, the lowest-grade Dharma artifact. Was it really necessary to be so happy? He then saw Chen Feng swinging the fake sword randomly, creating hints of lightning intent. His face darkened with envy. "Ah, there are no useless swords, only useless users."
Ling Jingwu, with his hands behind his back, took out something else. "Looks like it's time to give him the secret manual."
He asked Chen Feng, "Little Shiite, do you find sword practice boring?" Chen Feng, still swinging his sword, replied, "Not at all. Not boring at all. I find it very enjoyable." He grinned.
So confident, like he understands everything. Senior Martial Brother Hong Chen wants to test me, but I've already prepared the standard answers in my heart.
Ling Jingwu, filled with jealousy, channeled it into inexplicable anger. "Damn it, sword practice should only be enjoyable for half an hour max. Is this the difference between me and a genius? I definitely have to give him this secret manual."
He Yan tried his best to maintain a calm tone, as he said to Chen Feng, "Well, when little Shiren feels bored, remember to tell your senior brother, I have a secret manual here."
Chen Feng's eyes flashed, grasping the key point, secret manual.
He rushed with the speed of plot armor in front of Ling Jingwu, who was still grinding his teeth in anger, straightened his back, and said seriously, "Senior Martial Brother, I'm bored now." In his heart, he was blooming with joy. "If you have a secret manual, you should have said so sooner."
Ling Jingwu glanced at him with half-dead fish eyes. "Didn't you just say it wasn't boring?" Chen Feng grinned, showing his teeth.
Feigning ignorance. "Senior Martial Brother, you know, human emotions are ever-changing. I'm feeling bored now." In his heart, he completely abandoned any sense of shame. For a secret manual, how much is Chen Feng's face worth? Ling Jingwu sighed helplessly. "Fine, whatever." He leisurely handed the secret manual to Chen Feng. The acting skills of a movie emperor were immediately on display. "This secret manual," he said, improvising on the spot, "was found by your senior brother in an ancient ruin." Chen Feng held the secret manual in both hands like a hot potato, his eyes wide with shock, reading each word on the manual. Invincible diamond body refinement art. His mouth hung open, his whole body trembling. "Senior Martial Brother, this secret manual? You're really giving it to me?" In his heart, the shock was no less than what he was showing on the outside. Just hearing the name, he knew it was a heaven-defying cultivation method. Ling Jingwu wore an expression of utmost seriousness. "That's right. As cultivators, we shouldn't only cultivate the sword Dao. Body refinement and spiritual refinement are also essential. To give up on the best period for spiritual refinement, and coupled with your extremely poor spiritual root, valuing body refinement might be a good thing." Chen Feng almost burst into tears at this, not knowing if it was from joy at receiving the secret manual, or from sadness at being told his spiritual root was poor, but he still managed to say, "Thank you, senior brother." Ling Jingwu saw how sincere he was and felt a little guilty. He looked at Chen Feng with mixed emotions, feeling guilty. "Sorry, little Shidi, I'm just acting on orders. Everything I just said was a lie. Body refinement is basically useless no matter how strong the body is." He remembered a chef being stabbed in the chrysanthemum and dying miserably, and a strong man being killed by one flying sword. Therefore, the cultivation world simply did not have anyone who cultivated the body. He turned away, ignoring Chen Feng, who was still fascinated by the secret manual, and said to him quietly, "To cultivate this cultivation method, you must condense the 4 lightning different formations sword and add the sword intent. Don't be impatient to do anything. Remember." Chen Feng happily clasped his hands together, expressing his support for Ling Jingwu's words. "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." Then he smiled as he looked at the secret manual he had just gotten from his senior brother. In his heart, he sighed with emotion. As expected of a hidden great sect, this is clearly a replica of the protagonist of my past life. Moreover,
I have to rely on the 4 lightning different formations sword to comprehend the entire sword intent. This is clearly a sign of defying the heavens.
He happily hugged the pile of things to his chest.
Chen Feng will die in the Azure Cloud Sword Sect, even if he has to.
Ling Jingwu walked away for a while, still thinking about his little Shidi. Hopefully, little Shidi can slowly break through the sword intent of the 4 lightning different formation sword. After all, that body refinement manual is just for deceiving children. 3 days later, at midnight, the young man Ling Jingwu tragically clutched his head in front of the secret manual. His eyes rolled back, gasping for air, screaming to the rafters, "I'm doomed, I'm doomed." He felt dizzy, lightheaded, and his ears were ringing.
Isn't this manual supposed to have secret methods to aid cultivation? But why haven't I made any progress after reading it for 3 days?
He blankly lifted his arms and legs to look.
Didn't it say all you need is your hands? But I've used my legs too, and I still haven't learned it.
He resentfully looked up at the tall mountain where Chen Feng was cultivating. In a few days, I still have to go and teach my Shidi. What am I supposed to teach when I don't even know it myself?
He gritted his teeth. I can only hope that Shidi doesn't comprehend the Eastern Lightning Sword intent too quickly, so I'll still have some time.
Before the words had even left his mouth, a huge lightning bolt struck down on the mountain where Chen Feng was cultivating.
Ling Jingwu's whole body shuddered, his mouth agape, and his face turned pale. He sighed. Breakthrough.
It's a breakthrough?
Is this the breakthrough to the Eastern Lightning Sword intent?
Then, bloodshot veins appeared in his eyes,
and a mental breakdown seemed imminent. Little junior brother, are you doing this on purpose? Are you even human like me?
His grumpy demeanor vanished as quickly as it came.
He felt dizzy, lightheaded, and his limbs went numb. Clutching his head, he groaned. What am I supposed to do now? If I can't teach my junior brother, Shifu will definitely.
He imagined Shifu stabbing him repeatedly while chasing him like a vengeful spirit, screaming, "Worthless disciple." He was shocked. Am I going to be the first disciple of the Azure Cloud Sword Sect to be kicked off the mountain?
Ling Jingwu refused to give up. No. It's come to this. I have to use that move. Even though my cultivation sucks, my ability to organize books is still decent.
He waved his hands, drawing elegant strokes on the paper, hiding his true intentions. As long as I write the beginning and the end of the Great River Sword style, then just scribble nonsense in the middle, little junior brother will probably be stuck for a long time. Before he goes crazy from that invincible Vajra body tempering art, I must finish writing it. At the same time, lightning struck down on the mountain peak. The imposing Chen Feng stood amidst the bolts, still wanting to cast spells. Now that I've completely solidified the 4 lightning sword stance, all that's missing is the full 4 lightning sword intent. He confidently picked up the secret manual Ling Jingwu had given him, examining it and pondering, cultivation shouldn't be rushed, senior brother must be afraid that I'll comprehend the wrong sword intent, so he gave me this, emphasizing physical cultivation. It's an extra trump card. He stroked the words on the secret manual. How many years have I been in this world? I still haven't met a truly evil person. Before that, I must become stronger, even stronger. He opened the first page to find a drawing that made absolutely no sense.
Only then will I have the capital to survive in this world.
However, thanks to Chen Feng's unique brain power,
the nonsensical drawing radiated golden light. Shining directly into his face, he exclaimed,
"This is the invincible Vajra body tempering art." In reality, people would only see a naive young man standing alone in the remote mountains, holding a book that made no sense. Back in Chen Feng's perspective as he read the book, a world of immortals gradually unfolded before his eyes through the words, "There is heaven and earth. There are immortals. There are sun and moon. I, the supreme Azure Tao sovereign, was born before the genesis of heaven and earth, experienced 360 million kalpas, and ultimately created the unique fortune of heaven and earth." Chen Feng was astonished, his face utterly serious. Supreme Azure Tao sovereign. Just hearing the name, you know he's a big shot. He continued reading. To regard mountain rocks as the restriction of body tempering is to abandon the essence and seek only superficial cultivation. The power of heaven and earth is immense. But the true body cultivator can grasp the sun and moon, pluck the stars, and traverse the heavens with their physical body. With a single strike, they can annihilate the highest realm of body cultivation in the world. I believe one should emulate the Vajra possessing the internal organs and blood essence of a god. Only the Vajra body is the true Vajra body. He clenched his fist, repeating in his mind, Vajra Bodhi. Chen Feng's writer's brain immediately conjured an image of a super cool god, with spiky blonde hair like Son Goku, crushing a planet in the palm of his hand. He exclaimed, annihilating everything with a single punch. Just hearing it makes my blood boil. He continued, burying his head in the secret manual. To cultivate this technique, you must undergo an extremely painful training process. The only way to learn it is to have great willpower, extraordinary perseverance, and only those with wisdom can master it. Are you ready? Reading this, he frowned, questioning himself. Am I ready? He pondered. This peerless technique, am I really ready? The power of this extreme technique also brings immense difficulty and danger in cultivation. He suddenly opened his eyes. Yep, I'm ready. He turned the page. Limitless full strength. Very good. When you open the second page, it proves you have great willpower, but whether you have the perseverance and wisdom depends on your fate. Next, there will be a Vajra diagram,
a map of Vajra enlightenment of the Tao that I have learned. You can examine the diagram carefully.
Chen Feng nodded cluelessly at the book, as if nodding to his master.
Yes, I will definitely examine it thoroughly.
In Chen Feng's eyes, the golden light effect flared up again.
This was the consciousness of a monster with a top-notch brain.
In the heavenly observation Vajra diagram, there was a drawing of a bizarre, half-naked man wearing a frog-shaped hat,
looking not very intelligent, in a very strange pose, accompanied by seemingly unrelated annotations. This map was named Heavenly Observation Vajra Diagram. With arms outstretched, separating heaven and earth, is the invincible Vajra art enlightenment method. After mastering it, one can condense the power of heaven and earth, using heaven as a hammer and earth as a furnace to temper the body and forge a Vajra body.
Below it, there were even more annotations mocking the common people. If one cannot comprehend this Vajra enlightenment method, lacking sufficient comprehension and wisdom, they must also diligently cultivate day and night. Those with talent can comprehend it with a single glance, while the ignorant may find it impossible to comprehend in their entire lives.
Chen Feng believed these nonsensical words wholeheartedly. He gritted his teeth. A genius can comprehend it with a single glance, while the ignorant may find it impossible to comprehend in their entire lives. He began to mimic the pose in the book. Then, I must cultivate even harder, since my talent isn't high anyway.
His appearance made even a passing bird look down on him and offer its droppings as a meal.
Time flew by, and the author demanded a scene change. In Baiyan County, Song Kingdom, a voice echoed in a certain mansion. Is the Supreme Azure Immortal finished yet? It's almost dawn. If you don't submit the manuscript, there will be trouble. A disheveled girl, looking bored, rested her chin on one hand while holding a writing brush in the other on the paper. She replied to the person urging her, "Almost done! Just one final sentence is missing." That sentence belonged to the author of the invincible Vajra body tempering art. But the esteemed Supreme Azure Tao Sovereign was currently overwhelmed by the delay in drafting the manuscript. After a while, she put down her pen on the desk, stretched, and yawned.
She pushed open the door and walked out, and a man was pacing anxiously in the courtyard. She tossed a stack of papers at him, like a sugar mommy throwing money at her boy toy, and said to him, "Here, it's done."
The man happily grabbed the stack of papers to read, "It's done already, let me take a look."
After skimming through it, he laughed heartily.
Great, 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 Immortal Taixiang. Your skills are getting better and better. This one is sure to sell." But she said to him, "You still haven't paid me for the last book. Pay up now."
He reluctantly took out the money and handed it to her. "Don't worry, Immortal Taixiang. Would I ever cheat you in business? Here, there are 1,000 taels of paper gold in total. It's all your share of the ultimate spirit gathering technique." Immortal Taixiang reached out to take the money, and casually asked, "What about invincible Vajra body refining art? No percentage for that one."
The man reluctantly replied, "The invincible Vajra body refining art just didn't sell. Less than 3 copies were sold. Don't write that kind of secret manual anymore. It's too exaggerated, no one believes it. Cultivators these days like things direct and simple." He continued, also conveniently describing the book rankings. "Look at this one, How to Use Spirit Stones to Become an Immortal Patriarch. It's selling like crazy and is super hot. We can write something like that too." She agreed casually. "Got it. How's the thing you're helping me with?"
He replied with a smile. "I've already found out. Tianxia Academy is officially recruiting next year. Immortal Taixiang. I'll go back and process the manuscript first. If you need anything, just have someone contact me." She waved her hand lazily at him, turned around, and said, "Okay." She rested her chin on her hand, closed her eyes, and thought, "Invincible Vajra body refining art? I'm really curious, what kind of people are those 3? The long night passed. Early morning dawned. One of the buyers of Invincible Vajra body refining art was in a concave posture. Chen Feng had been standing in that posture all night, but it barely had any effect. He sighed. Whoosh! I haven't gained any enlightenment after a whole night. He opened the pill bag Ling Jingwu had given him yesterday, put one in his mouth, and muttered, "No, I have to work harder. Cultivation requires both hard work and resources." He returned to his original posture, determined in his heart, I can definitely squeeze something out of this, even if it's just a little bit. And so day after day, the sun chased the moon in endless cycles. Chen Feng was trying hard to comprehend his secret technique, but he just couldn't grasp it. On the other side, Ling Jingwu was also in a deadlock. Like Chen Feng, he was being stumped by a brand new secret manual that had never appeared before. He frowned and wrote, "Maybe this way it'll look more realistic." Don't tell me both of them are being serious, blindly charging forward in the wrong direction. Time flew by like a dog running in the fields, and a few more days passed. Chen Feng was still stranded on the mountaintop. He sighed helplessly. "I still haven't comprehended anything." He looked at the secret manual in anguish and muttered, "Sure enough, I'm just too stupid. My head is empty. Such a good secret manual is right in front of me, and I haven't gained anything." He slumped to the ground in frustration, his arms and legs spread out. Maybe I should go ask senior brother how to comprehend it. The writer's imagination kicked in again, and he thought about Jingwu scolding him. But if he went to ask him, he would definitely think he was untalented and might even kick him out of the sect. He opened the invincible Vajra body refining art again,
Observe the heavens. Observe the heavens. How can I possibly comprehend this? Suddenly, his brain sparked. Wait. This observe? It felt like he had comprehended something, reaching all the way to the Milky Way galaxy. That's right. The heavens, in immortal Taizhang's eyes, and mine, are completely different. His observe is the universe, the stars. He cried with joy. So that's it. I've comprehended it. He took a gulp of fresh air. Chen Feng sat cross-legged in a ready-to-cultivate posture. This time, I must use my heart to observe this great universe. A moment later, with each cool breeze that blew past, right now, Chen Feng was sitting in the void of the universe. His figure was utterly tiny, standing amidst the cosmic galaxy. In the great Qin dynasty, the capital city, the cosmic galaxy blanketed the entire city. Inside the palace, a man looked up at the sky and immediately screamed in panic, forgetting his image.
This is impossible. Twinkling constellations. Is an immortal saint appearing?
That old guy was the Grand Qin Heavenly Secrets Hall Master. He was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out, muttering repeatedly,
"How could such an anomaly occur? This definitely means something big is happening. I must immediately report to His Majesty."
This celestial phenomenon, indeed, many powerhouses in the world sensed this unusual occurrence. But at the same time, in Ling Jingwu's abode, Ling Jingwu's bedroom on Qingyun Mountain,
Jingwu seemed to have just finished writing a self-created secret manual. He smiled contentedly, praising himself. "Yeah, this is truly the essence of divinity. I write so well." He raised his head, sensing something different in the sky.
While other powerhouses were terrified by the phenomenon, some just thought the moon was a bit brighter tonight. Jingwu was one such example.
He raised his hand to shield his forehead, sighing, "Ugh, why is it so bright today?"
On the mountain peak, Chen Feng sat cross-legged amidst the anomaly he had just caused, stirring up the world.
His eyes snapped open, brimming with energy. He cried out joyfully, I see it!
He saw a colossal god, his entire body shimmering metal, with 6 arms, looking incredibly majestic, mixed with a bit of fear. The tiny Chen Feng looked up. "This is the great diamond Dabio, I comprehended."
Returning to the real world, he was already covered in sweat, his brow furrowed. He exclaimed with delight,
"Mind observation diamond, guiding the heaven and earth to transform into divine hammers. And the self-refining furnace." So that's it, I finally understand. Invincible diamond body refining art is divided into 5 major realms. First is lesser diamond, with a mysterious black color. Grand diamond is of the supreme white color. Diamond fiery red. Great Dio diamond is of the ocean blue color. Great diamond is the golden divine sun and moon.
He seriously assessed. Lesser diamond extracts heavenly hammer and earthly furnace, tempering oneself 9,981 times to achieve perfection, thereby condensing the lesser diamond body. At that time, one's strength will be like a true dragon. One's chi and blood will boil like the solar star. Chi and spirit will be full. He stood up, originally thinking that comprehension would be difficult. But unexpectedly, cultivation is even more difficult. However, if this technique were too simple, Shixiang wouldn't have given it to me so seriously, he remembered, scratching his head. But the current problem is that I don't have any Ling Qi. In theory, cultivators are divided into 7 major realms. Qi refining, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit severing, tribulation transcendence, and great ascension. He picked up the demon-subduing sword given to him by Jingwu. But I only cultivate sword techniques. Cultivating cultivation arts is still a no. I haven't even refined Qi yet. There's no Ling Qi to condense the heavenly hammer and earthly furnace. Again wielding his sword. Still, I should obediently try to comprehend the 4 thunder sword intent. A long time later, early in the morning, Jingwu, instead of sleeping in, diligently went up the mountain to find Chen Feng. He walked along, pleased with himself. I finally finished writing it. Today I can teach little Shidi this random sword compendium. He recalled Shifu solemnly saying, I want to let Chen Feng participate in the Great Sword Dao Assembly. He was dejected. To be honest, Shifu is getting worse as he lives longer, and he even wants little Shidi to participate in the Great Sword Dao Assembly. He thought of Chen Feng being bullied, trembling. Little Shidi now has sword intent and sword techniques, but no cultivation. At that time, he might even be suppressed in cultivation and beaten by a bunch of burly men. He still thinks of me as a kid who needs to be locked up at home. Little Shidi, the reason this Shixiang taught you random stuff is just to protect you. As long as I can get rid of the idea of you going to your death, everything this Shixiang does is worth it. Chen Feng was happy to see Ling Jingwu and waved at him. Da Shixiang, what brings you here? Jingwu didn't exactly jump for joy seeing his little Shidi. He just said, all nonchalant, nothing much, just here to bring you a second sword technique. Chen Feng was stunned. A second sword technique. But I haven't even grasped the sword intent of the first one yet. He thought dejectedly about the 4 stances of Thunder Sword. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, and the diamond body refining. Plus, the Shixiang sword techniques are all OP. If I want too much, I'll definitely screw up. Shixiang is obviously testing if I'm greedy or not. A light flashed in his eyes. Enlightenment. I see through you. He clasped his hands and bowed respectfully to Jingwu, saying, Da Shixiang, this Shidi is dull.
It's been almost a month, and I still haven't fully condensed the sword intent of the first technique. Isn't learning a second one so quickly a bit too soon? Jingwu frowned, displeased. TCH. This kid, a month to comprehend the entire sword stance and technique? You dare say you're dull? His heart was about to explode. He wanted to yell at Chen Feng 1,000 times. What the heck are you dissing? Does that mean I, who spent 5 years of bitter cultivation just to get a basic grasp of the Spring Thunder Aberration Sword, am trash? He suppressed his anger, gritting his teeth as he said, "It's fine. What they say about mastering one technique leading to mastering all techniques. Now that you've grasped the 4 Thunder Aberration Sword, learning a new technique will be twice as easy."
Chen Feng saw Da Shixiang's face all twisted up, looking like he was about to explode. He was a little confused. Da Shixiang's expression, is he unhappy with my refusal?
That's right. His expression turned grim, and he gripped his sword tightly. In our sect, everyone is an elite. If I refuse, it'll be obvious that I don't fit in. If things continue like this, I'll definitely be kicked out of the sect soon.
He made up his mind, gripped his sword with both hands, and cupped his fist, trying to look imposing as he said to Jingwu, "So that's how it is. Thank you for your guidance, Da Shixiang." Jingwu snapped back to reality, drew his sword, and the spiritual power and sword intent spread out. He looked incredibly dashing, he said seriously. "Then watch closely. Shixiang will only demonstrate once." Chen Feng looked interested
and replied attentively, "Understood." But then Jingwu just stood there, motionless. Silence hung in the air for a long time. Chen Feng began to doubt his life. He frowned. Shixiang has been standing there for a while. Aren't we going to demonstrate? Could there be some deeper meaning?
At that moment, Jingwu was gnashing his teeth, looking awkward. Crap, I forgot the sword moves. If I flip through the secret manual now, won't I look like a total idiot? He came up with an excuse.
Got it? He pointed a finger at the sky and said, "Look at the sky." Chen Feng was naive. He widened his eyes and looked up, looking at the sky. Seizing the opportunity, Jingwu pulled out the secret manual from his robes.
He stuck his sword aside and quickly opened it to cram. Chen Feng, still looking up at the sky, asked with his mouth open. "There's nothing in the sky though." Da Shixiang Jingwu had finished memorizing, tucked the secret manual away, grabbed his sword and called out, "Chen Feng, watch closely." Hearing this, he turned around to look without suspicion. Jingwu casually performed a series of beautiful sword movements, followed by a clear blue sword intent, as supple as water, clinging to the sharp blade.
Chen Feng stared, unable to help but exclaim, "Amazing swordplay. It's like a surging river released from the unrestrained eyes of a poet."
Chen Feng naturally felt that his Shixiang was more like waving his sword around randomly. He panicked. "Oh, why do I suddenly feel like something's off?"
Jingwu, while swinging his sword, worried. He probably won't see the flaws in the sword moves I made up, right?
Thinking that Chen Feng would laugh at him for being stupid, he unexpectedly seriously thought over these sword moves. Although they looked childish, they hid a kind of profound meaning. Da Shixiang must be reminding me of something. Jingwu made a horizontal slash across his body, waves of water following his arm, looking extremely powerful. Chen Feng widened his eyes as if he understood. Unexpectedly, a defensive move that's impossible to defend against. Da Shixiang is indeed reminding me to be wary of arrogance and impatience, and to take things one step at a time. He clenched his fists, staring intently at his great Da Shixiang. Although Da Shixiang usually speaks seriously, he is actually a good person with a warm heart. Concluding his stance, Jingwu slashed from the sky down, powerfully and decisively, as if wanting to tear space apart. His eyes held hidden meaning, but in his heart, he cleared himself of responsibility. I mixed the first move of this sword technique with the last move of the Great River sword art, keeping some truth mixed in with the fake. What you managed to train is not my concern. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng happily clapped and praised. This move of Da Shixiang's has truly opened my eyes. The waters of the Great River come from the heavens, rushing to the sea, never to return. Hearing the poem he read, Jingwu was stunned. This poem feels very stylish, very good, I want to steal it. Thinking of this, his mind turning to wicked thoughts, he should still pretend to ask on the surface, and immediately turned on his lofty actor mode and asked, "Have you grasped it?" He grinned from ear to ear, giving him 2 thumbs up and praising him enthusiastically. "Senior brother, this junior brother feels that this grand air swordplay is overflowing. Its sword stance is like endless surging waves, finally merging into an earth-shattering sea." Hearing these flowery words, he nodded with satisfaction, inwardly musing. Not bad, although only 2 moves were real. The rest I just made up, so it's ridiculously heaven-defying because it's fabricated. He put on a serious face, extended his hand, and said to him in a strange manner, "Junior brother, this swordplay is called the Starlight River Swordplay. The introductory volume only has 9 moves, but it can be constantly deduced. You must quickly comprehend it. I won't say much else, it all depends on you." Chen Feng clasped his fist, shouting loudly with the same energy as if he was still doing military training. "Understood. Junior brother will definitely practice diligently and condense the Starlight River sword stance as soon as possible." Ling Jingwu turned his head to look, his eyes streaked with red, revealing a weird and perverted smile.
Condense the Starlight River sword stance.
Sorry, the name of this swordplay was also just made up. The sword stance doesn't exist at all.
Ling Jingwu turned and left, leaving Chen Feng with a word. Swordplay is profound. If you can't comprehend it, don't force it. Returning to cultivate the fourth under different images. Sword is also a good choice. He listened to the teachings of his senior brother, nodding happily.
Feeling like his soul had been illuminated by the light of the party,
he respectfully clasped his fist and said to Jingwu, "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother."
Suddenly he turned back, rushing towards him as if he remembered something. "Oh right, in 2 days, senior brother Yikai will look for you to teach you the art of alchemy."
Chen Feng widened his eyes and asked back. The art of alchemy. The image of an incredibly cool alchemy furnace from TV shows immediately appeared in his mind. Only the Supreme Lord Lao in my previous life knew this special art.
He was even more confused. But with my aptitude, can I learn it? The art of alchemy must be very difficult.
Jingwu was silent, thinking of his silly junior brother Yikai. Sing, even someone with Xiao Yikai's aptitude can learn it, so it will be extremely easy for you. A piece of cake?
He smiled amiably, stepping forward and patting Chen Feng on the shoulder. You don't need to worry. Senior brother Yikai is mild-tempered, much better than me.
Moreover, he smiled provocatively, I'll demonstrate the Starlight River swordplay one more time. Chen Feng rolled his eyes, startled. But I haven't had time to comprehend it yet. He closed his eyes, pretending to be displeased, and said, I can wait here.
Since senior brother had said so, he had no choice but to comply, clasping his fist and saying, Then senior brother, wait for me a moment. I'll sit in meditation to comprehend it a bit, and then demonstrate it for senior brother to see. Jingwu bitterly looked at Chen Feng seriously sitting in meditation in front of him. Good kid, you even want to sit in meditation to comprehend something I made up. You really are a genius. The reason I wanted you to demonstrate it once is because you're too focused on the way of the sword. He worriedly thought of Chen Feng turning to the dark side. The swordplay was made up by me. What if a talent like junior brother suffers chi deviation? He suddenly panicked again when he thought of his master chasing after him with a cleaver. Master has such high expectations for junior brother, he will definitely kill me. On the other side, Chen Feng was seriously thinking about the swordplay that Jingwu had just taught him. Starlight River swordplay. Starlight River swordplay, just like the name, it is the Milky Way. His mind felt light and airy, as if lost in a distant, vast and mysterious universe. No matter how vast the ocean is, it looks so small in front of the Milky Way. He suddenly woke up, opened his eyes, I understand. He stood up, swung his sword. This time it was Jingwu's turn to be surprised, wondering. Why has the sound of the sword turned into the sound of ocean waves? He danced the sword with extremely decisive and powerful movements. Bluntly speaking, it was fierce. With each sword strike, the air would create vast waves of water. Seeing such a magical scene, Jingwu was already confused. He kept stepping back and looking left and right, following Chen Feng's sword dance. Damn it, is this junior brother's sword chi affecting my vision? How could Chen Feng know his senior brother's confusion? He created 3 consecutive clones that stood under the huge waves created by his sword stance. Jingwu stood in front of the huge wave, starting to panic in his heart. Damn it, the waves are too big. Is this the Starlight River swordplay that I just taught? Seeing the wave about to crash into him, he could only raise his hands to cover his face, only daring to scream inwardly to avoid losing face in front of his junior brother. At this moment, Chen Feng's giant wave dissipated. He walked to Jingwu, panting heavily. Huff! Huff! Senior brother, this move of mine. He clasped his fist, still panting. Only managed to comprehend 7,749 sword moves. Junior brother's aptitude is foolish. I'm afraid I can't fully display the essence of this swordplay. Hearing these words from his junior brother, he felt a little uncomfortable. Display the essence. What does this of yours have to do with what I just demonstrated? Chen Feng was harboring another calculation. I feel that behind this sword stance, there are more secrets than just what the sword manual mentions. It is even more advanced than the 4 Thunder Different Images sword. Jingwu turned away, praising without praising. Practiced 7,749 moves in a short time. Not bad. Continue to train. He was ecstatic to be praised, clasping his fist at Jingwu. Understood, senior brother. Don't worry, I will definitely strive to achieve 1% of your level. Hearing these words, Jingwu felt like his heart had been pierced by 10,000 arrows. He held a belly full of tears in his heart, not daring to say it. Smiling through tears that couldn't stop flowing, 1% of my level, He swallowed back his tears, bitterly gritting his teeth, making up his mind. Just you wait. I'll definitely make up a set of sword techniques that you absolutely can't comprehend, for sure. After a while, a voice echoed from someone's bedroom in the Qingyun Sword Sect. The 4 main ingredients of the blood-replenishing pill are benefit grass, blood vine, dry heart root, nourishing leaf, and 9 auxiliary herbs within. It was none other than senior brother Xiao Yikai, still racking his brains and muttering to himself, Oh no, I can't remember, I have to take a look. And just like that he did. He opened the book, glanced at the passage, and exclaimed, Dry heart root is the main ingredient of the raging chi pill, not the blood-replenishing pill. Then he scolded himself.
Zhao Yikai, why can't you ever remember? He looked outside and saw a figure standing on the roof of the opposite room. Oh, that's... He peeked through the window.
He saw Ling Jingwu miserably crying, but his hands were still behind his back, pretending to be lofty. It's senior brother again, gazing at the moon and crying. Is teaching junior brother really that painful? Sigh, senior brother is just impatient. Even if junior brother's talent is lacking, it wouldn't be to this extent, right?
He turned back and picked up the pill book, resolving in his heart, tomorrow, I will teach junior brother, so that senior brother can teach a bit more carefully, so he knows what a shining example looks like.
Within Qing province, there were 3 famous great sects, namely the Thunderclap Sword Sect, the White Cloud Dao Sect, and the Green Moon Sword Sect, while the Qingyun Sword Sect was basically unheard of.
At the Thunderclap Sword Sect, in the training grounds, 3 elders were standing before a group of disciples. They announced, "Very good. You 10 are the most outstanding new talents of our Thunderclap Sword Sect this term. 7 of you have cultivated the Spring Thunder Sword art to great perfection, and 2 of you have reached the peak of mastery."
Standing in the middle of the disciples were 2 red-haired youths, confident and arms crossed, eyes straight ahead, a smug smile on their lips, listening to the elders mention them. The strongest among you has even condensed the Spring Thunder Sword intent. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples all praised him.
Senior brother Zhen Jiangqiang of the Thunderclap Sword Sect has actually condensed the Spring Thunder Sword intent. Senior brother is amazing. The 3 elders also praised him approvingly. Excellent, truly a young talent. Before 30 he will definitely be able to condense the 4 Thunder Sword intent and comprehend the entire 4 Thunder Manifestation Sword.
He clasped his fist, raised his head to the 3 elders and said, "Respected elders, now there are still 2 months until the Qing Province Sword Dao Assembly. Don't we need to cultivate further?"
One of the elders stroked his chin and said to him, "It's good that you have such intentions. You're right. 2 months is enough for us to do many things, so this time the sect master will personally guide your cultivation." This time, not only him but all the surrounding disciples were surprised that the sect master was personally guiding them. The sect master never appears. He wants to personally guide us.
This is a huge opportunity. The sect master is the 4 Thunder Lord, who created the legendary 4 Thunder Manifestation Sword. The senior brother confidently smiled in his heart. He had planned it all along. Several hundred years ago, the sect master shook the entire Qing province. A leading figure like me, after being guided by the sect master, the first place in that Qing province Sword Dao Assembly belongs to me.
However, an elder said sternly, "Don't be arrogant. This Qing province sword tournament is not the same as before. Our goal is to enter the top 10. The disciples were like lightning had struck their ears, chaotic and noisy. Top 10. The sect master personally guides us, and the goal is only the top 10. Senior brother has comprehended the Spring Thunder Sword intent. Don't we have that much confidence?" The elder continued. Ahem. We are the Thunderclap Sword Sect. First, in Qing province, we have received accurate information. In Qing province there are several hidden sects, also sending disciples to participate in the Sword Dao Assembly. Everyone was noisy again. Hidden sects are also participating in this assembly. Could it be? In this world, in the 7 kingdoms, the 7 kingdoms occupy the vast majority of the entire continent, and possess a huge amount of land and resources.
Some transcendent sects, extremely powerful, are also lingering in the 7 kingdoms. It is said that, for some unknown reason, the 7 kingdoms are in great chaos, and the powerful sects may also decline because of this, while the core disciples of the declining sects have sneaked into the mountains and become hidden sects. Back to the training grounds of the Thunderclap Sword Sect, the disciples were still worried, saying to each other, "The unparalleled techniques of these hidden sects far surpass ordinary sects, and they have some reputation in the Daqian Qing province of the 7 kingdoms. Even those hidden monsters want to participate, so being able to enter the top is already good. That's not right. There must be some treasures appearing in this sword tournament. Ugh, why was I so lazy? If I had known, I would have worked hard to cultivate." Striving to get a spot to participate in the competition would have been so great.
A moment later, at the Thunderclap Sword Sect's main hall, the elders were seated in their positions, the space silent and solemn. Everyone had the same thought, waiting for the sect master to return. According to the timeline, the sect master would return to the sect today, and it was almost time now. At that moment, a person appeared in the middle of the hall, surrounded by several swords, looking extremely imposing.
He spoke. "Everyone, I'm late." The elders, seeing this, immediately stood up, clasped their fists in salute. "Sect master, greetings sect master, greetings sect master." The sect master walked towards his seat, turned his head to look at everyone. "Today I have gathered everyone, because there is an important matter. Do you all know of the World Academy?" Everyone was so surprised to hear him mention this, that their mouths dropped open. The World Academy, the highest academy, gathering top talents from the 7 kingdoms. To be able to enter there, they must be amazing geniuses, with extraordinary talent, knowledge, and aptitude. Only the top person in each province is qualified to participate in the World Academy. It is said that one step into the World Academy is already close to the Heavenly Dao. An elder spoke up and asked, "Sect Master,
Could it be that the champion of the Qing province Sword Dao Assembly can enter the World Academy? The sect leader gritted his teeth, giving a vague answer, yes and no. This assessment is just a chance. The elder was still confused. Sect leader, could you elaborate? The sect leader opened his eyes, frowning. The Emperor of the Great Qingyun wants to select talents from this competition to participate in an examination at the academies throughout the land. An image of the majestic emperor immediately surfaced with the sect leader's words. This Azure Province tournament will have Sword Dao powerhouses from the Imperial Court patrolling and supervising. The elders were delighted to hear this. The Imperial Court will send Sword Dao powerhouses to supervise. If we're noticed, wouldn't that be a step towards the heavens? If it's a disciple of our Thunderclap Sword Sect, wouldn't our Sword Sect no longer be stuck in Azure Province? The sect leader nodded. Indeed, Azure Province is very weak, and the lowest among the 33 provinces in the Great Qingyun. If this succeeds, our Thunderclap Sword Sect can rise a level. He became even more serious. I already know who the supervisor is this time. Just follow his preferences, and it's highly likely that a disciple from our sect will catch his eye.
Hearing this, admiration appeared on everyone's faces. As expected, sect leader, your methods are heaven-defying. Quickly, tell us who this Imperial Court supervisor is.
The old sect leader took out a scroll, saying to everyone, that person is in this painting. He unfurled the painting. It was the painting Chen Feng drew of Ling Jingwu, which he and his shifu had sold to the pawnshop owner. The sect leader said, the man in this painting is the Sword Dao powerhouse, sent by the Emperor of the Great Qingyun.
Seeing Chen Feng's painting, everyone was shocked. Just a painting carries such immortal aura. Truly, a sword immortal. This temperament is immeasurable.
One person was a little doubtful. Sect leader, why are you so sure? What if...
Before he could finish, the sect leader cut him off, his eyes sharp, pointing to the seal left by Chen Feng. There's no what if. Look at this inscription. It's the work of the Qingyun Jushi, the great Qingyun's rising talent. Hearing this, the elders' heads buzzed. Their eyes widened in astonishment, and they all started talking at once. The Qingyun Jushi. The most powerful genius in the Great Qingyun right now is the Qingyun Jushi. Not only are noble families in the Great Qingyun singing praises about him, but even the emperor praises his works endlessly.
The sect leader still held the painting of Ling Jingwu, a solemn look on his face, answering the elder's question.
That's right, so everything that's happening makes perfect sense. He's favored by the emperor, so he received this important task. He pointed at the painting again, continuing. And this supervisor envoy was commissioned by the emperor for the Qingyun Jushi to paint. That person doesn't like to reveal his face, so he didn't paint his face clearly, only leaving behind this immortal bearing.
One elder was still skeptical, continuing to probe. Sect leader, all of this is just your guess. What proof is there? The sect leader sneered upon hearing this and clapped his hands. A sword intent, containing enormous spiritual power, flew out from Chen Feng's painting and landed in the middle of the hall.
This scene left everyone terrified. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, This is...
The elders were sweating profusely, covering their faces with their hands. Everyone grimaced and sighed. Such strong sword intent. Just a painting containing sword intent has such power. Amazing. It seems everything the sect leader guessed is true.
Seeing everyone was completely convinced, the sect leader retracted the sword intent within the painting, asking with satisfaction, Now do you still think I guessed wrong?
He opened his eyes, continuing. Moreover, you still haven't discovered the true secret of this painting.
This time the elders were truly serious. Everyone was anxious, hurriedly saying, Sect leader, please just tell us. Yes, sect leader, don't speak vaguely. Sect leader, can you tell us?
The sect leader seriously held the painting in front of him, his eyebrows furrowed. This painting doesn't contain any spiritual key at all, yet it has such terrifying sword intent. The elders were shocked upon hearing this. No spiritual key, but such powerful sword intent. Just how powerful is that supervisor envoy? A plump elder raised his hand. Then, sect leader, what should we do now? Where did you get this painting?
The sect leader didn't hide anything.
I got this painting from a pawnshop. The owner there said that among those who sold the painting, there was one person who looked extremely similar to the person in the painting.
Everyone's faces were bewildered.
Oh, doesn't that mean the supervisor envoy is in Azure Province? How could such a treasure be casually sold to a pawnshop?
The sect leader's face was stern.
That's right. It seems this great figure is quite similar to that invincible sword sovereign at the pinnacle of the Sword Dao. Liking to travel, not valuing any treasures, and often using them to exchange for other ordinary people's items. The elders' facial muscles relaxed slightly, as all their questions were finally answered. Now there was an even more difficult problem. If that great figure is in Azure Province, should we try to curry favor with it?
The sect leader calculated. If we actively try to curry favor, it will backfire. Someone with such a personality would definitely hate that.
The elders all agreed. Sect leader is absolutely right, so what should we do? The sect leader already had a plan in his heart. Let the disciples of the Thunderclap Sword Sect travel. If they happen to meet him, it will be a stroke of fate. Follow the natural course. humbly seek guidance, and there will definitely be results. At the same time, the immortal Ling Jingwu in the painting was of course at home, reclining with his legs crossed, reading a book and picking his nose. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What is this book even writing? The sword techniques are even more unrealistic than me. What, one sword strike cleaves 9 true dragons? How is that even possible?" While he was engrossed in the tattered book, a call and a knock jolted him awake. "Senior brother, are you there?" He recognized Tian Shimei's voice immediately.
The beautiful girl at the door was Tianling Shihe, the 7th junior sister of the Qingyun Sword Sect. She had been knocking for a while, and since Ling Jingwu wasn't answering, she wondered, why isn't senior brother answering?
Just as she thought that, she saw Jingwu push the door open. "Little Shimei, what's up? What do you need your senior brother for?" He acted calm on the outside, but inside, he was a bit nervous in front of his little Shimei. His public image was super important. He had to protect his senior brother image in her heart at all costs.
Seeing her senior brother finally appear, Linger didn't dwell on it too much. She put a finger to her lips, acting all cute, and told him, "I'm delivering a message from second senior brother. He's gone to teach little Shibari about Dan alchemy. You can relax and take it easy for a while." Hearing this, Jingwu felt like he had heard something completely absurd. His mind was flooded with questions. Relax and take it easy? I'm not exactly working myself to the bone day and night, am I? Meanwhile, Xiao Yikai was on his way to Chen Feng's place, shaking his head in sympathy for senior brother Ling Jingwu. He's been frowning and worrying every day about little Shidi's cultivation, not eating or sleeping well. Today, I'll take over for senior brother and teach this little Shidi with poor aptitude.
Little Shidi with poor aptitude, Chen Feng, who was currently cultivating on the mountain, was brimming with energy. He was reassuring himself. "The stellar sword art that senior brother taught me is really amazing. I've already come up with 9,981 moves. I have to keep persevering and not rush things." Thinking up 81 moves in 2 days wasn't rushing at all. It was like taking forever to get into Tsinghua University. "What's the rush?" he sighed wearily. "Too bad I don't have any Ling Qi. Otherwise I could continue practicing the invincible Vajra body tempering art." Just then, a voice rang out in the distance. "Little Shidi." He opened his eyes.
Xiao Yikai,
the second senior brother from Qingyun Sword Sect, stood before him. He was a handsome young man with bright eyes, smiling at Chen Feng. He recognized him instantly. This was the first time he had come here. Was he going to teach him something new? He respectfully clasped his fist towards Yikai. "Greetings, second senior brother." Yikai looked at him. "Little Shidi, senior brother is a bit busy lately, so he asked me to teach you the art of pill refinement."
Hearing this, he was a little bewildered.
"Senior brother hates me because of my poor aptitude."
Yikai didn't know what to say, nor how to comfort him. In the end, he just patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. But he couldn't think of anything to say, so he could only start calling him. After arranging his words for a while, and seeing that he was sad, he had no choice but to smile. "Don't be sad. The Tao of pills is more promising than the Tao of the sword." Chen Feng didn't feel any happier after hearing Yikai's comfort, but instead felt even more sad. "Sure enough, I must be too stupid. After all this time, I still haven't been able to cultivate qi."
Yikai clenched his fist, showing determination, and a look of dissatisfaction with the senior brother appeared on his face.
"Don't be discouraged. Let's see. Second senior brother's pill dabio is no worse than sword dabio, little Shikari. Maybe you're not good at the way of the sword, but what if your pill refinement talent is heaven-defying?"
Chen Feng twitched the corner of his mouth but still thanked him. "Thank you for your consolation, second senior brother." In his heart he was too bored to say anything. "Yeah, it seems like I feel even worse after hearing this consolation."
Yikai regained a serious expression. "Alright, Chen Feng Shidi, now calm down, and senior brother will explain the pill Dao to you. The saint said, if you are good at refining pills, you don't have to worry about not having a wife." Chen Feng widened his eyes in shock, but didn't dare to say it out loud. What saint is so vulgar? A moment later, the two brothers found a flat rock, and sat opposite each other, very seriously. Yikai spoke to teach, while Chen Feng was trying to prick up his ears to listen. "There are 3,000 great Taoists, none of which are superior to the others, but the secrets of heaven and earth are hidden within the pill Dao. Chen Shidi, in your eyes, what is a powerful alchemist?" He replied seriously. Reporting to Yikai Shixiong, Shidi believes that a powerful alchemist is all-encompassing. A single pill can drive countless powerhouses crazy, and a powerful alchemist can defy fate. Yikai stood at the leading edge, raising his hand to stroke his chin, thinking, "Not right. Those who reach the pinnacle of the pill Dako can turn all things into divine medicines." He widened his eyes in surprise. "Turn all things into divine medicines," he continued. "A true alchemist does not refine pills but refines heaven and earth. An alchemist in that realm, a single pill is an entire world." Chen Feng's flighty soul began to show the vision of the cosmic galaxy in his head. Feeling that Yikai was truly great, is this second senior brother's knowledge?
After speaking, Yikai asked, waking him up from his dream, "Little Shidi, do you understand now?" He decisively clasped his fist and shouted, "Shidi understands." Yikai was satisfied.
He approached Chen Feng, smiling, and patted him on the shoulder. "It's good that you understand. It's just that senior brother was talking about the peak of pill Dao, and senior brother is still not sure what your aptitude is, so I can only teach you the most basic pill refinement techniques."
He flipped his face, his expression darkened, and his sharp eyes wanted to scare him.
"You must remember that the so-called medicine is 3 parts poison between heaven and earth, and any elixir has toxicity. Today, senior brother is imparting the art of non-toxic pill refinement to you."
His eyes brightened. Non-toxic pill refinement. Second senior brother can do what modern medicine in my previous life couldn't. He stared at the second senior brother with wide-eyed admiration. Sure enough. People in this sect are all reclusive experts. I must study hard, and this time I can't let second senior brother leave in anger.
Xiao Yikai didn't really care about Chen Feng's eyes being as round as the full moon. He raised a finger and continued. "This medicinal pill is actually made without using any medicinal ingredients at all. No ingredients, no poison, right?"
Chen Feng was completely dumbfounded and asked again, "Xiao Yikai, you're saying you can make pills without ingredients?" In his mind he was like, "Wah, then, what do you use to make the pills? Mind power?"
Xiao Yikai's words made Chen Feng feel like he was in the emperor's new clothes. He felt like the old king who was tricked by those con artists. Xiao Yikai, playing the sly merchant, was tricking Chen Feng, the gullible emperor, with the classic line, "Your Majesty, I have the emperor's new pill. Only intelligent rulers can see it." Chen Feng cursed inwardly. "Is this guy trying to mess with me?"
A wisp of pure Ling Qi surrounded Xiao Yikai as he explained. "Heaven and earth are filled with spiritual Qi. Can't you just condense the Ling Qi of heaven and earth directly, and use Supreme Dharma to condense an extremely high-quality medicinal pill?"
Chen Feng, who didn't have a shred of spiritual Qi, looked around, trying to spot the Ling Qi, eager to seize the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth, and refine an amazing medicinal pill. That would be truly amazing. Seeing Chen Feng's enthusiasm, Xiao Yikai happily handed him a book.
Chen Feng Shidi. You need to understand the steps of this non-toxic pill refining method. It's all recorded in this book. You figure it out yourself.
After Chen Feng took the book, Xiao Yikai stood up to leave, waving his hand and leaving a message. "Come find Shixiong when you've refined the pill." Chen Feng cupped his fist, full of enthusiasm, and said to the departing figure, "Many thanks for Shixiong's dharma."
Then he looked at the book in his hand, his heart filled with joy. "If I can refine Qi, refining pills, I can accumulate Ling Qi." This pill manual from second Shixiong came at just the right time. On the other side, Xiao Yikai put his hands behind his back, the corners of his mouth stretching to his ears. Anyone could see the joy plastered on his face. Da Shixiong, ah, Da Shixiong. Teaching the little Shidi isn't that difficult, is it? Saying you have no patience. How will you inherit the sect leader position in the future?
As if remembering something, he tilted his head, stroked his chin, and pondered. "For the future of our Qingyun Sword Sect, should I compete for the sect leader position?" Time flew by, and soon it was time for the Qingyun Sword Sect disciples to fall into dreamland. In Ling Jingwu's bedroom, after throwing his half-read book on the table, he lay on his bed, snoring loudly. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the door, lurking.
Even if Ling Jingwu was usually a simpleton, he was still a sword cultivator. His senses were sharper than most. He immediately became alert, opened his eyes, and shouted, "Who's there?" He conveniently grabbed the sword that was near him.
He fiercely pointed the sword at the figure, full of anger and vigilance. "Who's got the nerve?" The door opened, and what met his eyes and the tip of his sword was his Shifu. With his hands clasped behind his back, but with wide eyes and a confused, sweaty face, Ling Jingwu panicked. "Shifu, it's you!" Shifu was so frightened that his face turned green. His voice seemed to be hiding something as he said, "Jingwu, I came for a walk." Believe that? Of course he didn't. He couldn't believe that his Shifu could make up such a lame excuse. He questioned him directly. "A walk with a sword. Does that make sense? What's really going on? Tell me, I can handle it." Finally, Ling Jingwu invited his Shifu into the house. Under the light, Shifu poured himself tea and sighed, saying to him, "Ah, Jingwu, you know my wish is to upgrade our Qingyun Sword Sect to a third-rank sect, right? And now, your little Shidi is our opportunity." First, Ling Jingwu noticed something else. He saw Shifu bring the tea to his lips and quickly stopped him. "This tea was brewed 7 or 8 days ago." Then he continued, "Why do you feel that little Shifudi is our opportunity?" Shifu replied, "If your little Shidi just shows up at the Qingzhou Sword Dao tournament, he'll definitely make it into the top 100. At that time, upgrading our Qingyun Sword Sect to a third-rank sect will be a piece of cake." At the same time, he put the teacup down on the table, spilling tea, his face as if he had just stood between life and death. "That was close. I almost got poisoned to death," Ling Jingwu asked in surprise. "You really want little Shidi to participate in the Qingzhou Sword Dao tournament? Once his talent is revealed, he'll definitely be poached by other great sects." Shifu heard this, but his expression was calm. "Isn't that obvious?" Ling Jingwu didn't know how to refute that, so he remained silent, looking unwilling. Shifu stroked his beard, understanding the reason somewhat. "For a talent like your little Shidi to waste his life in our Qingyun Sword Sect, doesn't your heart ache?" The kid could have soared to the 9 heavens to grasp the moon, but we want to trap him in the mountains to be a mountain hermit. Ling Jingwu was dejected, but he didn't forget the main point. Shifu is right, but you still haven't said why you took your sword out in the middle of the night. Shifu also cooperated, and answered him. Because I want to take a trip to the White Mist Mountains. A Dakio friend of mine sent a letter saying they discovered spirit crystals in the White Mist Mountains. Spirit crystals are a pretty good material for refining flying swords. Although it's only a mid-grade mineral, it's the best material I can find, Shifu said casually, with a sheepish expression, wanting to burrow into the ground, and told Ling Jingwu, I can't let your little shidi go on stage at the Sword Dao tournament with that cold iron sword, right? People might laugh us to death. Ling Jingwu felt like he had been struck by lightning, thinking he had misheard. The White Mist Mountains? I didn't mishear, did I? You want to go there? Hundreds of monsters appeared. From giant shark-headed snakes, spider-headed centipedes, and ghost-faced tigers and leopards, to strange, weird beasts, Ling Jingwu said. Are you crazy? There are a lot of Yao beasts there. Going there is the same as becoming food for them. Shifu was angry. I really want to scold you, but you're right, I'll just stay outside the mountains, nothing will happen. He slammed the table, jumping up excitedly. Then I'll go with you. His Shifu got even angrier, squinting one eye challengingly. Oh, so you're going to bring more food for the Yao beasts, huh? Ling Jingwu, radiating a rare light of enlightenment, said obediently. Just stay at the sect. He patted his chest confidently, bursting with heroic spirit. We don't have the face to ask Junior Brother Xiao to draw another picture, but we can help him get spirit materials to forge swords. One more person is one more chance. Afraid he wasn't convincing enough, he grinned, sidling up to his Shifu and adding, Besides, Shifu, you're getting old, your hands and feet are weak. With me there to take care of you, you'll be safe. His Shifu was speechless with anger. You're the one who's old. I'm only over 100 years old. Still pretty old. And so, under the bright moonlight, two figures flew towards Mount Baiwu, chatting as they went. If both of us Shifu and disciple leave, what's Junior Brother Xiao supposed to do? Ling Jingwu replied. Xiao Yikai Shidi is teaching him alchemy lately, so nothing should happen. At the same time, in Chen Feng's room, under the flickering, dim candlelight, Chen Feng was trying hard to study alchemy. No materials needed, he muttered, squinting at the book in the weak light. Early the next morning, Chen Feng pushed open his door. Still sleepy, he yawned widely in the morning sun. What a mood breaker. He stretched, feeling refreshed, and gazed at the scenery in the dawn light. The peaceful and beautiful scene made him want to write poetry, and so he improvised. Qing Chen Ru Ji U Zi Chu, Riz Hao Gao Lan Quan Jing Dong Yu Shi, Dian Feng Hua Mu Shen Shen Guan Yue Tiao Xing, Dan Yin Gong Ren Xin Wan Lai Jiji, Wei Ven Zhong Xing Yin. After reciting, realizing something was wrong, he stuck out his tongue and scolded himself. This is a Taoist academy, not a Buddhist temple. Wrong, wrong. Time to stop writing poetry and enjoy life. He picked up the book Xiao Yikai had given him, and continued his research. Turns out I need to understand the mysteries of the alchemy book that Senior Brother Xiao gave me. I have to use my own spiritual power as a medium to attract the Ling Qi of heaven and earth, then use Qi to guide spirit, use spirit to transform God, and use God to condense the pill. He suddenly understood. Only then can I successfully refine the Immaculate Spirit Pill. He shrugged helplessly. But right now I don't have any Ling Qi at all, so I can't even start. An idea flashed in his mind. Why not take this opportunity to go to the scripture pavilion in the Sword Sect? Maybe there's a method for refining Qi there. Thinking is doing. He immediately got his butt moving towards the scripture pavilion. Besides, I might also find some books to learn about this world. Ever since I transmigrated to this world, I still don't really understand its cultivation system. At the Qingyun Sword Sect's scripture pavilion, he stepped inside, feeling unfamiliar. This is the scripture pavilion. The scripture pavilions in novels are heavily guarded, but this one's wide open. He looked around. Could it be that there's nothing important in the scripture pavilion? Seeing something, he was shocked, his eyes widening. This. He couldn't say anything more. Oh my God! He exclaimed in his heart at the pile of books on the shelves in front of him. Chen Feng looked at the massive bookshelf before him. So many incredible secret manuals. Just reading the titles you can tell they're super powerful treasures, yet they're just displayed here so casually, he thought. As expected, the Qingyun Sword Sect is a top-tier hidden sect, something you can only dream of finding. This time, I've got the main character's script. Then he said urgently. What am I supposed to do with 7 senior brothers and sisters who are all saints, and a Shifu who secretly conspires with the heavenly Tao? A modern, over-the-top novel plot appeared in Chen Feng's mind, and he directly jumped into the role. Chen Feng trembled. No, calm down, Chen Feng, calm down. The more secrets you know about the sect, the more normal you have to act. The more he thought about it, the more he trembled. Otherwise, they'll definitely think I have impure motives and kick me out of the sect. He looked around. Besides, eldest senior brother said you can't cultivate random secret manuals, or you'll suffer Qi deviation if they're not suitable. Control yourself first, and go find some secret manuals related to this world. He turned around. You can control yourself, Chen Feng. Chen Feng trembled as he stepped up to the second floor. He examined them. 1 book, 2 books. This must be a record of the customs and local conditions of the Daqian Empire and Qingzhou Prefecture.
Just what I need to understand the customs of Qingzhou and Daqian.
Chen Feng began to seriously study the secret manuals. Chen Feng's advantage was that he was very patient.
After a while he closed the book, finally finished. So this place is that kind of world.
Then he started explaining. The chronicles only record Qingzhou of this world.
In Qingzhou, there are many rogue cultivators, but at the same time, the imperial court also exists. The strength of the imperial court is on par with, if not stronger than, the immortal cultivation sects, even vaguely surpassing ordinary cultivation sects. A million thoughts ran through his head.
Because the imperial court can concentrate power to accomplish great things, dedicating all resources to promising newcomers, this allows the cultivators within the imperial court to grow very quickly, and there are also many newcomers emerging.
Chen Feng then thought about the image of the sects. However, the immortal cultivation sects are all fighting their own battles, making it difficult to concentrate their full power, and they even attack and suspect each other. This causes the immortal cultivation sects to restrain each other, preventing them from becoming a complete force.
But he muttered to himself,
"But what does all this have to do with me?" Chen Feng continued, "I joined the world's top hidden sect, duh. Can the imperial court, those cultivation sects, even compare to my Qingyun Sword Sect?" A flame flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. Our Qingyun Sword Sect, randomly taking out a secret manual, is enough to cause a storm in the world.
So now I should choose a spiritual qi cultivation technique that suits me.
So many secret manuals. Which one should I choose?
He looked at the books.
33 layers of cavity aperture. Mystical breathing. Just hearing the name makes me feel like I can refine a great medicine. With spiritual qi as majestic and vast as the 33 heavens.
Chen Feng was so excited that his hands trembled.
Suddenly, a voice called out, "Junior brother, what are you doing here?" He thought. That female voice is Lingware, Qingyun Sword Sect's 7th senior martial sister, Tian Lingware. He asked. "Greetings, senior sister Tian," she asked. "Shouldn't you be comprehending swordsmanship behind the mountain, junior brother? Why are you in the scripture pavilion?"
Chen Feng stammered.
"I don't understand cultivation very well, so I came to find answers." He thought, "I've been in the Qingyun Sword Sect for so long, and this is the first time I've met a senior sister. Cultivators are indeed beautiful."
Tian Linger said,
"Isn't senior brother Zhao teaching you how to cultivate? You can just ask him about these small matters."
He scratched his head.
"Ah, senior brother Zhao is very busy. I'm embarrassed to bother him,"
she said. Tresk. That senior brother Zhao is so troublesome, he's really irresponsible. She patted his shoulder. It's okay, junior brother, just try to wait these few days, and senior sister will impart the Supreme Grand Dalio to you.
Chen Feng thought. The Supreme Grand Dao. As expected, the people of our sect are all saints.
Chen Feng smiled.
Chen Feng, thanks. 7th senior sister.
Tian Linger thought. This junior brother is quite well behaved, always bowing to me. Next time, I'll bring him some delicious food. He picked up the book. Senior sister, I want to ask, can I learn this secret manual? Tian Linger was stunned. This kind of basic secret manual, if you want to learn it, then learn it. You can learn as much as you want. Chen Feng's eyes widened in surprise. So this kind of special secret manual is just a basic secret manual in senior sister's eyes.
Chen Feng blew away the dust on the cover of the book, looking at the words on the first page, thinking to himself. This 33 layers of cavity aperture mystical breathing method is just a basic secret manual in junior sister's eyes, he thought to himself. Then what kind of magical technique must a true secret manual be? Linger happily turned to leave, not forgetting to turn back and greet Chen Feng. If there's nothing else, I'll go first. In the future, just call me Linger senior sister.
Chen Feng happily blushed, waving his hands repeatedly, and replied, blushing, Thank you for your guidance, Linger senior sister. At this moment he secretly admired how beautiful Linger senior sister was.
Linger was walking away, letting out a sigh of relief. She thought, that was close. Almost blew my cover. I should avoid little junior brother before Shifu gets back. Can't let him know the sect is broke and weak.
Meanwhile, Chen Feng was carefully flipping through the pages of the book, reading intently, while thinking to himself, if senior sister Linger said it's okay, then I'll open it.
As soon as the book opened, radiant light full of divine power burst forth. Chen Feng carefully read each word in the book. Humans are the head of all beings, possessing hidden divine fortune within their bodies, with 33 heavenly palace acupoints.
So that's how it is,
Chen Feng exclaimed, understanding dawning on him like enlightenment, filled with immense joy.
The human body has 33 heavenly palace acupoints.
Opening one allows cultivation to be 10 times faster than normal. If all 33 are opened, cultivation is 330 times faster.
Chen Feng excitedly continued reading. Activating 3, 13, 23, and 33 acupoints will awaken the body's innate talents, each with extremely powerful effects.
He felt like he'd found his true love, joyfully holding the book high, exclaiming, This cultivation method is too awesome. But little did he know, street literature kills people. Chen Feng, overjoyed with his newfound cultivation manual, happily ran out of the scripture pavilion thinking, If that's the case, I must start cultivating quickly. What I lack most is talent. This manual will definitely help my talent catch up with my senior brothers and sisters.
At the cliff behind Qingyun Mountain, Chen Feng sat on a large rock, hands clasped together, closing his eyes to focus his mind for cultivation. Meditate on the acupoints, sink into the dantian, and find my acupoints first. The surrounding forest was quiet in the late night, with only Chen Feng sitting quietly in cultivation. There was a sound like water droplets falling into a calm lake. Suddenly, Chen Feng sensed something strange. Opening his eyes, he found himself floating in an undefined space. He was surprised. Where is this? He looked towards the east, where sparkling lights shone ahead, thinking in surprise. Could those be my first acupoints? Then this place must be inside my dantian. Chen Feng looked at the scene before him with joy, thinking, I did it. I sank into my dantian, and even found the first acupoint. But suddenly he worried, thinking, but how should I absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth? He returned to reality, and flipped through the book to see if there was anything recorded in the manual. But flipping it over and over, he still couldn't find what he was looking for. Chen Feng was stunned, thinking, there's no record. There's actually no record. How do I guide spiritual qi into my body? No wonder, of course there's no record. Street literature, is it even real? Chen Feng didn't give up, racking his brain. There must be some method to guide spiritual qi into the body. I must have overlooked something. Chen Feng began trying to think of a way to guide qi into his body. But he didn't know that if he succeeded, he would become a great power, a founder-level ancestor. The process of going from nothing to something had truly been realized. Chen Feng still seriously cultivated according to the book, regardless of day or night, regardless of sunshine, rain, wind, or storm. He still sat there cultivating, hoping for the day of success. 20 days later, Chen Feng was still sitting there cultivating, but his face showed some signs of frustration. Perhaps he still hadn't found a cultivation method for himself. He was a little discouraged. He sighed and muttered, alas, my comprehension is still too poor. 20 days have passed, but I still haven't grasped the method to guide qi into my body. Chen Feng thought, I can't continue like this anymore. He stood up, patted his face to regain his composure, and muttered to himself, but continuing to drag on like this is not the way. Why not do something else first? Clear my mind. As soon as he said it, he went to take a bath to regain his spirit. As he bathed, he thought, what should I do in the end? What should I do in the end? He climbed into bed wearily, feeling sad. I can't figure it out. There are no clues at all. Looking at the desk with all the paper and ink in the distance, he thought listlessly. Or maybe I should draw for a while, change my focus. A moment later, Chen Feng had set up an outdoor desk. Even though it was night, he still wanted to draw to ease his mind. But his worries were still there, he muttered. What should I do in the end? What should I do in the end? There's fundamentally no way. Sticking to the rules just won't work, he thought while drawing random strokes. But this made Chen Feng realize something about his cultivation process. Chen Feng excitedly said, I get it, I get it. Guiding qi into the body is harmonizing with heaven and earth. To become heaven and earth, to unite with the Tao is precisely guiding qi into the body. Just then, a beam of truth zipped through him, making his aura surge several notches. For qi refining, he unexpectedly comprehended the Tao. At this moment, Chen Feng was filled with a rampant, incomparably strong quality, he murmured to himself. This feeling, I've reached foundation establishment. Chen Feng relied on a randomly written novel, independently comprehended the Dabio, and successfully reached foundation establishment. But he only thought he had achieved foundation establishment. Chen Feng still thought he had only achieved minor achievement in cultivation, and thought to himself, no, I can't get too excited, it's just foundation establishment. I have to work harder and refine that non-toxic elixir that senior brother taught me soon. Just then, Chen Feng's place brightly illuminated one corner of the bamboo forest, causing the two senior brothers in the courtyard to be surprised. Senior brother 2 said in astonishment. Third junior brother, what is that? Third senior brother was also stunned by the scene before him, replying, second senior brother, it looks like some grandmaster is undergoing tribulation transcendence. Second senior brother said curiously, but why doesn't it look like tribulation transcendence? Third senior brother then said pretentiously, you haven't even seen a tribulation transcendence before, have you? Moreover, does our sect even have anyone qualified for tribulation transcendence? As if stabbing second senior brother's pain, second senior brother closed the book he was reading and said sadly, what you said is really true, of course not, newbies don't deserve tribulation transcendence. At this moment, a figure ran into the courtyard from outside. The door was kicked open with a bang, causing the two senior brothers to be stunned in surprise. It turned out to be Li Erjiao, the Daqian Customs and Taxes official of the Immortal Tao. He shouted loudly, Qingyun Sword Sect, it's time to pay the immortal cultivation tax. As before, 2 spirit stones. Second senior brother worriedly thought to himself, Shifu and eldest senior brother aren't here. Right now in the sect, only second senior brother, which is me, has the highest seniority. Logically, I should step forward to resolve this matter. But the problem is, where are we going to get 2 spirit stones? Seeing that no one spoke, Li Erjiao continued loudly. Who's in charge here? Today is the day to pay the immortal cultivation tax. Surely you don't intend to evade taxes. Second senior brother smiled ingratiatingly and said to the old man, "Little one wouldn't dare." At this moment, third senior brother looked in the distance and became fearful that someone else was coming.
Another person came. It's Wang Mao from Qingyun Sect Management Office. He stepped forward and said, "Qingyun Sword Sect, the cultivation sect in Qingzhou, needs to collect 10 spirit stones to continue to exist. Are you ready?"
The two brothers were so scared that their bodies trembled.
Thought, another person is here. On this side, the two creditors met just in time, exchanging greetings. Li Erjiao turned to ask, "Brother Wang, are you here to collect spirit stones too?" Wang Mao also stroked his beard and replied, "That's right, you brothers from the Daqian Tang dynasty have come from afar to collect immortal cultivation taxes?"
Brother Li Mai is also a busy man, isn't he?
Although they spoke cheerfully on the surface, they were secretly tearing each other apart in their hearts. Their eyes looked at each other as if lightning was shooting out. On the other side, the two brothers looked at them in fear, thinking, "Two people are asking for money in one day. We can't offend the Daqian dynasty, nor can we offend the Qingzhou Sect Management Office. These two people, one represents the cultivators of the Tang dynasty, and the other represents the Cultivators Alliance." The two brothers looked at each other, exchanging glances. What should we do? Shifu isn't here. Or should we betray the Shime? On this side, the two creditors had turned to demand debt, taking turns shouting loudly, "Why haven't you handed over the spirit stones yet? Want to evade taxes? Hand over the spirit stones quickly. Otherwise today we'll erase the Qingyun Sword Sect."
The two brothers only knew to bow their heads and beg the creditors, timidly saying, "Two adults? Our sect really doesn't have so many spirit stones to pay. Can you give us a few more days?"
Li Erjiao angrily raised his fist and shouted at them, "Give you more days? If everyone asks for more days, how can Daqian manage the world? Where will our salaries come from?" Wang Mao next to him was no less competitive, shouting loudly at them,
"The sect management office doesn't come just once a year.
If you don't pay every time, then don't establish a sect."
Just at this moment, Ling Shi returned, happily carrying a box of food, said to his two senior brothers, Zhao senior brother, Wang senior brother, "Are you tired of cultivation? Let's eat." Just then, the two loan sharks saw Linger approaching and looked at her with lustful eyes, saying together, "This lass isn't bad."
At that moment, second senior brother noticed their malicious intent and turned to Linger, saying, "We're not hungry, Linger. Head back to the inner courtyard." Hearing this, Ling Jie obediently turned to leave. But Li Erjiao and Wang Mao blocked her path, saying, "If you don't have spirit stones, then use this female disciple as tax reduction." 3 years should do, Wang Mao chimed in. "If this female disciple follows me, I'll pay 10 spirit stones to you today."
Immediately, second and third senior brothers quickly stepped in front of Ling Rainer to protect her. Although they couldn't win, they still resisted to protect their little junior sister. Second senior brother said, "Esteemed sirs, you can't do this.
Shimei is a disciple of the sect. We're not items." Third senior brother added, "Esteemed sirs, you can select items from within the sect to offset the debt, but you can't touch our Shimei."
At that moment, Li Erjiao and Wang Mao defeated the two brothers with just 2 moves each, not forgetting to sneer, "What are you worth? Does this daddy even care about your measly items?" Li Erjiao kicked second senior brother to the ground, shouting loudly, "Don't push your luck. Behind this old man is the great imperial court."
Wang Mao also roared, "If you want this sect to close down, then try stopping me."
The two loan sharks immediately grabbed Linger, ignoring her struggles, and added, "Low cultivation realm, and no sect leader to guard the place. What are you relying on to resist? All of you are trash foundation establishment and she refining cultivators. Little girl, come with us."
Linger desperately tried to break free and cried for help. "Second senior brother, third senior brother, save me." The two became even more excited, saying, "The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Just dedicate your body, and the sect can continue to exist."
How great is that?
Ah, little Shimei.
The two senior brothers, lying in pain, watched their Shimei being taken away, feeling both ashamed and angry.
They thought, if the sect leader were here, they wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. Unfortunately, our cultivation realm is too low. We're simply no match for them.
Suddenly, Chen Feng arrived at that moment.
Not yet understanding what was happening, he ran into the courtyard, boasting to them, "Second senior brother, are you here? I've reached foundation establishment. I have Ling Shi now. I can start refining non-toxic pills."
Chen Feng's appearance stunned everyone there, and they turned to look at him in surprise. Chen Feng thought to himself,
"What's going on here?" The two shouted loudly at Chen Feng. "Get lost, Scram, or you'll end up like those two," second senior brother weakly said.
"Little junior brother, run. These two are here to collect taxes. We can pay them," second senior brother stammered, not finishing his sentence.
Chen Feng thought to himself, second senior brother said they can pay, but the scene is obviously chaotic. Second senior brother has also been defeated. Seventh senior sister is being harassed. It seems our sect is being bullied, he further pondered. But with their strength as saints, being bullied like this is obviously impossible. Chen Feng smugly thought to himself. Therefore, there's only one truth. He looked at the two loan sharks in front of him, thought for a moment, and Chen Feng became extremely confident.
He retrieved his sword and said to them, I understand now, senior brothers and senior sisters. I accept this test. And the truth that Chen Feng understood was,
this is a test of my cultivation temperament, testing whether I dare to face powerful enemies.
Li Erjiao and Wang Mao looked at Chen Feng without saying anything. Second and third senior brothers were shocked. Looking at the scene just now, second senior brother said in surprise, Chen Feng, that kid, he drew his sword. Li Erjiao and Wang Mao looked at Chen Feng and turned to each other. What does this brat mean? Does he want to attack us? The two released Lingjie, stepped forward, ready to defeat Chen Feng, and didn't forget to sneer. If he's so bold, then we must teach him a lesson. The two senior brothers, fearing that Chen Feng would be severely injured, shouted loudly at him, Little junior brother, run! Little junior brother, you're no match for them. Run! Unexpectedly, the advice turned into a test in Chen Feng's eyes. He thought to himself, they even added a trick to test my resolve. Unfortunately, I, Chen Feng, will definitely not fall for it. He turned around and confidently said to them, Senior brothers and senior sisters, rest assured, I will absolutely not retreat a single step. Those who bully our sect will be killed without mercy. The senior brother who saw Chen Feng's grandstanding was stunned and thought anxiously, damn it, what time is it? Does little junior brother want to die? The two loan sharks, seeing Chen Feng's boldness, became even more ferocious and maliciously said, Did you hear that? Someone wants to kill us? Then let's administer justice. The two summoned a Dharma artifact each and, facing Chen Feng's tiny sword, arrogantly said, Qingyun Sword Sect disciple clashes with the Daqian tax collectors. Worthy of death. Qingyun Sword Sect disciple disobeys the Qingzhou Sect Management Office. Worthy of death. Chen Feng didn't back down and retorted, HMPH, do you think our Qingyun Sword Sect is easy to bully? Let you see the great river sword art that my great senior brother taught me.
With that, Chen Feng confidently performed a few sword moves, hey ya, hey ho. The senior brothers and senior sisters, seeing Chen Feng so confident, were also confused. They asked each other in surprise, did senior brother teach him this stuff? Third brother chimed in, didn't Shifu say he was a super genius? The two loan sharks rushed towards Chen Feng at this moment, mocking, you think I'm some gullible idiot?
One palm and they're dead. Chen Feng seriously summoned his sword
and attacked them. You could hear the sound of the great river. Li Erjiao and Wang Mao watched the streams of sword energy emanating from Chen Feng's sword and said in surprise,
this is sword intent illusion. Chen Feng's move. Great river sword intent. The powerful sword energy surged towards the two. Those two looked at this imposing aura and were a little scared, stammering to reassure each other. He's just foundation establishment. How much can he do? Just based on you. Chen Feng swept the sword across, and blood spurted out. The two of them were no longer breathing to say another word. The streams of energy slowly dissipated, leaving behind only the corpses of the two loan sharks who had fallen after Chen Feng's sword strike.
Chen Feng still thought this was just a test, and turned around happily. Senior brothers, senior sisters, how was my performance? The three senior brothers and sisters on this side were gaping in shock at the scene just now. Second brother blankly asked, you killed them? Chen Feng calmly replied, yes, weren't these people bad guys? But deep down, looking at their expressions, he was a little confused. What's going on? My senior brothers and sisters don't look right?
Second brother checked the two motionless bodies and said with certainty, yeah, they're not breathing anymore. Third brother said worriedly,
what do we do now? The great Qian dynasty and the Qingzhou Sect Management Office won't let us off. Linger didn't care much at this moment, and curiously said, let's see how much silver they have first. Before she could finish speaking, second brother shushed her. Second brother turned to Chen Feng and said,
junior brother, go back and cultivate first. No one is to mention today's matter, and you didn't see anything.
Got it. Chen Feng understood second brother's intention, but he completely misunderstood it. Zhao Yikai is advising me not to show off. I get it. These two bad guys are very likely illusions created by them using great divine powers. If I treat illusions as achievements and brag about them, I'll lose all of Chen Feng's face. So Zhao Yikai is reminding me. Chen Feng smiled brightly at second brother, thinking, he's so kind. He clasped his hands and said to second brother, thank you, second brother. I won't mention a word about today's matter. In his heart he admired. Deliberately creating illusions to help me cultivate. Second brother is really amazing. After speaking, Chen Feng happily left, leaving behind the dumbfounded faces behind him. Second brother asked the other two, what was he thanking me for? The two of them replied in unison, don't know. Third brother looked back at the two corpses and said, never mind him, let's quickly figure out how to dispose of their bodies.
Linger happily collected the items on the two guys, and said gleefully, these two have a lot of stuff. We, the Qingyun Sword Sect, have made a profit. Second brother looked at this and said helplessly, don't touch it, move aside a bit and let me give them some good medicine. Saying that, second brother held the medicine bottle and walked to the two corpses, dripping a few drops.
In a short while the two corpses evaporated and disappeared in the shock of the people there. Third brother praised secretly, Second brother is indeed the main cultivator of pill d'abeo. The corpse-dissolving water is so powerful.
Second brother held the medicine bottle in his hand and smiled wryly. This is heart-protecting water, but I don't know why I refined it into this virtue. Which made the other two feel question marks. After drinking Xiao Yikai's medicine, the two lying on the ground suddenly turned black and smoked. This made Zheng Shushu and Ling Share speechless. And in their hearts, they no longer trusted Xiao Yikai. In the future, the elixirs that second brother gives must not be touched. At this moment, Xiao Yikai seriously said, although we have destroyed the evidence, this matter is not over. We should prepare early. Sensing that Xiao Yikai had already planned things out, Zheng Shushu asked, Senior brother, you're so prepared you must have a brilliant plan in mind. Can you tell us about it? Xiao Yikai stroked his chin and nodded, seemingly deep in thought. My brilliant plan is to get junior brother out of the sect and never let him return. That way, the great Qian dynasty and the Qingyun sect management won't investigate us. After all, the culprit is junior brother. Seeing that Xiao Yikai's plan didn't seem very sound, Zheng Shushu was a bit troubled. But senior brother, the Qingyun Sword Dao tournament is about to begin. If we secretly send junior brother away, what if master asks? Linger, who was beside him, also worriedly added, if master finds out, he'll beat you to death. But Xiao Yikai didn't care about what the two of them said. He put on an air of superiority, stroked his hair, feeling the glimmer of his radiance, and said, for the sake of Qingyun Sword Sect's continued existence, what's the sacrifice of just one person? Zheng Shushu and Ling Shu were stunned by what he said, helpless at his self-satisfaction. The one being sacrificed is the junior brother. They didn't feel senior brother's greatness at all. Not long after, in Chen Feng's room, he was carefully wiping his sword, while pondering. Today, having passed the test of the 3 senior brothers and sisters, my path of cultivation will be even smoother from now on, Chen Feng. Chen Feng, from now on you've officially embarked on the bright path of cultivation. Suddenly, Xiao Yikai approached and knocked on the door, calling out, Chen Feng, can I talk to you? Chen Feng invited Xiao Yikai into the room, and respectfully bowed, asking, Senior brother, why have you come? In his heart, Chen Feng was secretly delighted and delusional. Could it be that I performed too well, so he wants to guide me in pill refinement? Xiao Yikai cheerfully smiled and said, I've come to send you on a mission for the sect. Are you confident? Chen Feng was still naive and unaware that this was just a lie, and he replied with great interest. A sect mission? Of course I'm confident. In his heart he kept thinking about the gifts from this mission. Sect missions usually come with super rewards. I really like this kind of mission. Seeing Chen Feng agree so easily, Xiao Yikai very enthusiastically said, Then follow me. Chen Feng did a wrist-twisting motion. His face was full of excitement, and answered, yes. Outside, the sky was already dark. The two set off together. Xiao Yikai already had his conspiracy in mind. Qingyun Sword Sect was in the barren mountains. All he needed to do was to find a place where it was difficult to distinguish directions, and then take the opportunity to kick him out. People weren't even nice to him. But Chen Feng still naively believed them. He was even incredibly grateful. Second senior brother didn't mention the details of the mission. It seems like he's preparing to give me a hand, directly helping me complete the mission. Second senior brother is truly good. Chen Feng made up his mind. But Chen Feng, you can't rely too much on senior brothers and sisters, otherwise they'll definitely look down on you, and then kick you out of the sect. You have to actively find the clues of the sect mission. The two walked on, and finally saw light ahead. It was a village. Seeing this, Chen Feng speculated. A village. In many stories, the missions of the master often involve villages. Could it be? I shouldn't think wildly anymore. Chen Feng pointed forward and asked directly. Second senior brother, there's a village ahead. Does our sect mission have something to do with the village? Hearing Chen Feng's question, Xiao Yikai could only stare blankly, not knowing how to answer. Xiao Yikai was a little nervous, and pursed his lips. He thought in his heart of a way to lie. This was just something I made up on the spot. How could there be a sect mission? What should I do? Think of a way quickly. Suddenly, an extremely large python appeared from the village and attacked. This made Xiao Yikai a little uneasy, because it was beyond his expectations. Attacked by the extremely ferocious python, the villagers fled one after another, crying for help. Save me, save me, save me. While Xiao Yikai was still dumbfounded when he saw the python, and said, Exotic beast? At this time, Chen Feng excitedly ran forward, not forgetting to say to Xiao Yikai, second senior brother, I know what the sect mission is. Xiao Yikai still didn't understand what was happening. Seeing Chen Feng suddenly run forward, he wanted to reach out to stop him, but it was too late. Chen Feng rushed forward quickly, during which he even turned back and winked playfully and confidently at Xiao Yikai, saying, Leave this exotic beast to me. Xiao Yikai froze completely, stunned, and not knowing what to do. There was nothing else he could do. Xiao Yikai had to turn around, thinking in his heart, if he wants to die, then I'll run first. If he dies in the giant serpent's mouth, it can be considered death without proof. In the village, the python was still raging everywhere. Among them, a little girl had not yet managed to run out of the village with everyone. She tried her best, but she fell. From behind, the python opened its mouth as wide as it could, preparing to swallow the little girl into its belly. The little girl helplessly couldn't do anything, crying and screaming miserably, "Mommy!" But luckily, Chen Feng arrived in time and picked up the little girl. Before she was eaten by the python, he held a sword in one hand and comforted the little girl. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Chen Feng suddenly threw the little girl towards Xiao Yikai and entrusted, "Second senior brother, I'm leaving this little girl to you."
Hearing Chen Feng call him, Xiao Yikai, who was originally preparing to escape, suddenly turned his head. The sudden rush of the child made him frown, gritting his teeth and using all his strength to catch her. Due to the excessive shock from just now, the little girl burst into tears. Seeing the little girl, Xiao Yikai suddenly remembered the image of himself when he was little. He was adopted by his master when he was little.
Xiao Yikai looked at Chen Feng constantly fighting the huge, powerful python, and a bit of conscience arose in his heart. If I leave at this moment, am I still human? My conscience will torment me for life. Xiao Yikai looked down at the little girl, her eyes red from crying. He gently reached out to wipe away her tears and introduced himself.
"Hey there, little one. Be strong, all right, we're cultivators."
The little girl was still scared, but hearing that calmed her down a bit. She asked again, "Cultivators?" Xiao Yikai looked at her with affection, then assured her, "We'll definitely protect everyone's homes." Chen Feng turned and bolted, ignoring the massive serpent chasing fiercely behind him. Chen Feng's plan was to lure the snake away from the crowds before fighting it. With that, Chen Feng leaped higher and higher, and then he was gone. Xiao Yikai, still holding the little girl, gaped and exclaimed. Junior brother lured the giant serpent away. The little girl, nestled in Xiao Yikai's arms, wondered,
"Aren't you going to help him, cultivator?"
Hearing her question, Xiao Yikai stammered awkwardly. Facing that serpent, only Chen Feng had the guts. Xiao Yikai could only watch from afar, scared out of his wits. He thought to himself, "That serpent is terrifying. It could swallow me whole. I'm not like Xiao Shidi with his heaven-defying talent." Then, the little girl asked, "Are you not as strong as that big brother?" Her innocent question caused Xiao Yikai to tremble. His face darkened. He put on a serious act and told the little girl, "Little friend, let me teach you something. You can't just easily say whether a cultivator is strong or not. There are different kinds." The little girl's eyes nearly popped out of her head, her mouth agape. "Even though I don't understand," she said, "I'm so shocked. I didn't expect someone as weak as you to say something like that." That little girl was so young and brutally honest. One sentence left Xiao Yikai speechless. Back with Chen Feng, he was running at top speed, luring the demonic beast. He couldn't help but be excited. As expected, the sect mission from the Peerless Sect isn't simple at all. I've lived in Daxian for 3 years and never seen a demonic beast this big. I'm so pumped. If I defeat this guy, second senior brother will definitely acknowledge me, and maybe even reward me. Below him, the serpent relentlessly pursued Chen Feng, even slamming its head into the wooden stakes in the ground, as if it's trying to attack itself. In the distance, a young man stood on a mountain peak, secretly observing Chen Feng below. He wondered, "I heard a demonic beast was causing trouble here. Someone is exterminating demons faster than me. Which clan's disciple is that?" He crossed his arms, seeing that Chen Feng had some guts, but he remained arrogant. "It doesn't matter. I haven't heard of anyone in the younger generation stronger than me from the Thunderclap Sword Sect. After all, I'm the most beloved great-grandson of ancestor Sile Dao Ren." With that, he jumped down from the peak. "It only took me years to perfect the Spring Thunder phenomenon sword intent and condense the sword domain." As for Chen Feng, after running far enough, he stopped to observe. "This place seems good. No one will get caught in the crossfire when I beat up that little snake." Seeing Chen Feng stop, the serpent's eyes flashed a terrifying red, preparing to attack. Despite his determination, seeing such a massive creature, Chen Feng was a little scared. His hand holding the sword trembled. "My hand is shaking, I'm panicking. It's the first time I've seen a giant serpent this big." But he immediately reassured himself. "No, Chen Feng, you can't be afraid. Second senior brother might be watching me somewhere." Chen Feng grew even more resolute. A bit of confidence returning to his face, he yelled, "No matter how strong the enemy is, I will swing my sword. This is the backbone of a Qingyun Sword Sect disciple." Chen Feng thought Xiao Yikai was watching him from afar. His words were meant for Xiao Yikai, a perfect answer. "Second senior brother, don't think I don't know you're hiding here." Seeing the serpent still rearing its head, ready to attack, Chen Feng prepared to meet it head on. Just as it was about to attack, a strong flying sword shot down from above, then appeared in front of the serpent. He spoke to Chen Feng with a rather contemptuous tone. "Qingyun Sword Sect. Never heard of that minor sect." Zhen Jianqiang looked directly at Chen Feng and ordered, "Fall back. This isn't a demonic beast you can handle." From the moment Zhen Jianqiang appeared, Chen Feng was dumbfounded, not knowing who he was, where he came from, completely clueless. Before Chen Feng could say a word, Zhen Jianqiang turned to face the serpent, proclaiming grandly, "Behold, the top M of the Qingzhou Prefecture Sword Sects. Remember my name, Zhen Jianqiang, the third generation's eldest disciple of the Thunderclap Sword Sect." His introduction finished, he suddenly charged forward,
crashing into the serpent with the spring thunder phenomenon surrounding him, shouting, "Just a demonic beast, give me your life." Chen Feng watched, mouth agape in astonishment. That's the spring thunder phenomenon sword domain. Everyone really knows about that level. So the senior martial brother only taught me the most basic sword techniques. No wonder he thought I was stupid. And it took me a whole week to learn those basic techniques.
Zhen Jianqiang raised his sword high, saying to the serpent,
"Too painful. Fall beneath my spring thunder phenomenon sword domain." What followed was an extremely violent and brutal fight.
Chen Feng stood there dumbfounded, worried. If he kills the giant serpent, what about my sect mission? Second senior brother will definitely say I cheated. But completely contrary to Chen Feng's thinking, Zhen Jianqiang's sword chi was about to give out, seemingly about to be swallowed by the strange beast. Chen Feng, still lost in his own thoughts, was completely taken aback by this sight. How is this beast so strong? Why didn't you tell me it was this powerful?
Although he saw Zhen Jianqiang at a disadvantage, Chen Feng wasn't entirely convinced. He glanced around, looking for Zhao Yikai, wondering if this was some kind of test. What's going on here? Could this guy be sent by second senior brother to increase the difficulty? Maybe the mission isn't what I thought it was.
Something clicked. His eyes flashed, and he stroked his chin playfully as he thought, I get it. The mission isn't just to kill the beast, but to rescue the person. I knew the missions from a hidden sect wouldn't be this simple.
On Zhen Jianqiang's side, he was struggling against the serpent's gaping maw, his hands trembling as he resisted. This is bad, I can't hold on any longer. Even while battling the serpent, Zhen Jianqiang sensed Chen Feng rushing towards him from behind. Zhen Jianqiang was utterly bewildered. Why is he still alive? Is he worried the beast isn't full enough with just me?
Immediately after, Chen Feng began to use his sword technique. He raised his knee, planted the tip of his sword into the ground, and instantly, a surge of energy like fragments of powerful lightning erupted from the sword's tip. Then, he continued to draw the sword, slashing a path, and the energy seemed to gather, growing stronger and stronger.
Zhen Jianqiang, witnessing this scene, exclaimed in shock. Sword intent, spring thunder phenomenon.
After finishing his dance, Chen Feng roared, sword intent, spring thunder phenomenon. Instantly, a lightning-infused sword strike shot towards the strange beast, aiming to finish it off.
Watching Chen Feng defeat the beast single-handedly, Zhen Jianqiang was utterly stunned, muttering in awe. Too strong. Just who is this expert? Then, he saw Chen Feng land with a wobbly stance, catching Zhen Jianqiang completely off guard, almost making him lose his footing.
After completing what he thought was his sect mission, Chen Feng confidently thought, second senior brother must have seen that, right? I bet I looked so cool just now I didn't hurt him, and I killed the giant serpent. I totally nailed this sect mission.
While Chen Feng was still lost in his thoughts, Zhen Jianqiang spoke up. This fellow Taoist, may I ask your esteemed name and sect? Hearing someone call out to him, Chen Feng turned back and saw that Zhen Jianqiang had become incredibly polite. This only solidified Chen Feng's belief about the mission. This kid changes his tune fast. He was just telling me to back off a moment ago.
Sure enough, a flash of certainty crossed Chen Feng's eyes. Everything was part of the sect's arrangement.
Then, he cupped his fist respectfully and said, Taoist brother already knows yet still asks. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Seeing that everything was done, Chen Feng wanted to return quickly, so he bid farewell to Zhen Jianqiang, thinking to himself, this NPC probably doesn't have much of a story. Maybe he's just a friend of second senior brother. I should head back and get my reward.
Seeing Chen Feng in such a hurry, Zhen Jianqiang could only stammer, fellow Taoist Ren. He was already regretting his actions. Damn it, I was too arrogant earlier, now he doesn't even want to acknowledge me.
Noticing something glowing on the beast's body, Zhen Jianqiang quickly pointed towards it, and said to Chen Feng, fellow Taoist Ren, don't be in such a hurry. Look over there. With that, Zhen Jianqiang quickly darted towards the glowing object on the beast's body. Seeing this, Chen Feng was utterly puzzled. What's that?
Zhen Jianqiang
retrieved an object shaped like a jade stone, carefully wiped it clean, and told Chen Feng, this is the Yao core of the beast. It's a top-grade material for refining treasures. This serpent must be over 500 years old. This Yao core is a rare treasure.
After carefully cleaning the Yao core, Zhen Jianqiang handed it back to Chen Feng. You killed this snake, so this item is yours. Chen Feng didn't refuse, and simply said, oh thank you.
Holding the Yao core, which emitted a strange green light, Chen Feng mused, this snake even dropped loot. This Yao core feels warm in my hand. It's definitely good stuff.
Zhen Jianqiang, now incredibly amiable, introduced himself.
My name is Zhen Jianqiang, a third-generation disciple of the Thunder Sword Sect. I wonder if fellow Taoist Ren would be willing to befriend me. Chen Feng thought he was still pretending, and he transformed into a master of brain supplementation, exposing his intentions.
You and my second senior brother are friends, I already guessed it.
No need to pretend. He left a farewell, and soared into the sky, disappearing in a flash.
Leaving Zhen Jianqiang dumbfounded and clueless, he shouted at Chen Feng's departing figure, who is your second senior brother? Zhen Jianqiang's head was now filled with question marks. He didn't understand what Chen Feng was saying and even doubted himself. Could it be that among the fellow cultivators I befriended, there really is this person's second senior brother?
Back at Xiao Yikai's location, the little girl continued to ask questions that left Xiao Yikai speechless. Cultivator, if your junior brother was eaten by a giant serpent, wouldn't you be heartbroken? Xiao Yikai was flustered,
scratching his head, unsure of what to say.
Can you not ask such difficult questions? Just then, Chen Feng returned. Xiao Yikai and the little girl immediately looked up and saw him flying down from the sky, happily saying to Xiao Yikai, "Second senior brother, I killed the giant serpent. I've completed the sect mission."
Seeing Chen Feng return safely, the little girl was overjoyed, rushing to hug him. "Big brother, I knew you were the strongest cultivator."
Chen Feng, confused by her words, asked, "Strongest?" The little girl then pointed at Xiao Yikai, criticizing, "That brother is as weak as a chicken. He's not brave at all."
Hearing the little girl's words, Chen Feng could only laugh it off, afraid that Xiao Yikai would get angry. Talking nonsense like that, wouldn't it offend his senior brother? As for Xiao Yikai, he was already sweating, secretly worried. Little junior brother wouldn't realize I'm super weak, would he?
Then Chen Feng looked at the little girl very seriously and explained, "Don't talk nonsense. That's my senior brother. His cultivation is 100,000 times higher than mine, remember that?"
Even though Chen Feng said that, the little girl still looked unconvinced, her face full of doubt at his words. Hearing Chen Feng say that, Xiao Yikai was no longer worried, even extremely happy. His expression is so sincere. Does he really think that? I'm a little curious. What did Shifu and senior brother give little junior brother? Suddenly, Chen Feng presented the Yao core like a trophy, and said to Xiao Yikai, "Second senior brother, I've completed the sect mission. This is the Yao core of the giant serpent. Please accept it." Hearing the words Yao core, Xiao Yikai was a little surprised. In his heart he was roaring, "Oh my god, it's so big, I've never seen one before. Shifu led us to kill small exotic beasts, and the biggest Yao core was only the size of a thumb. This one is bigger than my fist." Seeing that Xiao Yikai didn't have any particularly strong reaction, Chen Feng was a little disappointed, thinking, "Looks like this Yao core isn't anything special. Seems like second senior brother isn't very surprised. I just completed the sect mission. I wonder what second senior brother will reward me with." Seeing that his plan didn't succeed, plus the fact that Chen Feng had actually killed the exotic beast, Xiao Yikai had no choice but to let Chen Feng return. He placed his hand on Chen Feng's shoulder and said, "Well done, let's go back to the mountains." As for the Yao core, Xiao Yikai didn't dare keep it for himself but wanted to tell Taijian Daoran. This matter was important, and he had to discuss it with Shifu. A Yao core this big has to be worth at least 50 spirit stones. Seeing that Xiao Yikai still hadn't given him a reward, Chen Feng spoke up to remind him, "Second senior brother, have you forgotten something?" Hearing Chen Feng ask that, Xiao Yikai didn't quite understand. "Ah," Chen Feng said directly.
But his words were a bit hesitant. After completing the sect mission, shouldn't there be a reward? Hearing Chen Feng say that, Xiao Yikai was petrified, extremely embarrassed, not knowing what to do. "Reward? What do I have to reward you with, my super strong little junior brother?" Chen Feng, with a very serious and sincere face, said, "Second senior brother, please bestow it upon me." Chen Feng really wanted to get a gift, because he always thought the sect mission rewards were definitely good stuff. He'd never had a Dharma sword, or a Dharma treasure, or a secret cultivation technique. Maybe it would even be a treasure map.
Xiao Yikai's whole body was trembling,
not knowing how to respond. He stammered, "Reward? Ah, yes, reward." Xiao Yikai really didn't expect to lie. But Chen Feng had actually succeeded, not only returning safely, but also demanding a reward. In his heart, he was panicking.
Why did I say it was a sect mission? Xiao Yikai, you poor alchemist, you're on a tiger's back now. What to do? Think of something, quick. After thinking it over and over, Xiao Yikai had no choice but to give Chen Feng his own medicinal pill. Got it. Isn't that medicinal pill suitable for little junior brother? Thinking that, he took out a medicinal pill and told little junior brother, "Here, catch this. Take this as your gift from senior brother." Holding the gift from Xiao Yikai in his hand, Chen Feng looked at it curiously and asked in surprise, "Second senior brother, this is..." In Chen Feng's heart he was overjoyed, thinking, "This medicinal pill is so big it seems extremely extraordinary. Second senior brother's specialty is the Tao of alchemy. Could this be a top-grade immortal pill fresh from the oven?" Xiao Yikai smiled and introduced his medicinal pill. "This pill is my masterpiece. It's called the Life Extension Pill. Eating it can extend your lifespan by 5 years. And in the cultivation world, it's a rare and wonderful pill." Contrary to his smiling and talkative appearance, Xiao Yikai was actually suffering in his heart. "I spent 3 years refining this pill. If it wasn't for being in a hurry today and not bringing anything else, I wouldn't have given it to little junior brother." The little girl, hearing Xiao Yikai talk about the medicinal pill, was overjoyed, her eyes shining as she said, "Immortal pill, that's awesome, immortal uncle. Can you give the medicinal pill to me,
Little Bai is dying, and I want to give it this medicinal pill."
Hearing the little girl say that, both Xiao Yikai and Chen Feng were very puzzled, and said in unison, "Who's Little Bai?" The little girl eagerly introduced, "It's my family's dog. It's 12 years old this year." Hearing that, Xiao Yikai's face turned dark. But the thing was already given away, and he no longer had the right to decide, so he said to Chen Feng, "This item is your reward for the mission. How you deal with it is none of my business." He said that, but Xiao Yikai was already very dissatisfied with this little girl. This kid is so annoying. Which family is she from? They need to teach her a proper lesson. Chen Feng was extremely happy and excited about the gift at this time, and said his thanks. "Thank you, senior brother." In his heart, he kept thinking about it, becoming more and more excited. "That's great! Extend lifespan by 5 years. In the comics I read before, lifespan is the hardest to extend. I didn't expect second senior brother to casually give me such a precious thing. No wonder he is the second senior brother, and a master of the Tao of alchemy, from a hidden great sect." The little girl still hadn't given up her idea. She put on a pitiful face like she was about to cry, lightly grabbed Chen Feng's sleeve, and begged, "Immortal big brother, my family's little Bai is really dying. It's been with me for many years. I don't want it to die. Please, I'm begging you." Chen Feng had no intention of giving her such a good thing. He still wanted to keep it for a dog to eat. Isn't an immortal pill a bit too extravagant? Hearing that, the little girl used all her arguments to persuade Chen Feng. "Not at all extravagant. Look, everyone is looking at you. An immortal big brother as awesome as you definitely won't turn a blind eye to little Bai dying, right?" Hearing the little girl's words, Chen Feng suddenly raised his head, only to realize that so many people had suddenly appeared at this place and were looking at him. Facing so many gazes, Chen Feng was really embarrassed. Are they trying to morally bind me? Not knowing how to deal with it, Chen Feng wanted to ask Xiao Yikai for advice. "Second senior brother, should I?" But before he could finish asking, Xiao Yikai had already run away as fast as his legs could carry him to avoid trouble, ignoring Chen Feng calling after him in vain. Hey! Without knowing when, the dog Little Bai had also appeared here. The people standing around were also constantly urging him. Surely the Immortal Elder wouldn't begrudge a medicinal pill, right? No way, right? Is the Immortal Elder really not giving it? The Immortal Elder who saves people wouldn't really turn a blind eye to the old dog Little Bai dying, right? Hearing everyone talk about him like that, Chen Feng's face darkened a bit. He seriously asked, "Everyone, do you know who I am?" Everyone shook their heads in unison. No idea. With just a single sentence like that, Chen Feng turned and ran away. "Then I'll take my leave." Just now, he thought maybe people would know a little bit about him, but in reality, no one knew a thing about him, not even his name. Yet they wanted to morally bind him. Go eat SHT. In a flash, Chen Feng had caught up with Xiao Yikai, who was running back to the sect. Seeing what Chen Feng had just experienced, Xiao Yikai was also indignant on his behalf and said, "You see, the world is just like this. Clearly you helped them, and they still want to take advantage of you." Chen Feng, while running with all his might, replied, "Senior brother's teachings are absolutely correct." Suddenly, deep in the forest, a very terrifying gaze appeared, looking towards Chen Feng and Xiao Yikai. Such rich medicinal pill aura. These two qi-refining trash actually managed to get their hands on such a high-grade medicinal pill. Then, a huge bear stepped out of the forest, holding a sword in its hand, its eyes flashing with murderous intent. Such a yin poison medicinal fragrance, that's right, it's the corpse yin pill. Swallowing one can help my Yao cultivation increase by 50 years. Xiao Yikai, kinda curious, turned to Chen Feng and asked, "When are you planning to eat it, lil bro?" Chen Feng, all smiles and being extra polite, replied, "I want to wait till I get back to the sect. Gonna shower, light some incense, then I'll pop the pill." Chen Feng was totally trying to butter up Xiao Yikai, thinking, if I say it like this, second senior brother will definitely see how much I respect him. Perfect answer. Hearing that, Xiao Yikai was completely satisfied. Not bad. Junior brother knows how to appreciate my pills, unlike your Shifu and your senior brother. Remembering Ling Jingwu and Taijian Daoran's faces when they saw his pills, Chen Feng recalled how disgusted and critical they were. Who wants to eat something that poisonous? Yin Kai, you trying to commit patricide or something? Xiao Yikai, feeling a little more confident seeing how much Chen Feng valued his pill, thought, it's just the occasional slip-up, I can totally make good pills too. Xiao Yikai and Chen Feng were walking along when suddenly, a huge explosion in front of them made them stop dead in their tracks. Xiao Yikai freaked out. What was that? Chen Feng raised a hand to shield himself from the blast of wind and replied, "Smells kinda stinky, a bit like that giant snake before, but not quite." Then, a massive bear completely appeared, wielding a sword, eyes bloodshot, fangs sharp. With a fierce look it growled, "You two qi-refining punks. Hand over the corpse yin pill, and this Yao will let you live." Facing this gigantic bear, Chen Feng and Xiao Yikai felt incredibly small. Xiao Yikai, unsteady on his feet and completely terrified, exclaimed, "So big?" Chen Feng, equally wary, asked, This is a Yao monster." The big bear planted its sword into the ground and answered Chen Feng's question. "That's right, Yao and demonic beasts are completely different. I'm closer to you humans.
it continued with a threat. In other words, you're definitely no match for me. Be smart if you don't want to die. Chen Feng immediately took out the immortal pill and held it up. Then, correcting the bear's words, you're wrong about what you said. This pill's named longevity pill, not that corpse yin pill you spoke of.
Hearing Chen Feng say he was wrong, the bear sniffed at it. It became even more certain. I definitely can't mistake this smell. 3 years ago I found this pill near Qingyun Mountain and successfully opened my spiritual wisdom.
Hearing the bear say that, Chen Feng turned to ask second senior brother, this isn't a longevity pill. At this moment, Zhao Yikai thought in astonishment. Oh, the thing I refined was a longevity pill, but 3 years ago I really failed once, and I casually tossed that pill away. Could it really be that coincidental?
The more Zhao Yikai thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. Looking at the big bear, could it be that this guy picked up and ate that pill, and it was even a failed product? The big bear continued to talk about the pill from before. Moreover, the scent of the one in your hand is even stronger than the one I ate that year. Back then I was just a 500-year-old demonic beast, now I'm a Yao cultivator. Once I eat this one, I can increase my cultivation by at least 1,000 years. Hearing it say that,
Chen Feng felt like something was off. But you really did mistake it. Besides, according to your way of speaking, the effect of the corpse yin pill is too low. A demonic beast can open its spiritual wisdom, and a Yao cultivator can only increase their cultivation by 10 years.
No matter what Chen Feng said, the big bear didn't believe him and waved it off. Trisk, Yao cultivators and demonic beasts are worlds apart. Enough nonsense, kid. Hand over the treasure pill and I'll let you live.
Chen Feng suddenly looked at Zhao Yikai, and was very confused when he saw that he was not making a move. Why isn't second senior brother talking? Moreover, he seems to be in deep thought.
In Zhao Yikai's heart he was extremely confused, trying to remember where he threw the pill before.
Annoying, I completely can't remember where I threw it. Could it be that I really refined a longevity pill into a corpse yin pill? Besides, this is a Yao monster, even Shifu can't defeat a Yao monster.
Suddenly, Chen Feng gave a smile and said ambiguously,
I understand. Hearing this, Zhao Yikai panicked and asked immediately,
you understand what? Chen Feng then reached behind, took out the sword and replied, second senior brother is giving me an opportunity to practice. You want me to face the Yao cultivator myself? Accumulate combat experience for the future?
A gust of wind seemed to blow around Zhao Yikai, and he was simply overwhelmed by Chen Feng's conjecture.
Chen Feng, who was preparing to fight, pointed his sword straight at the big bear and ordered, Yao cultivator, state your name. Then he introduced himself. I am Chen Feng, a cultivator of Qinglian. I don't kill unknown people.
Seeing that Chen Feng was bravely wanting to fight without being afraid of him at all, the big bear seemed confused. Why doesn't this kid follow the script? Usually when I go to rob people, I just say that I'm robbing property without harming their lives, and people run faster than ghosts. Why doesn't this kid follow the old ways today? In fact, this bear is very timid. He only knows how to pretend to scare people. He has the reputation but not the substance, so when he saw that Chen Feng was not afraid at all, he was the one who was scared instead. Since I opened my spiritual wisdom, I have never killed anyone, because I am afraid of blood.
What to do now? Chen Feng still had no intention of stopping, he said provocatively.
What's wrong? Don't dare to state your name. If you don't dare, then scram.
The bear then raised the Qingdao, pointed it at Chen Feng, and threatened, Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you eat the corpse yin pill you will die. But Chen Feng didn't believe what it said. He prepared with the spring thunder sword intent of the different images and declared, This is the longevity pill that second senior brother personally refined. I will only say it one last time, fight or scram.
Seeing Chen Feng being so arrogant, the bear could not bear the provocation. His eyes were red with anger.
Kid, you.
Seeing that the two were about to fight, Zhao Yikai standing outside was very worried. It's over. Junior brother is definitely not the opponent of that monster. But unexpectedly, the big bear suddenly roared.
Scram then scrammed, and then he turned and ran away, leaving Chen Feng and Zhao Yikai dumbfounded behind.
Not long after, Zhao Yikai and Chen Feng also returned to the Qingyun Sword Sect. Inside the dining hall, hearing their story, Lingrer couldn't help but exclaim in surprise that Yao Bear was scared away by junior brother.
Zhao Yikai glanced at Chen Feng before replying.
Precisely, Chen Feng, who was eating, looked up and playfully raised a finger, saying, Actually, I know the real reason why it ran away, but I can't tell you guys.
Everyone was puzzled and, without prior agreement, all looked at Chen Feng, asking in unison, the real reason.
Hearing everyone's question, Chen Feng turned to look at Zhao Yikai with a grin, thinking to himself, second senior brother is still pretending. It was you who secretly used some kind of spell to chase the Yao Bear away, right? Seeing Chen Feng staring at him so intently, Zhao Yikai asked, Why are you looking at me?
Then, Zheng Shushu and Ling Er also looked at Zhao Yikai,
causing him to panic and shout, Why are you two looking at me too? Ling Er began to voice her thoughts. It's just that it's very strange. The Yanxiao pill and the corpse yin pill are very different. How could that Yao Bear mistake them?
Moreover, refining the corpse yin pill is extremely difficult. With second senior brother's skills, Ling Shi hadn't finished speaking when Zheng Shushu and Xiao Yikai shot her dagger-like glances, threatening her with fiery intensity, causing her to panic and stop talking. Those eyes are so scary. Zheng Shushu's gaze meant that they couldn't reveal their true abilities in front of junior brother, while Xiao Yikai's eyes were filled with anger because Linger doubted his skills. Does junior sister underestimate me?
Why aren't you saying anything? Linger awkwardly coughed a few times to brush it off, then said, What was I saying? How about junior brother take out the medicinal pill for us to see? It's been a long time since we've seen second senior brother's pills. Chen Feng happily agreed. Sure, I'll let you all see it.
Hearing Linger's words, Zheng Shushu helplessly thought, it's not that we've never seen second senior brother's pills, but that we've never seen a normal pill that second senior brother has refined. In her heart, Linger also had some thoughts. What if, just what if, that medicinal pill really is?
Then, the medicinal pill was taken out by Chen Feng. Here, please take a look, senior brothers and sisters. Everyone stood up and stared intently at the medicinal pill. Looking at the pill he had refined himself, Xiao Yikai felt a little proud. Look, this senior brother can also refine good pills. Linger had discovered something. She pointed forward, about to say, This. Zheng Shushu quickly covered her mouth. Don't say it. If you say it, junior brother will see through us.
In their hearts, Lingyer and Zheng Shushu were both shocked.
That's a corpse yin pill.
After showing everyone the medicinal pill,
Chen Feng hurriedly said, Second senior brother gave this treasure pill to me. Now I want to take a bath, burn incense, and eat it. I can't let down second senior brother's good intentions. In his heart, Chen Feng was truly excited. Increasing lifespan by 5 years, what a great thing.
Chen Feng bid farewell to everyone. Senior brothers and sisters, I'll go first. Xiao Yikai was very happy that his medicinal pill was being valued, while Zheng Shushu and Ling Vier, after discovering that it was a corpse yin pill, still had surprise and shock on their faces. Hearing that Chen Feng was about to leave, they both called out,
But Chen Feng was so eager to eat the medicinal pill that he quickly turned away. Zheng Shushu and Ling Vier reached out to call him in vain.
Junior brother, Xiao Yikai, said to them smugly,
You two really don't know how to recognize good stuff. Only junior brother knows that I'm gold. Gold shines.
The more Xiao Yikai spoke, the more confident he became in himself. His face was slightly flushed, and he winked playfully, saying, I am an unparalleled alchemy genius yet to be revealed. Soon my reputation will resound throughout the world. Zheng Shushu's face was filled with panic. He was sweating profusely as he asked, Second senior brother, what will happen if someone eats a corpse yin pill? Xiao Yikai replied calmly, Don't even mention ordinary people eating it. Even cultivators like us would explode and die. It's very poisonous. Hearing Xiao Yikai's words, both Zheng Shushu and Ling Yer gaped in disbelief.
The two were extremely panicked, sharing the same thought. We have to stop junior brother. Suddenly, at this moment, someone pushed the door open from the outside.
It was Ling Jingwu staggering in, his words filled with panic. Junior brother, junior sister, quickly save Shifu. Hearing Ling Jingwu's words, everyone at the dining table was shocked.
Then Xiao Yikai and Zheng Shushu rushed to support Ling Jingwu and asked, Senior brother, what happened? Why are you covered in injuries? Ling Jingwu was exhausted and out of breath. Before answering Zheng Shushu's question, he quickly said, Let me have a drink of water first. I ran all the way here and my throat is dry.
Then Ling Jingwu was helped to sit down and drink water,
looking extremely tired. After quenching his thirst, Ling Jingwu began to recount, Shifu and I wanted to find materials to refine a flying sword for junior brother. We went to the White Mist Mountains, which are full of Yao beasts, and unexpectedly ran into a Yao King. That Yao King used a special move to defeat Shifu and me. Shifu protected me at the cost of his life, so I was able to escape.
Everyone was shocked by the story, Zheng Shushu said uneasily. That means the White Mist Mountains are extremely dangerous. Perhaps Shifu is already dead. Zheng Shushu's words angered Ling Jingwu. He dismissed the thought and ordered, Nonsense, quickly summon all the junior brothers and sisters. We're going to rescue Shifu together. Time was of the essence. Although Ling Jingwu was injured, he still tried to stand up. Due to overexertion, he lost his balance and fell backward. Seeing that he couldn't even stand properly, Ling Jingwu lamented his own weakness. Damn it, how could I be brought down by such minor injuries? Seeing Ling Jingwu's spirits completely collapse, Ling Jie consoled him. Senior brother, don't get agitated. Xiao Yikai added, We need a long-term plan to rescue Shifu. Zheng Shushu offered his suggestion. How about we report this to the Qingyun Immortal Cultivation Management Office and ask them to send someone?
Suddenly, Chen Feng's voice came from outside. Senior brother, I heard everything. These words made everyone stare in shock as Chen Feng rushed in from outside, utterly worried and in a hurry. You and Shifu are doing this for me. I absolutely must rescue Shifu. Chen Feng was extremely determined.
Ling Jingwu was somewhat touched and called out, Chen Feng. But in his heart, he didn't want Chen Feng to go. If he goes, he'll definitely discover that our Shifu isn't trustworthy. We can't let him go. Suddenly, Chen Feng knelt down in front of Ling Jingwu, offering a medicinal pill with both hands, and said, Senior brother, this elixir is the life extension pill that second senior brother refined. After you eat it, you should be able to recover from your injuries.
Although he really liked this pill, Chen Feng was now willingly offering it up. At this point, what pill could compare to the bond between senior brothers? Seeing Chen Feng give the yin-severing pill to Ling Jingwu, Zhang Shushu and Ling He panicked. They both cried out, "No way!" In Zhang Shushu's heart, it was truly a mess. Eating this will kill senior brother. Chen Feng, on the other hand, thought they wanted him to use the pill, so he was very touched, and turned back to say, "Senior brother Zhang, senior sister Tian, I know you both mean well, but right now, senior brother needs the life extension pill more than I do. I'm still young, it's okay if I don't extend my life." Zhang Shushu and Ling Shi didn't know what to say after hearing Chen Feng's words. "Are you misunderstanding something?" Hearing life extension pill, Ling Jingwu said with a very probing gaze, "Life extension pill? I can't sense the aura of a life extension pill in this thing." Feeling that time was running out, Chen Feng didn't say anything more but directly shoved the pill into Ling Jingwu's mouth and urged, "Senior brother, don't refuse." Chen Feng's action made Zhang Shushu and Ling Ge panic even more, while Zhao Yikai was extremely pleased, secretly praising Chen Feng in his heart. "Little junior brother is truly pure and kind, even giving away my life extension pill so easily." Ling Jingwu had already swallowed the pill. Zhang Shushu and Ling Wei could only scream in vain. No, Zhao Yikai was very happy that Ling Jingwu had eaten the pill he refined, and he immediately asked, "Senior brother, do you feel your dancing getting hot?" No. Ling Jingwu touched his stomach and felt it. A little, but it seems like it's not just hot. Then suddenly, Ling Jingwu's entire body became as hot as fire. He cried out in pain, "It's so hot, it's burning. It feels like my dantian is on fire." Seeing this, Chen Feng worriedly turned to ask Zhao Yikai, second senior brother, what's going on. Zhao Yikai was still very calm at this time, reassuring Chen Feng, "Don't worry, this is the medicinal pill taking effect. Senior brother's injuries will be healed soon." But as soon as Zhao Yikai finished speaking, Ling Jingwu immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood. Ling Jingwu collapsed to the ground, his whole body emitting a strange energy. He tried to speak in pain, Save me." Seeing Ling Jingwu truly exhausted, Chen Feng panicked and asked, "Second senior brother, what exactly is the medicinal pill you gave him? Senior brother doesn't look good." Even though things had already gotten this bad, Zhao Yikai still didn't think there was a problem with his pill. Instead, he thought the problem was with Ling Jingwu. Maybe, senior brother's physique is weak and can't handle the medicinal ingredients. Seeing Zhao Yikai still thinking so naively, Zhang Shushu and Ling Ri were speechless. Hearing this, Chen Feng suddenly remembered. "So that's how it is. I remember there's a record in the divine texts that refining pills is harmless. But if the pill second senior brother gave me encounters this situation, you only need to refine a harmless qi circulation pill. This will be able to guide the runaway energy." Seeing Chen Feng still trusting Zhao Yikai so much, Zhang Shushu and Ling Ge could only frown, not knowing what to say. "Are you really that confident? That's clearly because that medicinal pill is the yin-severing pill." Zhao Yikai felt it was time for him to contribute a little effort to help senior brother, so he sat down to prepare to activate his cultivation to refine the pill. "Alright, now I'll go extract spiritual qi from heaven and earth to refine a harmless qi circulation pill," Chen Feng said with great faith. "Second senior brother, I'm counting on you." Zhang Shushu and Ling Shi were shocked once again. "You really want to count on it?" At this time, Zhao Yikai had already begun. He was extremely serious as he refined the pill. In between Zhao Yikai's hands, there was a pill revolving, emitting countless streams of green light. Zhao Yikai muttered with his eyes closed, 3 parts metal qi, 3 parts wood qi, 3 parts water qi, 1 part fire qi is harmless qi circulation, guiding the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, the fortune of supreme creation. Pill within a pill, refine the pill, cast the pill, nurture. The more he recited, the more violent the pill in Zhao Yikai's hand became, bursting with even stronger and more dazzling light. Watching Zhao Yikai refine the pill, Chen Feng was filled with admiration and respect in his heart. As expected of second senior brother, he can even perform this kind of harmless pill refinement technique. Zhao Yikai recited the final ingredients needed to form the medicinal pill. Pill complete. The light from the pill in Zhao Yikai's hand illuminated the entire room, causing Chen Feng, Zhang Shushu, and Ling He to instinctively cover their eyes due to its dazzling brightness. Chen Feng shouted, "It's about to become a pill!" But contrary to everyone's expectations, the pill in Zhao Yikai's hand suddenly shattered. This caused everyone to fall into extreme panic. Zhao Yikai opened his eyes, panting non-stop, his face covered in sweat from exerting himself to refine the pill, his face full of disappointment. "It was a failure, I'll do it again." At this time, Ling Jingwu was about to collapse. He continued to cough, vomiting blood with a very haggard appearance. Linger was very worried and said, "Let's quickly take senior brother to see a divine physician. If we're any later, he's definitely gonna die." Zhao Yikai hemmed and hawed, but in his heart he was already doubting his own abilities. Am I really that useless? Could that pill really be a corpse yin pill? Chen Feng looked at everyone, all worried and panicked. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Chen Feng's mind. I get it, then. He tirelessly replayed countless things that had happened just now, connecting everything together. It's all a test set up by my 3 senior martial siblings. How could senior brother's sword god physique be so seriously injured? How could he be forced to vomit blood by a tiny pill? Second senior brother is a grand master who created the pill refining faction.
He's immune to all poisons. How could he not refine a qi circulation pill? And, after piecing everything together, Chen Feng became even more certain of his idea. All of this is a test to see if I can refine a non-toxic qi circulation pill. At this crucial moment, my dear senior martial siblings, what a show you've put on. Chen Feng stepped forward with determination. I definitely won't let you all down.
Just as Zhao Yikai and Zheng Shushu were helping Ling Jingwu to his feet, preparing to seek out an immortal healer, Chen Feng suddenly said, "My dear senior martial siblings, let me see if I can refine a non-toxic qi circulation pill."
Hearing Chen Feng say this, both Zhao Yikai and Zheng Shushu were incredibly surprised.
"Little bro, they asked. Chen Feng immediately entered a meditative posture, his words extremely certain. "I definitely won't let you down." Then, Chen Feng began mumbling just like Zhao Yikai. 3 parts metal qi, 3 parts wood qi, 3 parts water qi, 1 part fire qi, the non-toxic qi circulation, guide the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, the creation of the supreme pill's secret. As soon as he finished reciting the pill refining formula, the pill had already begun to take shape more than halfway. He continued reciting the pill molding and pill warming formulas, and at this moment the pill had truly formed completely.
Chen Feng kept his eyes closed, using his strength to refine the pill. The pill became more and more perfect, transforming into a non-toxic pill.
Zhao Yikai stood watching Chen Feng, utterly astonished. "No way! Even I can't succeed on the first try. How could junior brother?" The pill in Chen Feng's hand had now turned golden. He also announced, "The pill is complete." Holding the pill in his hand, Chen Feng looked at it with joy, as if it were a trophy. "My dear senior martial siblings, I refined it." All 3 people witnessed Chen Feng's pill refinement at this moment. Everyone had their own thoughts. Zhao Yikai was still in disbelief, thinking, "How is this possible?" Linger, on the other hand, still had some doubts in her heart. The fragrance of the medicinal pill is too strong. Is this really just an ordinary qi circulation pill? Zheng Shushu was fascinated by the pill's color change, thinking, "Golden?" Chen Feng held the pill in his hand, staring intently. The more he looked, the more he noticed some things. It doesn't seem any different from the non-toxic pill refining recorded in the notebook. The qi tonifying fragrance is a bit stronger, and the color is yellowish gold. It must be a qi circulation pill. Let's have senior brother take it first. Saying this, Chen Feng gently put the pill into Ling Jingwu's mouth. He comforted him. "Senior brother, please bear with it, you'll be fine after you eat it."
Seeing Ling Jingwu preparing to eat the pill refined by Chen Feng, Zhao Yikai immediately shouted to stop him. "Wait, this is little junior brother's first time refining a pill. How could it be so easy? This medicinal pill must have flaws. I'm afraid senior brother will die even faster after eating it."
Hearing Zhao Yikai say this, Chen Feng asked, puzzled, "Is it not normal to succeed on the first try? It's strange. In our sect, everyone has extraordinary talent. Isn't it normal to succeed in refining a pill on the first try?" Zhao Yikai was truly uneasy about this medicinal pill. Unless this qi circulation pill has some kind of abnormality.
Zhao Yikai sank deeper into thought. Although he was afraid something would happen, the medicinal pill's shape and fragrance were no different from a qi circulation pill. As for the golden color, which was different from ordinary medicinal pills, there was actually an explanation for it. To make a medicinal pill golden, the extracted spiritual qi must be extremely pure and free of any impurities. It's the dream pill that all pill refiners in the world are pursuing. The more Zhao Yikai thought, the more unbelievable it seemed. But I don't believe little junior brother succeeded in refining a pill on his first try. Seeing Zhao Yikai staring intently at him, Chen Feng felt a little uneasy in his heart. Second senior brother is looking at me, and the way he's looking at me is very strange. What's going on? Is there something strange about my pill? Not knowing he had discovered something else, Chen Feng suddenly cheered with joy. "I get it. Zhao Yikai."
Zheng Shushu and Ling Mei were even more confused. "Little junior brother, what do you get?"
Chen Feng giggled until his face turned red, then said, "Second senior brother's hint almost went over my head. As expected of second senior brother. If it weren't for second senior brother's reminder, I almost caused a disaster."
Seeing Chen Feng deduce even this, all 3 of them couldn't help but gape together, asking in unison, holding the medicinal pill in his hand.
Chen Feng looked at it and said to everyone, "This qi circulation pill finally needs to be moistened with the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to activate its medicinal properties. I almost forgot the key step." Chen Feng sat back in the pill refining posture to complete the final step. He also didn't forget to say thank you for the reminder, second senior brother, I will never forget it. Zheng Shushu and Ling Huer now had a different view of Zhao Yikai. Both of them admired him immensely. I didn't realize it before, but it turns out second senior brother's pill refining skills are so amazing. Regardless of whether people were saying words of thanks or admiring his talent, Zhao Yikai was still wide-eyed and dazed at this moment, thinking,
There's this step. After the final touch, all the strongest energy was poured into the medicinal pill.
Chen Feng held the pill out for everyone to see. He happily announced, "This time, the pill is finally complete." Xiao Yikai gazed at the pill, then savored it. This aroma is so pure and intense. Zheng Shushu also stared intently at the pill, sighing inwardly. Even though I don't understand alchemy, this scent is definitely top-notch. Ling Xier was no exception. She was utterly delighted. So fragrant, just smelling it makes me feel invigorated. While everyone was still appreciating the beauty and aroma of the medicinal pill, Ling Jingwu coughed up another mouthful of blood. It was then that everyone suddenly remembered, and cried out worriedly, "Senior brother! Senior brother!" Seeing Ling Jingwu's complexion worsen and his breath weaken, Linger panicked and urged, "This isn't good. Senior brother's about to kick the bucket, junior brother. Quickly, feed him the pill." Chen Feng responded with a yes, and quickly stuffed the pill into Ling Jingwu's mouth. While everyone was worried sick, Chen Feng was still convinced that this was all a play they had concocted. He couldn't help but praise in his heart, "Senior brothers and sister, your acting skills could win you an Oscar. Senior brother's fake death technique is truly superb. These 4 shifus really went all out to force me to refine a pill." Thinking this, his determination grew even stronger. I must cultivate diligently, and not let their efforts go to waste. After Chen Feng fed him the pill, Ling Jingwu quickly swallowed it. He grimaced in pain and cried out, "Ouch!" Seeing Ling Jingwu's reaction, everyone started to worry again. Could this pill be poisonous too? That's impossible. It clearly matches the descriptions in the records. Chen Feng chuckled to himself. Senior brother is such a prankster. Still acting at a time like this, Ling Jingwu's whole body seemed to be on fire. Spiritual qi surged out of him uncontrollably as he gritted his teeth and roared in pain. "Asarg?" Ling Jingwu's eyes glowed. He erupted in a deafening shout. Everyone stared at Ling Jingwu as he floated in the massive shroud of energy surrounding him. Zheng Shushu's face was filled with surprise as he said to everyone, "Look everyone, isn't senior brother about to break through? He's been stuck at the foundation establishment completion stage for years, and now he's loosened up." Hearing Zheng Shushu's words, Xiao Yikai reached out and touched the energy emanating from Ling Jingwu to feel it. Third brother is right. Senior brother's cultivation is fluctuating. At that moment, Ling Jingwu's cultivation rose continuously. Foundation establishment completion, breakthrough to core formation first layer, core formation second layer, core formation third layer, core formation fourth layer, core formation fifth layer. Lingra couldn't stand anymore, and sat directly on the ground to watch. She was also utterly astonished by Ling Jingwu. He actually broke through 5 layers in a row. Although everyone was amazed, only Chen Feng didn't believe that Ling Jingwu had really broken through. Senior brother's acting is truly godlike. Senior brother really put in the effort to help me out. How can anyone break through after eating a mere qi circulation pill? He suddenly remembered some knowledge from the books. It's said that in the records of alchemy, non-toxic medicinal pills are divided into 5 grades: low-grade pill, mid-grade pill, high-grade pill, perfect-grade pill, and god-grade pill. It's basically like the rarity of white, green, blue, purple, and orange items in online games in my previous life. And the qi circulation pill is probably just trash among low-grade pills. Other than invigorating blood and circulating qi, it has no other effects. In online games of my previous life, it's just the Kim Sang medicine, healing 10 HP. A medicinal pill that helps someone break through must be a perfect grade pill. The more Chen Feng thought, the more certain he became. Therefore, there was only one truth. Chen Feng surveyed everyone present and concluded, all the senior brothers and sister are suppressing their cultivation and cooperating to act with me. Only then can they break through and advance at will. Chen Feng imagined himself wearing glasses and gently pushing up the bridge with his finger, posing as a scholar. Too bad, I've seen through everything. Seeing that Ling Jingwu was completely stable, someone exclaimed, "Senior brother has finished breaking through." Xiao Yikai suddenly ran over and hugged Ling Jingwu tightly, crying, "Senior brother, if you were gone, what would I do?" Seeing Xiao Yikai hug him and cry so sorrowfully, Ling Jingwu comforted him. "Second brother, why are you crying? Your senior brother, I, won't die so easily." Zheng Shushu, witnessing this touching scene of brotherly love, felt utterly bored, and reminded the two, "Enough already. Quickly check senior brother's body to see if there are any remaining problems." Hearing this, Xiao Yikai placed his hand on Ling Jingwu's pulse. After a moment of examination, he said, "All the injuries in senior brother's body have improved even further, breaking through 5 layers in a row, yet his foundation is still so solid, it's truly unbelievable." Ling Jingwu put his hand on his forehead and analyzed logically. "It seems that this time, your Shixiang's decisive battle with the exotic beast was not without gain." Linger, who was standing on this side, suddenly spoke out and exposed on the spot, "I think senior brother's breakthrough must be related to the medicinal pill that junior brother refined." Hearing this, Ling Jingwu asked a little puzzled, "Medicinal pill?" Seeing that he was pointed, Chen Feng chuckled sheepishly and waved his hand. "As long as senior martial brother is all right, he." Inwardly, Chen Feng thought, no need to take credit, no need to take credit.
With a junior martial brother like me, how could they bear to kick me out of the sect? Out of nowhere, Chen Feng suddenly felt dizzy, staggering. Huh? What's going on? Why is the world spinning? Then, to everyone's surprise, Chen Feng collapsed. Zheng Shushu cried out. Junior martial brother fainted. Xiao Yikai immediately sat down and checked Chen Feng's pulse. Then said, "His body is completely empty. His Ling Qi is exhausted. It seems this alchemy session completely drained the little Ling Qi he had. Although refining pills draws in Ling Qi from heaven and earth, it still needs one's own Ling Qi to guide it. He just needs to rest for a bit, and he should wake up." At this moment, Ling Jingwu suddenly remembered, and asked with some disbelief, "Just now, did I really awaken and break through because I ate the medicinal pill he refined?" Zhao Yikai immediately replied, "That's right," Zheng Shushu seriously recounted. "At first, junior martial brother mistook the shit-stirring pill you refined for a longevity pill and fed it to you to help you heal, but he ruined everything. After that, second senior martial brother failed at refining pills, so junior martial brother made one himself, but sadly he used up all his own Ling Qi." As Zheng Shushu spoke, Xiao Yikai's face grew more and more unsightly. He felt ashamed of his failure. Hearing the story, Ling Jingwu even more admired Chen Feng's talent. It seems this junior martial brother is not only a cultivation genius in the sword Dao, but also an alchemy genius.
"This is too unreal. I've met monsters, but never one like this."
Linger suddenly raised her hand and said, "That's right, senior martial brother. You said Shifu is trapped at Baiwu Mountain, fighting a desperate battle with a strange beast." Hearing Linger say that, Ling Jingwu suddenly snapped back to reality. "That's right, I almost forgot. I came back, because you guys came to rescue me."
Ling Jingwu stammered, but then stopped, looking around at his fellow disciples. One was unconscious. Zhao Yikai was at Foundation Establishment Level 9. Ling Shi was at Foundation Establishment Level 2, and Zheng Shushu was at Foundation Establishment Level 8. After looking at everyone, Ling Jingwu fell into worry again. With Chen Feng unconscious, the rest of us are just extra meat for the strange beast. After thinking for a moment, Ling Jingwu sighed and decided, "It's come to this, we can only wait for junior martial brother to wake up, then we'll figure it out." Xiao Yikai suddenly said something that caught everyone's attention. "It's easy to wake up junior martial brother." Then Zhao Yikai took out a strange green pill, and happily said, "As long as he takes my Qi awakening pill, he can wake up immediately." Looking at the pill with a deathly aura in Xiao Yikai's hand, the three of them gaped in shock. "Second brother, are you sure that's a Qi awakening pill?" Recalling what had happened earlier, Zheng Shushu spoke up. Just now, second senior martial brother reminded him, and junior martial brother was able to refine the correct Qi circulation pill, so not only did senior martial brother's wounds heal, but he also broke through. Linger also agreed. It seems second senior martial brother actually has some skill. Before, everyone looked down on Xiao Yikai's alchemy abilities. But after the recent event, everyone had a different view. Ling Jingwu also reevaluated him. So, it seems like Lao Er isn't as bad as we thought. Zheng Shushu now thought Zhao Yikai was the best. "I think second senior martial brother is probably the most talented among us." Linger immediately agreed. "That's right. Otherwise, how could he always refine poison pills? After all, you need talent to refine poison pills." Hearing his fellow disciples praising him, Xiao Yikai's mind was a mess. What are these three blabbering about? Then everyone raised their hands in agreement to let Chen Feng try Xiao Yikai's pill. "Let's try it, let him try it," the three of them excitedly said together. "Then let junior martial brother eat your Qi awakening pill." Seeing everyone looking forward to him so much, Zhao Yikai scratched his head and said shyly, "Everyone doesn't need to be so excited." Then Zhao Yikai fed the pill to Chen Feng, feeling very confident in his medicinal pill. "Everyone is truly discerning. Watch my Qi awakening pill wake up junior martial brother." Then Chen Feng swallowed the pill, but after waiting for a while there was no movement. Ling Jingwu was puzzled. Why doesn't junior martial brother have any reaction? Xiao Yikai felt a little panicked. Could it be I gave him the wrong one again? Then suddenly, extremely strange and gloomy streams of Qi rose from Chen Feng's body, and everyone was extremely horrified. Junior martial brother's body. Black Qi is appearing. What's going on? Then the stream of Qi wrapped around Chen Feng's body, lifting him high into the air. Everyone looked up, their mouths agape in surprise. Ling Jie shouted, "Junior martial brother is flying up." Then Chen Feng shouted, "Ah!" and then landed on the ground smoothly. Chen Feng had returned to normal. Seeing everyone staring at him, he asked a little bewildered, "Senior martial brothers, senior martial sister, why are you looking at me like that?" Ling Jingwu asked worriedly, "Are you all right, junior martial brother?" Zheng Shushu was very surprised. Chen Feng had just been unconscious, but now he was normal, as if nothing had happened. He stammered a little. "Just now you were clearly—" Chen Feng waved his hand, adjusted his muscles and bones, and replied to everyone very casually, "What could happen to me? Oh, it seems like I used up all my spiritual power to refine pills and fainted." Seeing that Chen Feng had successfully woken up after eating his pill, Xiao Yikai was now even more confident. "Luckily I had the Qi awakening pill that I refined, so junior martial brother could wake up so quickly." Ha! Everything was urgent, so as soon as Chen Feng woke up, Ling Jingwu pulled him away. Now that you're awake, let's quickly go to Baiwu Mountain to save Shifu. Xiao Yikai, who was complacent with himself, saw the two of them leaving and called out after them, "Hey, I haven't finished talking yet." Afterwards, Ling Jingwu reminded Zheng Shushu and Ling Wei, "You guys remember to guard the house."
Ling Jingwu only waited for Chen Feng to wake up, and then hurriedly pulled him away to save Shifu. Zheng Shushu and Ling Sher could only watch dumbly and disappointed.
"It seems Senior Martial Brother feels that to save Shifu, all you need is Junior Martial Brother," Zhang Shushu replied. Although he knew it was true, he was still a little discouraged.
Xiao Yikai also didn't know what else to do, he said dispiritedly. "Then there's nothing for us to do now. Let's go back and rest. You two remember to cultivate, don't be lazy."
Zheng Shushu and Ling Shi were very obedient and replied, "Yes, second Senior Martial Brother."
After everyone left, a strange black liquid suddenly appeared in the room. The blob of liquid began to move. Then bubbles rose one by one. Then, it kept morphing, trying to look like a human. After checking things out for a few seconds, it shifted again, this time copying Chen Feng's exact look.
Meanwhile, back at the Qingyun Sword Sect, Xiu Ying was chilling with a book when she suddenly felt this weird vibe. She looked up, wondering, something seriously creepy just waltzed into the sect. Is it a Yao monster? Then she jumped up, grabbed her sword, and muttered, "Can't let any Yao monster wreck Qingyun Sword Sect on my watch." Cut back to Chen Feng and Ling Jingwu, still zooming through the air to rescue their Shifu. Chen Feng piped up, "Senior Brother, are those weird beasties on Baiwu Mountain super strong?" Ling Jingwu, though a bit nervous himself, kept his cool. "Nah, not really. They're just Yao beasts with bodies way tougher than regular cultivators. Hit their weak spots, and they're toast."
Chen Feng got the hint. I see, he thought. Looks like Senior Brother's dropping me some hints. But inside, Ling Jingwu was sweating bullets. He knew that even with both of them, they might not stand a chance. The problem is, he thought, these freaks don't exactly have weak spots. A couple of chi-refining noobs like us can exploit, do they?
Scene changed to Baiwu Mountain. Tai Jian Dao Ren was lounging on a pile of tigers. He sensed Chen Feng and Ling Jingwu closing in and freaked out a little. Crap, why are Jingwu and Chen Feng's auras getting closer? Are they really coming to save my sorry butt? Jingwu's usually a pain, but he's got his moments, I guess.
Tai Jian Dao Ren pondered, a bit worried. I was hoping Jingwu would come back so I could conveniently make my move myself, but if he sees this, I'm totally exposed.
After a moment of thought, he hopped off the tiger pile, his face turning dark, and snapped, "All right, you lazy bums, get up, quit faking it. I wasn't even hitting you that hard."
The tigers stayed put, all shivering like crazy.
Seeing they weren't listening, Tai Jian Dao Ren's face went black with rage, and he threatened, "I'm counting to 3.
And if you're not up by then, I'm turning you into tiger stew." That got them moving. They shot up instantly, looking all obedient.
Once they were all sitting up, Tai Jian Dao Ren commanded, "My disciples are coming back. I need you guys to put on a show for me."
The tigers blinked, totally clueless. He stroked his beard, all casual, and said, "All you have to do is..."
Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the two senior and junior brothers stopped to rest. Ling Jingwu pointed ahead, saying, "That's where Shifu fought those Yao beasts. We need to be careful." Chen Feng looked tired from the long trip, leaning on a tree for support, and replied, "Okay, senior brother." When they arrived at the battle scene, Ling Jingwu was stunned to see the Yao beasts all bloodied and dead. He looked around, puzzled. Shifu's gone. Chen Feng knelt down, touched one of the Yao beasts, and said, "Shifu killed all of them." Hearing this, Ling Jingwu's expression turned to shock.
Whoa, calm down, Jingwu, he thought. Almost blew my cover. Gotta remember, in Junior Brother's eyes, we're a super secret, ultra powerful sect. Time to play it cool.
Ling Jingwu's face instantly returned to its usual calm, and he stated firmly, "Of course Shifu killed them all. Even I don't believe that BS," he thought. Chen Feng chuckled to himself, inwardly applauding Ling Jingwu's acting. That impromptu performance was top-notch, he thought. A hint of panic, a dash of stress, a sprinkle of mistakes. Pure genius. Figuring Ling Jingwu was in the mood to act, Chen Feng decided to play along. Time to be the good little junior brother and ask some serious questions, he thought. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "But where did Shifu go?" Jingwu glanced around nervously, his words a bit stuttered. He probably went off to find more spiritual treasures. That's just a guess, he thought. For all I know, Shifu's chilling in the stomach of one of those 4 Yao beasts.
The thought hung in the air. Ling Jingwu started imagining a wild fight. Could it be those 4 Yao beasts fought each other to death over the prize of Shifu, each wanting a bite of that sweet Shifu meat?
Suddenly, a cry rang out, catching Chen Feng and Ling Jingwu's attention. Chen Feng spoke up, "Senior brother, sounds like there's another Yao beast. Let's go check it out." Hearing Yao beast and check it out in the same sentence, Ling Jingwu nearly had a heart attack. Trying to sound nonchalant, he brushed past Chen Feng and said, pretending to be serious, "No need, just some Yao beast. It's probably no match for Shifu anyway. Let's head back." At this moment, Ling Jingwu was secretly weeping in his heart, thinking his Shifu was dead. "Shifu, even though you were eaten, I will inherit the Dao tradition of the Qingyun Sword Sect. I will protect all the junior brothers and sisters well."
Although Ling Jingwu wanted to leave, Chen Feng still wanted to stay and figure things out. "Senior brother, aren't we here to find Shifu? It's not really appropriate to leave without finding him, is it?
Knowing that Chen Feng wasn't ready to go back, Ling Jingwu broke out in a cold sweat, unable to say a word. As for Taijian Daoren, he was sitting on a large tree, observing what was happening below. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. I've heard a lot about Chen Feng from Jingwu. Today's a good opportunity to see if he's really as Jingwu says.
With that thought, he didn't hesitate to act. He raised 2 fingers and uttered a word. Illusory. Immediately, streams of Ling Qi emanated from his fingers, spreading below.
Chen Feng was still trying to persuade Ling Jingwu to stay. Senior brother, I feel like we should find Shifu before we leave. It's better that way.
As he was speaking, Chen Feng suddenly felt that something was strange around him. He paused for a moment. What's going on? Why does the environment seem to have turned illusory? While Chen Feng was still looking ahead, confused by the sudden change in scenery, strange beasts suddenly rushed out from behind, attacking.
A 2-headed strange beast,
its red eyes glowing, roared terrifyingly and lunged forward.
But Chen Feng quickly jumped high and dodged its attack. He turned around and saw countless strange beasts growling at him, as if wanting to devour him alive. He felt a mix of confusion and wonder. The strange beasts are dead, why are they alive again?
Next, a strange beast with a fire sac on its body
charged fiercely towards Chen Feng, continuously spewing flames. As the flames were about to touch him, Chen Feng instantly leaped away and escaped the incineration from the strange beast's mouth in the nick of time. But he was a little shocked. So powerful. While still in mid-air, he didn't forget to look down to see who had attacked him.
Is this a strange beast? Something made Chen Feng's eyes suddenly widen.
Shockingly, another strange beast was pouncing on him, its claws raised, its mouth wide open with sharp fangs. It was so sudden that he didn't have time to react, leaving him stunned. Since when? The fire from the strange beast's mouth erupted like a storm,
slamming straight into the ground, sending rocks flying. Chen Feng was a bit worn out from fighting so many strange beasts at once. He wiped away the dirt and exhaled. But Chen Feng didn't get a moment's rest. He looked behind him and discovered that another strange beast was attacking.
The strange beast was growling menacingly, poised to pounce quickly.
Detecting the strange beast, Chen Feng immediately stood up and adopted a defensive stance. The strange beast unleashed a violent force, crashing down near Chen Feng's feet. Once again, Chen Feng was one step faster, dodging the fatal attack. He looked down at his feet, realizing he had narrowly escaped death, and couldn't help but exclaim,
"That was close." But Chen Feng didn't have time to celebrate when the strange beast grinned sinisterly, and then sprayed countless terrifying purple poisons.
The poison gradually spread to Chen Feng's feet. He looked down and shouted, "It's poison!" And then, Chen Feng jumped up to avoid the poison. He jumped high and landed on a tree branch. Although he quickly escaped the poison, Chen Feng had still been slightly poisoned. His complexion worsened, and he felt dizzy and staggered. The toxins are too strong. My vision is a little blurry. Then the 2-headed strange beast growled and stepped forward, asking Chen Feng, "Who exactly are you? What do you want in my brother's territory?"
Chen Feng repeated their question.
Who am I? What do I want? As he spoke, he bit his lip until it bled.
Then regained his composure. Chen Feng then knelt on the tree branch, raised his sword, and declared with the air of a true martial artist, "I'm here to save my Shifu, Taijian Daoren." Up high, Taijian Daoren was secretly observing Chen Feng's every move. After a moment of consideration, he made a few judgments. In the face of life and death, this kid can actually maintain his composure. It seems his identity is not ordinary. He recalled the day he met Chen Feng, and accepted him as a disciple. The kid was originally a piece of trash from the Ascension Assembly, with no spiritual root and no sect to take him in. Trash has no impact on my Qingyun Sword Sect, so I brought him into the sect.
But after he started, the kid's comprehension was off the charts, making me seriously question his background.
The more he thought about it, the more Taijian Daoren suspected Chen Feng was a plant from the enemy. After all, in our Qingyun Sword Sect, every disciple has an extraordinary background. If this Chen Feng is an enemy's pawn, I have to eliminate him.
Having decided that, he refocused on controlling those mutant beasts. The 2-headed mutant beast scoffed. "You're no match for us 4 brothers. What makes you think you can save your Shifu? With your pathetic cultivation, you'll just be more meat for us."
As the beast said this, Taijian Daoren was secretly plotting, hoping to use reverse psychology to expose Chen Feng's true identity.
Then, the mutant beast chuckled. "If you have any backup, now's the time to call them out." Taijian Daoren wanted to use this opportunity to find out who was backing Chen Feng. The enemy would never let a disciple with such talent be in danger without protection. There's definitely a powerful expert watching over him. If I can lure them out, Chen Feng's identity will be revealed. At this moment, Chen Feng drew his sword. He stood on a branch, looking down at the mutant beasts closing in, and said, "I actually do have a lot of backup." Hearing this, Taijian Daoren's face darkened, as expected. But contrary to his expectations, Chen Feng was thinking of his senior martial brothers and sisters, and said, "I have Sword God, my senior brother, Dan Shen, my second senior brother, plus my chatty third senior brother, and my adorable 7th senior sister. Once my great senior brother gets out of his mess, you 4 tigers will die under his sword."
Hearing Chen Feng's words, Taijian Daoren was stunned. Damn it, kid! Chen Feng leaped down from the tree, heading straight for the mutant beasts, and declared, "But before that, I have to take care of you guys first." Then, he paused for a moment,
and said about his sect, in a tone more serious than ever, "I'm also a disciple of the Qingyun Sword Sect." Without saying anything else,
Chen Feng immediately unleashed his ultimate sword technique.
It was the Four Thunderous Phenomena sword.
Just one slash, and the energy soared to the heavens. It was an extremely powerful and overwhelmingly threatening sword technique.
Taijian Daoren was watching intently, deep in thought. He's hiding himself very well. Maybe someone's using magic to conceal his true nature. If that's the case, after thinking, he frowned, then flew up, making a hand seal with 2 fingers, aiming straight at Chen Feng. "Then I'll dive into the deepest depths of your heart." Chen Feng was below at this moment.
Chen Feng landed on the ground after a very powerful sword move. He knelt on one knee, his sword stuck in the ground as he rested. Unaware of the danger behind him,
Chen Feng was completely exhausted now. He was panting non-stop, and sweat poured down his face. He tiredly thought, "That one sword used up all my Ling Qi. My cultivation level is too low. If it were great senior brother, he could have taken them all out with one move effortlessly. If these guys jump me again, I'm done for." As he was thinking, Chen Feng was surrounded by a strange purple light. Finding it very weird, Chen Feng said, "Why is everything turning?"
But before Chen Feng could finish speaking, he entered another space. He saw a modern young man sitting at a computer desk working.
He suddenly panicked. "That's me, from before."
Taijian Daoren was observing Chen Feng's inner thoughts. His face became even more gloomy as he looked at the space.
"It doesn't seem like it's from this era. Is this the deepest part of Chen Feng's heart?"
He found that the surrounding space, including the clothes on his body, were unusual, the place was strange, and the clothes were also strange.
Chen Feng had entered the deepest place in his heart. He saw himself from before. "This is me before I transmigrated. I remember. That's Zihan's call." Chen Feng was working. Answered the phone when he heard the ringtone. "Hello Zihan, I'm working overtime. What's the matter?" Hearing this, the girlfriend on the phone angrily shouted, "The dowry costs 360,000. Can you earn that much by working overtime?"
Seeing his girlfriend angry, Chen Feng was confused, and asked for more time. He was trying his best, and his parents were selling the house too, and would probably have the money in a few days. Hearing this, his girlfriend on the other end of the line didn't want to continue. Without any hesitation, she suggested, "Let's break up. No need. I don't want to be called a bloodsucker either. We're not compatible. Let's end it here." Suddenly being dumped, Chen Feng trembled, desperately trying to salvage some hope. "Zihan, give me another chance. Before Chen Feng could finish, his girlfriend interrupted him. She said with an angry and frustrated tone, "Give you another chance. We've been together for 7 years. In 7 years you still don't understand what kind of life I want? Are your parents going to sell their house to marry me, and then I'll sleep on the streets with you?" The more she talked, the more hopeless the situation became. At this point, Chen Feng no longer had the mood to work. He still tried to salvage the relationship. "But what about our 7 years of love?" His girlfriend dropped the bombshell. "Consider it feeding it to the dogs." This sentence instantly shattered all the years of affection between them. Chen Feng fell into silence. He put down the phone, but his hand still gripped it tightly, as if he wanted to crush it. Chen Feng recalled his mood at that time. "I was so heartbroken, I almost wanted to commit suicide." But there was something even more despairing. Chen Feng's mother called. But he thought it was his girlfriend. "Zihan, you're just saying things you don't mean." Sighing, he quickly answered the phone. "Hello, Zihan?" On the other end of the line, Chen Feng's mother announced a shocking piece of news. "Xiao Feng, it's Mom. Your father had an accident and is in the hospital." Hearing this, Chen Feng's eyes widened and his heart was shaken. Then, he abandoned his work and quickly prepared to go to the hospital. "Which hospital? I'll be there right away." But before Chen Feng could leave, his mother continued. "Xiao Feng, don't rush. Listen to me. Your father probably can't be saved. The driver who hit him said he can compensate us 300,000. I've consulted a lawyer, and that's the maximum amount. Lao Chen said that your marriage is more important, and he'll consider it helping you out." Hearing this, Chen Feng felt utterly hopeless. He couldn't stand anymore, and collapsed to his knees. He dropped the phone, covering his face with his hands in shock and trembling. Chen Feng kept remembering his past. "I was really useless back then." Suddenly, Chen Feng's heart clenched, and he painfully clutched his chest and fell down. "I was overworked due to constant overtime, and then I transmigrated. When I first transmigrated, I gave up on myself and thought I was useless, nothing more than trash." He looked at his body sprawled on the ground helplessly, like the way he looked before he died. In the silent space, Chen Feng stood alone in contemplation. But this world, he imagined that Ling Jingwu was behind him. Then he looked behind him, and saw the figures of Ling Fear and Zheng Shushu also rushing over. Behind them were also Zhao Yikai, and even his Shifu. Everyone here made Chen Feng feel happy. In this world, there will always be people who treat you with the utmost gentleness. He looked at himself, hugging his head in extreme pain, and then he slowly walked towards him. Chen Feng of his previous life shed tears, and looked up to ask,
You are Chen Feng.
He happily raised his hand to introduce himself. I am me. You are also me. But I no longer have regrets or anger.
Then he took the hand of Chen Feng from his previous life, as a farewell to the past. Then Chen Feng from his previous life suddenly laughed and said, "Indeed, you should say goodbye." With that, the body of Chen Feng from his previous life suddenly blurred and disappeared. The scenery of the office also gradually faded.
Scene change. Chen Feng returned to the present world, hidden in the mountains.
Chen Feng lowered his head slightly and smiled faintly. Everything is just as I thought. Indeed, everything is a test. Whether it's a demonic beast or an illusion, everything is a test from Shifu.
He turned around and saw his Shifu gradually approaching. He said gently, Chen Feng, I don't know where you came from, nor do I know what kind of person you will become in the future, but from now on. Suddenly, the face of Taijian Daoren resembled an old immortal with a white beard and hair. He looked directly at Chen Feng and declared, "You are a disciple of Taijian Daoren." As soon as he saw his Shifu, Chen Feng respectfully cupped his hands. "Shifu, do you want to ask anything about my past?" He knew for sure his Shifu had seen the illusion. Hiding stuff would lower his favorability, especially with a profound cultivator like his Shifu. Hearing Chen Feng, the old man closed his eyes, gently stroking his beard. "Well, I did want to ask something. I'm just not sure if it's appropriate." Chen Feng felt a bit nervous, but he remained utterly respectful, bowing his head even lower. Shifu can ask anything. Chen Feng thought Taijian Daoren would ask some unfathomable question about his past. But unexpectedly, he awkwardly nudged Chen Feng's shoulder and asked, "I was wondering, that box you used to talk, what Dharma artifact is it? Could you give Shifu another one?" This left Chen Feng a little flustered. He stammered, "That? This disciple doesn't know how to make it?" In his heart he was screaming, "A legal phone Dharma artifact? I don't know how to make that. It takes a whole industry to make one." Hearing Chen Feng say he didn't know how, Taijian Daoren paused, his face filled with disappointment. But then he turned serious again, and reached into his sleeve, preparing to take something out. "Never mind, I won't make it difficult for you. Let's see what good stuff Shifu has for you." Seeing he was getting a gift, Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Utterly excited, he exclaimed, "Good stuff!" From his sleeve, Taijian Daoren pulled out a very large spirit stone. He held it out in front of Chen Feng and said, "This is a white chi spirit stone that Shifu went through great pains to find." Hearing him brag about it, the four strange beasts couldn't help but cry out, "We saw with our own eyes that he went through great pains to snatch it from us." Chen Feng looked at the massive spirit stone and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The spiritual chi is so abundant, but Taijian Daoren didn't give it to Chen Feng just yet. He stroked his beard with a relaxed air and said, "Don't be hasty, this is just the raw stone. It needs some shaping." Immediately after that, his eyes flashed sharply as he looked at the spirit stone, which was floating in the air. Then he raised his hand. "Refine," he shouted. Instantly, the spirit stone gradually changed shape, no longer in its original state. Chen Feng was increasingly astonished. "Shifu, it's getting really long." The spirit stone gradually transformed into a long, sharp sword, full of imposing presence. Taijian Daoren controlled the sword in his hand and said, "This is the spiritual sword that Shifu found. It's yours now." After handing the sword to Chen Feng, he immediately turned his face away, looking pained. But the gift was given, so he had to accept it. "The quality of this spirit sword is very high, disciple. You must refine it well and give it a good name." Receiving the sword in his hand, Chen Feng carefully cherished it like a treasure. He looked at it closely and pondered, "This sword is pure white, and related to that fierce tiger from earlier." He raised the sword and swung it around to test it out, then made a decision. "Then, let's call it White Tiger." Hearing the name, Taijian Daoren was very pleased. That name sounds good. Very imposing, very captivating. Chen Feng, holding the sword behind him, thought to himself, "My Shifu seems a little..." In response, the old man turned and raised his hand, his voice extremely serious. "Don't think nonsense. Immediately refine the spirit sword first." Chen Feng, holding the sword, quickly cupped his hands in response. "Yes." Then Chen Feng sat down, preparing to get into a sword-refining posture. But suddenly, he remembered something and asked, "Right, Shifu, where's senior martial brother?" In his heart, Chen Feng always thought Ling Jingwu was very strong, a valiant senior martial brother. If he can't find me, he'll definitely turn this whole mountain upside down. Chen Feng expected Ling Jingwu to be looking for him, but Taijian Daoren pointed behind Chen Feng and said, "Isn't he over there?" Chen Feng suddenly looked behind him and saw Ling Jingwu lying sprawled on the ground, sleeping soundly, completely oblivious to everything. Without a shred of doubt, Chen Feng thought, it seems senior martial brother knew the truth of the whole test from the beginning. But the truth was, Ling Jingwu had no idea, just fainted from the illusion. Chen Feng was very happy that he had finally been officially accepted as his Shifu's disciple. Next, he had to work harder at cultivating. After making up his mind, Chen Feng closed his eyes. He began to circulate his energy to refine the sword. In the 33 mysterious breath apertures Dharma, there is a method for refining chi. Just follow the description, and you're good to go. Chen Feng was still concentrating on practicing with his sword.
His sword was enveloped in a source of energy and then soared high into the sky.
The sword floating in the air startled Taoist Taijian a bit.
Isn't this the qi refining method of our Qingyun Sword Sect? How could it make the magic sword fly up like that?
The basic qi refining method of the Qingyun Sword Sect only requires Ling qi to enter the Dharma artifact to be considered complete. Strictly speaking, just making it glow and react is considered a great success.
Then he looked at Chen Feng, who was closing his eyes and refining the spirit sword. The sword was now standing straight up, not tilting or wavering. The more Taoist Taijian looked, the more astonished he became. This is the spirit sword acknowledging its master. Could this be the legendary top-grade refining technique? The legendary refining technique that can even awaken the spirit of the Dharma artifact.
He widened his eyes and exclaimed,
"Is my disciple really this heaven-defying?" In his consciousness, Chen Feng seemed to have entered another place. With mist everywhere, Chen Feng gently stepped onto the water.
He looked around at the hazy, empty space and wondered,
where is this? Then he looked down at the water under his feet, which was slightly moving, and he was a little surprised. What's going on? From under the water, a transparent figure of a girl gradually emerged.
She stretched out her arm
and called out, "Master!" Then immediately pounced forward to hug Chen Feng.
Chen Feng dazedly asked in his head,
"Little girl." The girl smiled gently and said to Chen Feng, "Thank you." Then she pushed Chen Feng under the water. Everything happened so fast that he didn't have time to understand what on earth is going on. Immediately after that, Chen Feng opened his eyes. The process of refining the spirit sword was over, but the appearance of the girl just now still made him extremely confused. What's going on? Then he looked towards Taoist Taijian and said, "Shifu, just now I—" But before he could finish speaking, he saw that Taoist Taijian had a very strange expression, as if he was trembling in fear, stammering and unable to speak. You. Seeing his Shifu suddenly acting so strangely, Chen Feng was utterly bewildered. "What's wrong, Shifu?" Taoist Taijian pointed at Chen Feng and exclaimed in a panic, "Look at your head."
Chen Feng still didn't know what was going on, and wondered to himself. On his head at this moment, the sword Chen Feng had refined had somehow been stabbed straight down into his head.
Now that he realized it, Chen Feng was extremely frightened and flustered, grabbing his head. "Shifu, what's going on?"
Seeing Chen Feng so panicked, Taoist Taijian solemnly reassured him. "Stay calm, don't move. Calm your mind and regulate your breathing. Listen to Shifu."
Chen Feng immediately sat down, telling himself repeatedly, calm down, calm down. At the same time,
Ling Jingwu also woke up, yawning and wondering, "Wow, why did I fall asleep? Where's Junior Brother?" Then Ling Jingwu turned his head to look at Chen Feng over there, and saw the sword stab straight into Chen Feng's head. Seeing such an unbelievable scene, Ling Jingwu still calmly thought, "Looks like I'm dreaming." Back on this side, Taoist Taijian looked at Chen Feng, who was calming his mind and regulating his breathing, and couldn't help but have many thoughts about this disciple. To be able to refine a low-quality flying sword into his consciousness during his first time refining a spirit sword is truly unheard of. This kid is not just heaven-defying in his comprehension, he's clearly a freak. If an ordinary person wants to refine a flying sword into their consciousness, they need at least 10 years of hard work, and they also need a flying sword of extremely high quality with a sword spirit. But this kid has completely refined. Chen Feng tried his best to calm his mind, but he was still extremely nervous. Not knowing what to do, Chen Feng immediately asked Taoist Taijian for help. Shifu, pull this sword out. Cough." He coughed dryly and said,
"It's all right now, you can open your eyes." The reason he tried to appear so nonchalant was because he thought, "Stay calm, I am the master of a profound and unfathomable sect. I can't lose face in front of this kid."
Hearing what his Shifu said, Chen Feng slowly opened one eye, and then the other. He reached up and patted his head lightly, and saw that everything had returned to normal, so he happily said, "Shifu, I don't see the sword anymore. There's no hole in my head either. Could it be that I have completely refined that sword?" Hearing the question from Chen Feng, Taijian Daoren practically gilded his face with pride. He was bursting with arrogance inside, but kept a calm facade, stroking his beard as he said, "Indeed, seems the spirit sword your Shifu found for you is an exceptional match." Chen Feng immediately clasped his hands and bowed respectfully, showing his gratitude. "Thank you, Shifu, for bestowing this sword upon me."
He held the ordinary iron sword that had been with him for so long, thinking that he'd finally have a spirit sword of his own. As for this one, he carefully slung it over his shoulder. "This sword was a gift from my senior brother. I must take good care of it."
Taijian Daoren, wanting to test Chen Feng, told him, "Chen Feng, try drawing your sword for Shifu to see." What he really wanted to see was if Chen Feng had refined the sword at all. If he couldn't even draw it, how embarrassing would that be?
Chen Feng followed his Shifu's instructions and put 2 fingers together, emitting a small stream of energy from his fingertips.
"Let me try. I think I'm circulating spiritual qi." Got it. Then, he flicked his fingers powerfully and said, "Draw." The sword suddenly shot forward with terrifying speed. It aimed straight for Taijian Daoren. Seeing this, Chen Feng panicked and yelled,
Shifu, be careful, I can't quite control it.
Taijian Daoren's eyes remained unbelievably calm. He simply used 2 fingers to stop the sword instantly. Once the danger had passed, he said to Chen Feng, "It's all right." Taijian Daoren flicked his fingers lightly
and commanded, "Return!" The sword immediately turned and flew back to Chen Feng. He said, "Catch it." His eyes were now a little more profound, because this was also a way for him to test Chen Feng. If the kid had truly refined the flying sword completely, it wouldn't hurt its master. He needed to see clearly. As the sword hurtled closer to Chen Feng, the sword suddenly transformed into the form of the girl from before, no longer a dangerous iron sword, but a girl with open arms, ready to embrace Chen Feng. She called out, "Master!" This scene astonished Taijian Daoren to the extreme. This is a spirit sword that can speak. Thus, Chen Feng successfully caught the sword without being harmed. After holding the sword, he said to his Shifu, I caught it." He looked at his Shifu, whose face was darkening over there, and asked hesitantly, "Shifu, does that mean I've completely refined it?"
Hearing Chen Feng's question, Taijian Daoren was fuming, raging inwardly. "Completely refined? Bullshit. This is clearly a spirit possession. The spirit stones I carved were just to make a Dharma artifact, with quality beyond ordinary refined steel, but now it awakened into a spirit sword that can speak." But then, he regained his serious expression and said, "This probably counts." Recalling the shape of the girl earlier, Chen Feng asked a little embarrassedly, "Shifu, what was that white shadow just now? It wouldn't be my spirit sword, White Tiger, would it?" Taijian Daoren still tried to calmly stroke his beard. "That's not a realm you can touch yet." He only said that because he was afraid that Chen Feng would leave the sect if he knew his true strength. "Never mind, gotta stabilize this kid first. As long as I remain unfathomable and profound, he definitely won't leave our Qingyun Sword Sect." The more Taijian Daoren thought about Chen Feng, the happier he became. Having such a monstrously talented disciple guarding the Qingyun Sword Sect, I can rest easy knowing I will have help dealing with my enemies. He suddenly thought of the scene of swaggering proudly past the Qingyao Sect management office. Now that I have a disciple and a strong fist, I won't be paying you 2 families any more tribute. At this moment, Chen Feng's eyes lit up. As if he had realized something great, Shifu just said, "It's not a realm I can touch yet. I get it. He gripped the sword tightly with both hands and held it high, his whole body filled with joy. Shifu gave me a spirit sword of extremely high quality. This shows the importance of having a good Shifu. Taijian Daoren looked at Chen Feng and was puzzled by his excessive excitement. Why is this kid so happy? He seems to have misunderstood something strange again. He coughed to remind him. Now that that's settled, let's carry your grand senior brother back to the sect. Chen Feng was very happy. He had already hoisted Ling Jingwu onto his back at some point. He replied, "Yes." And so, the Shifu and his disciples stepped forward, heading towards the mountain and returning to the Qingyun Sword Sect. Taijian Daoren looked ahead and said, "We'll be back at the sect in just a moment." Chen Feng, who had been happy the whole time, was now thinking, the common people of today are so blessed. Suddenly, Taijian Daoren stopped abruptly, due to a massive surge of yin energy in the distance. The demonic aura is too heavy, it's coming from inside the sect. Then, Chen Feng's cheerful face vanished, replaced by a look of utter shock as he stared ahead. The yin qi is so thick. A wave of confusion washed over him. I can feel this yin qi, but why does it feel familiar? Right then, Taoist Taijian steered his sword and ordered, "Get back to the sect, quick." Chen Feng replied, "Yes, Shifu." But then he suddenly got flustered. "But Shifu, I still don't know how to fly." Taoist Taijian was already far away, but he left Chen Feng with a quick tip. Use your qi to control the sword. Become one with it. Hearing his Shifu's words, Chen Feng placed the sword down, constantly mulling over that sentence. Use qi to control the sword. Become one with it. Is this the secret art of sword kinesis cultivation? With newfound determination, Chen Feng made up his mind. He hoisted Ling Jingwu onto his back and stepped onto the sword. Let's give this a try. At this moment, Taoist Taijian had already returned to the Qingyun Sword Sect. He stood before the entrance, gazing at the yin qi that enveloped the entire sect. Honestly, Taoist Taijian didn't want Chen Feng to return so quickly. He'd told him to fly on the sword to stall him. Mastering sword kinesis takes at least 3 years of focused practice. Even Jingwu can't do it yet. This should keep the kid stuck at the foot of the mountain for a bit. This level of yin ji is way beyond what he can handle. With that thought, Taoist Taijian raised both hands, and a raging fire appeared between his palms. His eyes narrowed as he stared ahead. He roared, "Sword transformation!" Instantly, a powerful energy erupted from his body, swirling around him and radiating outwards. This was like a formation, protecting Taoist Taijian from the yin qi. He stepped forward, fire crackling, and declared, "What wicked fiend dares to cause trouble at my Qingyun Sword Sect?" With that, he directed the flames forward. Break. Guided by Taoist Taijian, the flame shot straight towards the densest area of yin qi. But Taoist Taijian's sword qi was useless. It was instantly swallowed by the yin qi. He exclaimed in shock. The barrier casually brushed aside my sword qi. If that doesn't work, I'll try something else. Taoist Taijian raised his hand to the sky, and a beam of green light shone down.
Watch me break your barrier. Just as Taoist Taijian was confident he could shatter the yin qi, he panicked when he saw the yin qi absorbing the energy he created. That's not right. This barrier is devouring my spiritual energy. At this moment, a voice emerged from within the hazy yin qi. Let Chen Feng come meet me. If not, I will kill everyone.
Hearing this, Taoist Taijian's expression grew even more serious. He's targeting Chen Feng, he thought.
Unexpectedly, Chen Feng had managed to master sword kinesis and returned to the sect. He called out, Shifu.
Taoist Taijian looked up, seeing Chen Feng flying as he'd instructed, and a look of shock spread across his aged face. In just a moment, that kid actually learned sword kinesis. Chen Feng stepped off the sword and quickly asked, Shifu, what's going on?
Taoist Taijian gestured towards the yin qi. See for yourself. From within the murky black smoke, the voice spoke again. Let Chen Feng come meet me. If not, I will kill everyone.
At this point, Chen Feng was utterly surprised. It wants me to go in.
Taoist Taijian's face remained grave and serious, but the worry was visible. In the sweat trickling down his cheek, he said, Yes, your senior brothers and sisters are all in the inner sect. That menace wants to use this as an excuse to threaten us. He then reached into his robes. If that's the case, Taoist Taijian instantly steered his sword up high, and the entire length of the blade glowed. He declared sternly,
Even if it means destroying the entire sect, I will break this menace's barrier and save my disciples. Seeing his Shifu so troubled, Chen Feng didn't want him to bear any more burden. He set Ling Jingwu down and sincerely requested his Shifu, let me go in. Taoist Taijian immediately stopped him.
Absolutely not. It could be a trap set by that wicked fiend, but Chen Feng was determined to go in himself. If I don't go in, it will definitely harm my senior brothers and sisters.
He thought about his close brothers who'd been with him for so long. If something happens to Shixiang and Shiji because of me, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Seeing Chen Feng's determination, Taijian Daoren asked sternly, Are you confident then? Hearing the question, Chen Feng immediately stood up, without the slightest hesitation.
He headed straight towards the place with the dense yin energy, replying, No, but I have to go.
Chen Feng had also arrived in front of the extremely dark space created by the yin energy.
Then he bravely stepped in, and gradually disappeared.
Seeing Chen Feng wanting to save his Shixiang and Shiji without any hesitation, Taijian Daoran couldn't help but praise, This kid is really loyal and righteous, he has some resemblance to me back then. Back to Chen Feng, he had already stepped inside, and he shouted loudly, Evil creature, Feng is here, use whatever tricks you have. Hearing Chen Feng's words,
suddenly, the yin energy gradually dissipated, and a figure appeared inside. That figure was Qiu Ying. She was tightly bound, both hands and feet, and her mouth was gagged. But Chen Feng was dumbfounded, not knowing who she was. Who is that? I don't think I've ever met this woman before. Chen Feng was suddenly stunned when the smoke continued to dissipate, and he saw Xiao Yikai, Ling Rier, and Zhang Shushu again. All three of them were tightly bound and hanging high.
Chen Feng panicked and shouted, Second Shixiang, third Shixiang, seventh Shiji, evil creature, release them. The dark, misty yin energy had gathered into a figure.
He looked as black as a ghost. Hearing Chen Feng call him that, he retorted, Evil creature. His tone was a bit disdainful, saying, I'm the evil creature, so what are you? Facing a humanoid black aura. No different from a ghost, Chen Feng asked. You, who are you? He calmly replied, I am you. Hearing him say that, Chen Feng immediately retorted, Nonsense, are you an illusion?
He showed a weird smile and continued,
When you drank the ghost yin pill, I was the one who took all the pain for you.
Chen Feng was stunned again when he heard him say something he didn't even remember. Ghost yin pill. When did I drink the ghost yin pill?
Not letting Chen Feng wonder anymore, he opened a circle in which Chen Feng could see the past. He saw that the ghost yin pill was the medicinal pill that Zhao Yikai refined and gave him earlier. At this moment, Chen Feng was shocked and remembered. It was when the senior brother fed him the medicinal pill to wake him up. He said in a very terrifying tone, Do you know what the ghost yin pill does? It will turn a living person into an evil ghost. I took this pain for you. After the words he said, Chen Feng still didn't really understand. With confusion on his face, Chen Feng asked, You, who exactly are you? His eyes turned blood red, and his whole body blurred and flew up. He said something unbelievable. I am your shadow. Do you understand now? He said, and his face turned into a terrifying monster shape. Two sharp fangs were enough to sink deep into every corner of the flesh, and the mouth was wide enough to swallow a person whole. He used the yin energy to lift Qiu Ying up high, intending to swallow her. These guys are the source of your pain. Now I'll eat them for you.
Chen Feng was slightly surprised by his words.
Then he immediately pointed his finger straight at him and attacked.
He shouted, Stop!
But it seemed that Chen Feng's bit of sword energy couldn't stop him. He swallowed each person in turn and counted 1, 2.
Chen Feng was really panicked at this time and couldn't do anything to him. He could only shout in vain, Stop it for me! Chen Feng's words were like a passing wind.
And then he shoved another person into that terrifyingly wide mouth. Chen Feng kept attacking with waves of sword kia, but the shadow just nonchalantly brushed it off. That tickles, he sneered. Can't hurt me. Just then, Zheng Shushu, inside the shadow's mouth, started moving, and weakly cried out, "Help!
Save me." Hearing the faint cries, Chen Feng froze. Third senior brother, he's awake.
If the sword key couldn't stop this weird shadow, Chen Feng had to use his spirit sword. Gathering a tiny spark of energy between his fingers, he shouted with fierce determination, "Bai Hu, lend me your power." Guided by Chen Feng, the sword shot out like lightning, straight at the shadow. The sword was too fast for the shadow to even think about blocking. It zipped right across the shadow's mouth, sending Zheng Shushu flying.
Zheng Shushu tumbled out of the shadow's mouth and landed on the ground, dazed. "So salty," he mumbled. Seeing that Zheng Shushu was still babbling, Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like third senior brother's okay.
Chen Feng ruining his fun. The shadow's rage flared. It immediately switched its target to Chen Feng. "Dare to thwart me," it hissed.
Its grotesque hand shot out at Chen Feng, trying to grab him, but Chen Feng quickly dodged.
It glared at the shadow and said, "You want me? Fine." He unleashed a wave of sword Kua straight at the shadow.
Caught off guard, the shadow didn't have time to defend, and was injured by Chen Feng, plummeting down a level.
As it fell, it kept repeating, "I'm doing this for you, I'm doing everything for you," clearly. As it finally disappeared, the surge of yin energy transformed into countless hands that clawed at Chen Feng. "I'm thinking for you, just listen to me, and you won't suffer anymore."
Hearing that, Chen Feng was confused. Weird. This guy keeps saying he's doing it for me, but he's just making me suffer. In a moment of inattention,
Chen Feng accidentally let one of the hands grab his leg. Chen Feng cursed, "Damn it!" and the hand yanked him down.
Now at a disadvantage, Chen Feng was wrapped tightly by countless hands, unable to move. The shadow behind him kept trying to tempt him.
"I'm doing this for your own good. They all want to hurt you. Only I care about you. You have to understand. I suffer for you. I'm protecting you from harm. You'll always be comfortable in my arms."
Trapped by the yin energy, unable to break free, Chen Feng yelled, "Bai Hu!" The sword immediately flew straight into the yin energy.
With just a few slashes from Bai Hu, the yin energy dissipated instantly. Chen Feng finally responded to what the shadow had been saying, "I don't need your kind of good." Chen Feng reached out and grabbed the shadow's hair. "If you're really my shadow, then you should know what I need." Face to face, they butted heads. Chen Feng growled, "You confuse it with being good for me, but is it really good for me?"
Still, the shadow stubbornly insisted it was doing it for him.
"Would I ever want you to suffer?"